Whenever you're ready.
Okay, all right. As I was saying, the other operating expenses that will be moved to the ticket center is the counterpoint, which is the software system that they use to sell the tickets. It's estimated to be $4,000. The other expense that will be moved is the operating certificate. This is required to do business at the ticket center. The fee is paid to Orange County. This year, January 2023, it was $75, but the cost may increase for fiscal year '25. The supplies, these are tickets purchased to restock the inventory. The estimated cost, as I mentioned, is $2.8 million. And as I indicated earlier, the prices of tickets have increased for most of the vendors. The SGA Ticket Center was established more than 20 years ago. The number of suppliers has increased. The volume of tickets has increased. And yet, our storage capacity has not increased over those years. Bear with me, please. We must change that to accommodate students. For the one-time purchase, we are requesting 3 safes. The first safe for the ticket center is this will be used to secure the daily cash drops. This safe is requested to ensure that the daily cash is placed in a locked and secure safe that is separate from the ticket inventory. The unit must be substantial and permanent. The ticket stock and cash should not be mixed. The second safe that we're requesting is for the daily ticket storage. This safe is requested because the current safe that we have does not lock properly, which is a security concern. The ticket inventory is supplied daily, so they are readily available for sale. It would eliminate the need for multiple trips to the ticket center from the business office. This will help ensure that the tickets are stocked daily, and it will help safeguard the staff members who perform the task. It eliminates the potential of a staff member being approached or injured carrying tickets through groups of students or other individuals in the student union. The third safe is being requested for the business office for ticket inventory storage. With the increase in ticket sales, it requires that a significant number of tickets ticket inventory is maintained. To ensure all tickets are in stock, the number of tickets needed for an adequate stock or inventory is large. The current safe cannot hold the required number of tickets needed for an adequate inventory. A large capacity safe is needed to securely store all ticket inventory. The current business office safe cannot hold the entire 15 supplier tickets all at once. Some of the tickets are made from different material, which requires more space for storage. Examples are the hard plastic tickets, they require more space. The flat paper tickets for movie theaters, they need less space, and they can be easily stacked and stored, easier than the plastic ones. With the ticket stock, when the ticket stock is received and the current safe is full, there's no secure place to store the additional tickets in the safe. Additional tickets received cannot be placed in the current safe and must be locked in another location, which is also a security concern. It is mandatory that all tickets must be stored in a secure safe. I know you're probably asking, well, what are we currently doing? My answer is, for the safety and security of the business office, ticket center, and our staff, that current process cannot be discussed. The best answer that I can give you is that we are doing our best. However, the current process is not enough. It places our employees in precarious positions, and it also causes discontinuity of protocol. As previously mentioned, the volume of ticket stocks have increased, which needs more space. If we do not get a larger safe to store tickets, we may have to consider reducing the number of tickets that we order to ensure that they are stored securely. This will create problems of being out of stock more often, Ordering and paying for tickets is a lengthy process. It can take several weeks to get tickets after an order has been placed. This means if a student wants to purchase a ticket that is out of stock, it could be a month or longer before the ticket is available again. And that is the end of my presentation for the ticket center.
Alrighty, thank you very much. As many of you probably see on the budget bill doc, we are currently getting the separation. We're going to just separate it for ease of viewing in the budget Excel sheet, the ticket center and the business office. They were just combined previously, but Brody's been working on that. Thank you very much. Also, when it comes to one time, I also forgot to go over that, I'm sorry, earlier, but for one time, what we're going to do is we're going to hear each entity's one-time request in their presentation. We will discuss and such with them about that specific one time, but we're not going to vote on that until the end. Like I mentioned earlier, what we'll do is we'll hear all of the departments, which is most of the one-time expense requests today, right? And then at the end, we'll have a one-time discussion so that we can hear all of it and prioritize which ones we believe are the most beneficial, and we'll discuss that then. So feel free to ask questions and talk about the one-time expenses now, but we're not going to make official decisions until after we've heard from all the departments today. But with that, we are now in a period of questions or questioning. Any questions currently for Dr. Posey? Temple.
Good morning, Dr. Posey. This is going to sound rather oddly worded, but regarding the saves, were these the most cost efficient or the most affordable saves that you could find?
Most affordable, most secure.
Any other questions currently? If not, then we do have one. Oh yes, Kringle.
You mentioned that tickets are also sold to alumni. Do you know how many alumni might take advantage of these tickets or like would purchase these tickets?
I don't actually have a number, but I don't think it's a large number. Throughout the year, I think I've only received maybe 10 or 12 questions from alumni, but I don't know if there's an actual way to track that because we use the ID number, and I don't think that's something that's stored in the system because of security reasons. But I can check to see if there's any way this afternoon.
Do we have any other questions regarding the ticket center currently? Alrighty, seeing not, is there a motion? Holmes?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, we are now in debate on specifically the activity and service fee ticket center. The SG ticket center. Brody.
Really quickly, just for full transparency. So I talked to Brenda outside a little bit, and Ryan and I had combined the two presentations or two budget packets, not realizing that Brenda was intending to or hoping to have kind of that new ticket center section in the budget. So they were separated because that helped on some workday backend stuff. So again, for transparency, you can see in the request column, the separated requests with all the numbers for the business office changed as well. In the committee column for business office, you can see the numbers combined. Ryan, if you're comfortable just kind of either taking a vote or maybe just asking for objections, if everybody's okay with separating them, and then I'll reflect in the committee column, at least for now, the changes. I just want to make sure that we have kind of approval from the committee to do that before.
Yes.
Just to do it.
Yes. So exactly that. Are there any objections? Take a look at the two. Does anybody have any objections to the separation of the ticket center and the business office? All right, seeing none, we're good. And I know that this is not the one that we probably want to spend too much time on. So if not, Holmes?
This is pretty straightforward. Their OPS looks really good based off of the increase for the hourly rate and their requests regarding safes and increases in ticket cost is justifiable. So I'm in favor of what the budget packet looks like at this moment.
Awesome. Would there be a motion to move on to the next presentation from the business office? Okay, so with that, we will now switch over to looking at the business office's budget packet and presentation as soon as Brody gets back. We're switching over to the next one. No, it's all good.
As with the ticket center, I'll briefly go over the mission of the office, our staff, our service, and the changes in the budget request. The mission of the Activity and Service Fee Business Office is to provide financial and managerial oversight for the activity and service fees, funding that support meaningful and collaborative experiences for students and promote the development of financial stewardship. The business office provides services of accounting, purchasing, and personnel needs for ASF-funded departments, agencies, and SG entities. The office also oversees and manages the ticket center, which is managed by one of our travel procurement coordinators. Effective July 1, 2022, service enhancement transformation was implemented at the university level. Some positions were moved or reclassified from previous departments to the business center cost center. The staff in the business office were moved to the student success and well-being financial business center. We have 8 positions in our office. There was 1 employee from our office that was moved to the Human Resources Center during that time. Although these employees were moved, they're still being paid using A&SF fees. The business office had 1 procurement coordinator position that had to be changed. The position was changed to a budget analyst 1 to help meet the needs of the student and the office. It was needed to ensure our goals are met in a timely manner for students, departments, and agencies that we serve. The changes were needed due to the increased workload of the budget analyst 3 and that of the travel procurement coordinators. Approximately 30% of the responsibilities, the budget manager will be assisting the budget analyst 3 and the director. This is to accommodate the increase in required reporting. There are required monthly reports which take considerable time. There's also the approval process of all the OPS personnel for ASF departments and agencies. This includes pay changes, hires, rehires, promotions, and terminations. These numbers are significant for the larger departments throughout the year. With Workday, the workload increased for the travel procurement coordinators because there are additional steps that must be completed to get a single transaction completed from beginning to end. Approximately 30% of the position will also assist the travel procurement coordinators. This will allow the current 2 travel procurement coordinators that are managing the ticket center to be free to focus on allocations and department of purchases. The remaining 40% will be for the budget analysts to manage the ticket center. And this is done because there must also be 1 person that can be able to focus completely on managing the ticket center. Currently, there is the ticket manager and the backup that are managing. And this would also help with the allocations as well. As I mentioned previously, there's been an increase in the volume of ticket sales, so we will need additional personnel, I guess I'd say, to process the purchasing and the ordering of tickets. The tickets must be ordered, there's contracts to be processed, daily sales entered into Workday, daily deposits made, monthly tax reports submitted, and resolutions of any problems that may occur. All of this adds more responsibility to ensure that the ticket center is operating efficiently and providing excellent customer service. I'm way behind, I'm sorry. Okay. There are 5 areas of support from the business office. First is procurement services. The travel procurement coordinators, they process all payments for Senate allocations, CRTs, FAOs, and Senate bills. The second support is financial and budgetary services. They review and approve purchases requests from A&SF-funded departments, agencies, and SGA entities. The third area of support is receiving and distribution. The coordinators receive goods purchased on behalf of RSOs. They ensure that the items are distributed and are accurate in a timely manner. The fourth area of support that we provide is record management and property inventory. The business office maintains required documentations relating to inventory purchases for A&SF-funded departments, agencies, and SGA entities. Currently, there are several years of hard copy documentation stored in the union. There's also information stored in Laserfish that dates back to 2012. The travel procurement coordinator is in our office is also the property custodian who tracks A&SF assets. The fifth and final area of support that we provide is financial training. The business office updates, facilitates, and maintains the financial training course, which is required. It is offered online for all students receiving allocations from SG. The course is for individual students who request the allocations, and there's also a requirement that 2 RSO officers complete the training for RSOs that are requesting funding. There were 1,557 students who enrolled in training during fiscal year 23. As of December 8th, 2023, there were 1,208 students who had enrolled in the course. The business office budget categories have not changed from fiscal year 24 requests, but there are changes in costs of some expenses. Professional development was increased to $500. This is due to the estimated increase in the cost of the event that the staff attends once a year. The office supplies and printing are basically separated, and the reason for this is to better monitor the funds spent for business office supplies and the supplies for other A&SF departments and agencies. There's also the increase in telephone services to cover the increased cost. The copy rental cost, I reduced a little because of the fiscal year amount was less than in fiscal year 23, it was $6,600. Okay, for the R&R specific projects. For the R&R specific projects, RWC is requesting $200,000 for turf fields. The turf fields have a lifespan, and when that lifespan is reached, the turf has to be replaced to ensure the grounds are safe for use. The fully funded the cost of replacing the turf, and the amount has been set aside each year until they reach the cost of replacement. Each year, $200,000 is requested for the 2 sets of fields until it reaches the estimated cost of replacement. Just to note, the field that is currently being replaced was estimated to cost $1 million. However, it cost 1.2 to get the project up and going and hopefully completed. However, with the increased cost of materials and labor, it may cost more when it's time to replace the next set. RWC is also requesting $75,000 to replace fitness equipment. Similar to the turf fields, the fitness equipment has a service life expectancy. At the end of that time, the equipment must be replaced. This is to ensure the equipment is safe for students to use. The equipment is routinely replaced based on when the equipment was put into service and the recommended lifespan. I would also like to defer to Gary. Maybe you want to add some additional information.
Go ahead if you wish.
I can later if there are questions on it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, it's at the bottom. Okay, wage fund. This is a new request for the R&R, and as Ryan mentioned, in the budget that was submitted, I requested $586,829. These funds are being requested to ensure that there will be enough funds to cover the mandatory yearly minimum wage increase. This will occur each year until $15 per hour has been reached. There are no funds requested for the contingency for fiscal year 25. As mentioned, there is an increase in the budget request for the minimum wage. This will increase from $12 to $13 effective September 30th. And I believe that's my last slide. Yes.
All righty. We are now in a period of questioning for the Activity and Service Fee Business Office. Are there any questions, President Greenway?
Hi, Dr. Posey. Thank you for your presentation. Quick clarification, because on the packet here, you say you're requesting for 6 front desk assistants, but on the presentation there was 5. You said 5. So which one is it that's the request?
It's 6.
There's one
the
fiscal
request is
assistant.
for 6. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. And then the follow-up to that is kind of what is the role of the front desk assistant? And does the front desk assistant do this? Does the front desk assistant also work in the ticket center, or is it 2 separate positions?
It's 2 separate positions. Our front desk, they only cover the front desk. They greet visitors and assist them and answer the phone and that kind of thing. They also assist the coordinators whenever something is needed, something that they may have access to. But they're completely separate from the sales person. Okay.
You go first, sorry.
Additionally, we do train the individuals at the front desk to also work in the physical, as you will see, it says fiscal assistant. They are trained in both areas. So they maybe work 2 hours at the front desk and maybe work 2 hours in the back assisting the coordinators.
Got
It
it.
just depends.
And then my last question, if I may. Right. So has there ever been any consideration into combining those 2 roles, the front desk and the ticket center, combining those to kind of increase efficiency a little bit in that role, or not necessarily?
No, because the ticket sale representative are strictly trained and they operate the ticket center. Our front desk, they're just basically administrative assistants, and we want to make sure that the individuals who are working at the ticket center are qualified to do so.
Got it. Thanks.
Chair Simillo.
I had a question related to the turf field, so I don't know if you want to direct that. Okay, so it was if the turf is 1.2 million and you're requesting the 200 every year, and that would take about 6 years to hit the 1.2 million. Do you plan on continuing to request this money after you've already reached the 1.2 million for future years, or how do you plan on moving forward long term?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Kane, Associate Director from the Rec and Wellness Center. It's a great question. It comes up often. The turf fields, it's actually 2 sets of fields, so it's $100,000 for each set of fields. They were first built in 2006. A second set was built in 2009. We replaced the first set in 2016. It cost about $1.2 million, so we had built up enough money over 10 years. Try to stay with the math. I know I'm speaking fast, but we over 10 years had enough money. So when they reached the end of their lifespan, they were no longer under warranty and started to have damage. We were able to replace them and the money had already accumulated. The fields that were built in 2019, they're being replaced right now. They just finished putting down the turf. This week, they're putting down all the rubber. It should be done in about a week and a half. That cost 1.2. Fortunately, we were able to get a little bit more lifespan out of those, partially due to pandemic time not being used. And so we anticipate the fields that were built in 2016, that in 2026 to 2028, we'll have to replace those. And so the balance, and Dr. Posey can correct me if I'm wrong, it's somewhere around 400,000 now.
Yes.
So we would like to continue to invest that amount each year so that in a few years when we have to replace the second set of fields, hopefully costs don't rise too much. That balance will still be there. Did that make sense?
So just to clarify, in 2019, there was the second field and you guys are putting new turf on that now?
No, the fields that in 2009 that were built, so we got 14 years out of them. They were in rough shape. The areas in front of lacrosse goals were pretty much worn away and we had to do repairs. And so to maintain a safe playing surface, you want to replace them close as you possibly can to that 10-year window.
Sorry, thank you. So related to the money that you guys are requesting, are you guys putting the 200 into the turf fields for 2026 or 2028? Or are you kind of separating it as if you have two turf fields and kind of collecting over the time, being with like 100 in each?
Yeah, our initial plan was to keep them separate, but because of some of the cost overruns that have happened, we had to put in, just to make sure that we were up to ADA code, some new sidewalks, some new gates. So there's some additional expenses in the project that occur that make the price go up. But our goal is to, in effect, if there are those cost overruns, we would, in a sense, borrow from what we're saving for the other set of fields that are further off in the future, so that we don't have to come back and ask for even more money in this process.
Are there any other questions currently? Comptroller Kane.
Hi, my question will be about the OPS funding for 2 years. So looking at our current budget right now, just to give some context to this question, we are currently, with our requests, $695,000 over where we need to be. What I wanted to ask you was thoughts on funding OPS for 1 year instead of 2, as that would bring us to $400,000. And I think that would be a lot more realistic and feasible for us to be able to come to a budget this year.
Well, I think that would be something that I would have to leave up to the committee because of the money. But either way, we still have to fund that increase, whether we save now or whether we try and find money a year from now or 2 years from now. I think that's kind of the committee's decision.
Mm-hmm. I have myself a question for you, Gary. And it's good that you're here because underneath the Rec and Wellness Center's budget line, you have R&R for $35K, and there's also exercise equipment repair and replacement $75K under the business office. Is this similar? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, the fitness R&R, similar to the turf fields, was something we established years ago, so that when we just purchased $144,000 of new strength equipment. So if you come to the Rec and Wellness Center sometime in the spring, you'll see all new strength equipment downstairs. That is for larger planned expenses to replace equipment we already have and add new specific fitness equipment. The R&R request that Jim will talk about this afternoon that's in the RWC's budget is for really anything that can come up with facility repairs. A scoreboard breaks, there's an issue with plumbing, there's an issue with the electrical system that we have to repair in that moment. So it's not projected planned expenses. I can tell you in the next 5 years, all the fitness expenses that we plan to make just based on treadmills that are reaching the end of their lifespan. The R&R account within the RWC's budget is more for unexpected expenses that we don't have any other budget for.
Mhm. Perhaps I'll continue this once we get to the RWC about these two spots, but thank you for that for
Sure.
right now. Chair Similla.
Another question directed towards the stuff for the RWC, related to like re-upping the equipment and making sure everything's good. How do you kind of like triage in a way, what equipment gets replaced further out and like stuff like that? Is there like a lifespan that you guys have? Like if you put something in now, you're like, all right, 3 years from now, we'll replace this, or is it kind of just up to the machine, how it's working?
A little bit of both. So industry standard strength equipment tends to last anywhere between 8 and 12 years. Cardio equipment, we project 6 to 8 years, just because commercial cardio equipment can take a lot of use, but at a certain point, components break down. They're no longer under warranty. We repair all of our equipment in-house, and so we're fortunate. We've been able to get some equipment to last much longer. But we know, for example, if you ever take cycle classes at the RWC, the bikes we purchased 8 years ago are now starting to fail. 1 or 2 will go down every week. And so we know next year our plan was already projected, and we have a balance to work on, is to replace the cycles. And so a little bit of we know how long something may last, but also we look at trends and look at what equipment's popular and try to look at condensing, replacing, or adding to what we offer for students based on those projections.
Any further questions currently for the Activity and Service Fee Business Office? Vice Chair Kringle.
Yeah, with the budget cuts and such, what is the one thing you are like willing to cut that would have the least increase or the least impact on students?
Okay. I do have a couple of items that I can trim if necessary. I requested, I believe it was $1,500 for the golf cart repair. I could reduce that to $750. But the reason I requested $1,500 is because for the past 2 years, someone has tried to take the golf cart. They tried to remove the ignition switch, and I've had to have it replaced. In 2022, it was $3,567. And last year, it wasn't quite as much. It was $500. So I can cut that to $750. The other may be material and supplies, as I was talking about the office supplies. Currently, I requested $12,000. I think I could probably reduce that to $7,000, but it depends on how much copying and how much paper the other departments may need. The only other area, there are 3 possible. Equipment rental, which is the copiers. As I mentioned, the price did decrease, so I could probably change that from.
Brody.
Rick heard it and then went out to go talk to somebody. So I think maybe we just hang out until somebody says, "Hey, get out."
Okay. All right.
I don't hear it in here.
Okay.
We shall
hopefully I'll make
continue
it
for
through.
at least a few more minutes. If it keeps on going for a good amount of time, I'm going to have us recess again.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll make this quick. The copiers, I can probably reduce that to $6,700 since last year it was $6,600. Telephones maybe down to $10,000, but that might create a deficit, as well as the supplies. The only thing I can do with the IT supplies is maybe reduce that to $555,080, and that'll be a reduction of $920. The last 3, as I mentioned, if we trim too much, I may run into a deficit because those are services that we have no control over the cost.
Chair Simillo.
All right. Related to the phone services, do you believe that you use these to the full extent within your office to be at the price that they're at? I know that you did mention a cut of the $5,000. So I was just wondering if that were the case, if something was to get cut, do you believe that you use the telephone service to the full extent of $15,000?
Absolutely. The reason for that is a lot of the students meet with their coordinator over the phone. So that is something that we absolutely need. It's more convenient for some students, and others prefer to come into the office, but the telephone system is something that we really can't cut too much from.
Vice Chair Morissette.
Hi, Brenda. I just wanted to clarify. Did you say for the golf cart, like the maintenance of the golf cart, it was $1,500?
Yes, I think I had 1,500 on the packet, but I said I could cut that to 750.
There's a question that kind of directed to you.
Okay.
I see 750.
Oh, it is 750 already?
So I just wanted to know, like, should it say 750 or 1,500?
If it is 750, is this what you would request? Would you request more, or would you leave it?
I would leave it.
Okay. Any other questions currently, or a motion? Chair Simone.
Motion to move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'm going to start out debate real quick by framing it. We need to discuss in this debate, and I want to hear from most of you about the funding of R&R for minimum wage increase. Are we going to do it for 2 years at $586,829, or are we going to do half of it, $293,000? And with the knowledge that we are funding next year's minimum wage increase, and then for the year after that, they are going to have to budget. So next year, they're going to have to, the budget committee, when they meet, they're going to have to understand that over that next year, they're going to have some cuts. Let's go Holmes, then Simila.
I guess my question to that question would be based off of what we have, because we have the second pot of money, which is the $6 million. Like, I guess my answer would be based off of how much we have left of that, I guess, because I'm already seeing like, oh, would you be willing to cut something? Like, I already saw that question. So I guess my question would be, how much money do we have left over when we fully fund these entities, and then base it possibly off of that?
Are you asking from the non-recurring amount?
Yeah.
Because the thing about the non-recurring amount is that if we use funds from there to fund anything like for the minimum wage increase, which is in the recurring budget, that money's not there, right? That's the one time. So like we need to avoid and not use any non-recurring funds from that second pot of money for the operational, because then that would be money that's not there next year, right? So that's just going to be a 1 year fix. We're going to have to cut that immediately. That's going to make it even more cuts. So we need to find the space within the operational for this. Chair Simila.
I guess mine's also kind of a question. Is there a way that we could do like a year and a half instead of just 1 or 2 years? Like just put like a little more in there, so that way next year we don't have to put out so much, and then we have at least a little bit of wiggle room kind of thing. So that way there's still like money there for them to use.
The answer to your question is yes, we could fund at 1.5. That is something that we could do. Is that something that we want to do? Let's hear that. President Greenaway and then Vice Chair Kringle.
So I'm going to disagree a little bit. Kylie, I think we should really focus on funding only 1 year. We were all elected into these roles to serve this current student body. While I understand setting aside OPS for 2 years in the future will help us better in the future. What I don't want to do is cut away student programming and student initiatives right now that our students are utilizing and will utilize in the next school year. I don't want to cut those things in order to just save, some OPS money down the line. So I would suggest and recommend only saving for 1 year. I think it's better than saving for 0 years. So that's my perspective on that.
I would definitely like to save at least for 1 year. But again, I think this is kind of, from like this way I see it, is something that we need to kind of discuss more down the line, just to determine how much we actually do have to save if we have that much too.
I'll go chairs Temple, then Yolum and Chili.
I'm probably going to have to agree with President Greenaway on this one because looking at potentially funding it from a year and a half, while I understand the prospect of that, I'm not quite sure how feasible that could be because that fund is supposed to be for minimum wage, I believe. So funding half a year's minimum wage just doesn't seem very feasible. But moreover, the student programming is actually a much graver concern as well. So if we could fund for a year, that would be probably the optimal, given that next year's budgeting committee will probably be able to find those funds, but I would like to hear more debate from the rest of the committee on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree and concur with President Greenaway and Senator Temple in that needs and priorities do change. We don't know what the enrollment numbers 2 years from now will be. We don't know to what level we will need to fund student programming. So I believe that we should go 1 year at a time and fund next year's minimum wage increase, but not after that. And with regards to funding a minimum wage increase for 1.5 years, again, I don't know how feasible that would be, because that would leave next year's budget committee having to think about half a year, which I'm not too knowledgeable on this, but the logistics of that could be complicated. So I do think we should fund the minimum wage increase for 1 year.
Real quick, before I call on the next two hands that I saw, I'm only hearing affirmation for the idea of 1 year minimum wage. Is there anything new being said? If not, if we're just going to be agreeing on the same thing, then we will move on. Comptroller Kane.
Yeah, I'd just like to bring up a point which I don't think has been discussed, which is that I believe, as students currently are paying these fees, those are the students that should be benefiting from the services. So I think that 1 year is feasible. Doing a preemptive cut and looking at down the line with recurring money that students are currently paying is essentially taking away money and taking away resources from students right now. And I don't think that is a fair way of handling things. So I'm in support of that 1 year.
Foster, did you? Okay. Borges.
This is just to help my general understanding. Do you know the percentage of this current fiscal year's budget that is pay? I know the previous year, I believe, was 51% of the budget was pay.
Total or just of the increase?
Total.
Comptroller Kane, if you could just run that real quick. I believe, well, actually, we have the budget plans we have from last year's. So if we pull up the budget plans, wait, I have it. Give me 1 second.
I do know, because I do have the numbers in terms of the increase, I do know that a vast majority of the requested increase is from OPS and salary increases. And that number is probably around 90% of total requested increases, but I don't have the total number.
On the budget plans Excel sheet, we have all of the 24-25 OPS and salary / utilities out. So it's 3.9 million OPS total. That's not just the increase. That's like all OPS being paid for, and all salaries is 6.6 million. So around 10 million of our budget, give or take a little bit, is of an 18.8 million is going to be all of that pay and OPS and utilities. Tracy Miller.
May I direct a question to Posey?
Yes.
Okay. So related back to when we asked about the budget cuts, you stated the IT services and supplies you were willing to cut a little bit. I don't recall what the number was. I have 55080, but I don't know if that was right.
$555,080. And the amount that I actually requested was $556,000.
Okay.
So that's a cut of $920.
So before we move on, so we did discuss having OPS, and I believe we all rather unanimously agreed to, it is in the best interest to fund OPS only for 1 year of increase. So to do that, I will need a motion, and how we're going to do motions amending lines is you're going to say motion to amend, and it's going to be the line number in column A of the Excel sheet. So for example, the activity and service fee specific projects is what this is going to be under. That's going to be line 5. So you'll say motion to amend line 5 to whatever the number is, and or decrease. You could actually just say decrease by, and I have the number in column J7 for what 1 year's of increases. So you'll just say decrease that line by this amount, and we will take care of that. And that's how it's going to be. And it'll be motion to and an amendment, and we'll have a vote on whether we want to accept that amendment or not. Comptroller King.
Motion to amend budget line 5 to 568,414.
Can you repeat that number, please?
568,414.
Was that 60 or 0 or 8?
568,414.
There's been a motion to amend line 5, activity and service fee repair and replacement specific projects, to $568,414. We're going to do voting procedures for this. Now, do we want to do speeches, questioning, and debate on it? If I could get a general no. Okay, we're just going to go into voting on it. So we're going to be in voting procedures now. Unless there's an objection.
If you all are okay with me not putting it up on the screen, that way we can just leave the presentations up. Voting is live. For those that are not senators, you should see yes, no, or abstain on your little thing. You can make your vote.
Oh, it's writing? How do you... All right, with vote count of 14 to 0, that amendment's been accepted. I will now have that there.
Ryan, I got it.
Yes.
Because we want to do
Awesome.
it on the committee line, not the request line.
You're right. I did type that. I was going to have to move that around. Chair Cimello.
Just a question. So the line that we are referring to is the line on the Excel, not on the document, correct?
So yes. So no. So for example, when you're referencing lines for amendments or anything like that, use the line numbers in column A, the line in the table. I was using the Excel reference to show you that the 293,414 and 50 cents, just so that you knew what that number was. But whenever we're referencing anything for amendments or anything, use the line number that's typed in. Does that help explain? Okay. Do we have any more debate, President Greenway?
Just, and it might turn into a question for Dr. Posey. So, telephone service is at $15,000. You know, that's a big chunk of money. Has there been any transition, you know, with Microsoft Teams potentially moving some of those meetings to, you know, making a Teams meeting? I'm just trying to think of some ways to lower some of these operations costs. I think I'm almost positive this past year, and Shane, correct me if I'm wrong, but did OSI and student government, we completely remove telephone services?
Shane.
So we didn't remove them. You'll see probably a $15,000 to $16,000 budget for IT in mind, but we did look at removing voicemail and removing phones that were not being utilized.
Okay. Has that been something that the office has looked at?
Yes. Actually, we only have phones for the coordinators, the coordinators themselves. At this point in time, because we do have a vacancy, we do not have that ACE phone. But we do have one at the front desk, which would be a total of 9. I have thought about removing the voicemail, but because students call in and they explain what their issue is, or if they have a question, they explain that. I think it would be probably not in the best interest to have phone messages left at the front desk because it's easily to misinterpret or not understand what someone is asking if you're not familiar with what the situation is. So I have, at this point in time, we still have our voicemail. As far as getting rid of phones, our phones, I believe, are tied directly to Teams. And when you don't have a phone, you can't call out. So, and we ran into that issue with the latest coordinator that came in at the beginning of the fiscal year. There was no phone, so you couldn't use Teams. So basically, we have to keep those.
Got it.
Any other further debate, discussion? Chair Simillo.
I know, at least for me as CRT chair, whenever somebody leaves a voicemail, I get sent it into my mail and I can read it. Kind of just something to state to everybody. And maybe that's something that we could just leave to the front office instead of have everybody do it, just because they can be forwarded those emails kind of thing. Because it is in like an email format, and then they can forward it to the corresponding person. But obviously that's something that we can discuss if we wanted to.
Any other debate for activity and service fee business office? If not, there's always a motion for the next entity. Temple.
I suppose seeing no further discussion on the business office, move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity, which would be Office of Student Involvement. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much, Dr. Posey. Shane, whenever you're ready, we will do 15 minutes for your presentation.
Perfect. Brody, are you pulling that up? Good morning, everyone. First off, I just want to thank you and echo Dr. Welch's statement and appreciate the work that you all do. I believe this is my 20th year of sitting through and being a part of these budget presentations, and I actually enjoy it quite a lot. It is neat to see you all as students in actions, making decisions and really determining the impact that your fee that students pay and where it goes. And so one, I want to echo that thought and say thank you for that process. Hopefully my presentation will not take 15 minutes. So hopefully we'll go a little quick and save some time since we lost a little bit on the fire alarm issue in the process. So my presentation is going to kind of go over the Office of Student Involvement and what we do. So I'm going to start off with kind of sharing the mission statement of OSI. So our mission statement is really to support student success and enhance the campus environment. And we do that through, we have 3 core principles that we'll talk about, which is connect, involve, and impact. And we do that by creating programs, services, student leadership opportunities, and other intentional environments that we create. So what is connect, involve, impact, and kind of those pillars of our philosophy? First is connect. We think that really one of the core things that we do is we connect students to each other, to campus, and to resources that promote a sense of belonging. At a school of 70,000, it is so critical for student success, for students to be able to find their home or create their niche here. And that's what we do through, whether it's the programs that we do, the helping to support the creation of student organizations, the events that the student agencies do. And really that is a huge factor in someone's success and graduation and retention from one year to the next in the process. So Connect is really kind of that first level. So when you talk about things like Pegasus Palooza and Welcome Week and kind of just connecting them to campus to begin with. The next phase is involve. And so what the next phase is really about kind of that next level of connection, but a deeper level. And that's by creating intentional opportunities that empower students to be active in their college experiences. For instance, LJ is here. we created late nights. Late nights is a very intentional programming opportunity that we created that has student leadership positions in it, that they get an opportunity now to create programs, facilitate programs, hold meetings, and they start to learn skills as a result of those. So like each of the agencies and even student government is this intentional environment that we as the university have created in the process. And so all of that, those connection points and getting students connected, the involvement and really having those opportunities to empower students to be active in their collegiate experience. By the way, this right here is an involvement, right? Like you guys are being actively engaged right now in what's happening with your feet in the process as students. And that leads to impact. So the first two help to really go to our third pillar, which is impact, is basically by being connected and by being involved, you as students are finding your voices, you're engaging in the community, and you're developing skills for success. It is amazing the amount of opportunities or amount of times that I talk to students who have been a part of OSI, and usually they don't realize it until 2 or 3 years after they leave, the amount that they have learned as a result of their experience within student organization leaderships, agency leaderships, and they come back to us and say, oh my gosh, this job that I had, this leadership position, this volunteer position that I had, it taught me so much and prepared for me to be successful in my career in other ways that other students who didn't have that same experience are. So how do we do that? I'm going to share next really kind of the core areas of what OSI does. First is student organization and student organization management. You'll see I've put some logos up here. So one of the things that OSI does is we're really an administrative and advisement and support area for a lot of the other student agencies that you will hear later today. I don't want to steal any of their thunder, so I'm not going to kind of go into all of the amazing things that they do, but I do want to share here's all the different things and areas that we support in OSI, including helping to support student government. So student organizations is one piece. So we've got Knights of the Round Table and the Hub. We do a lot of checking out of equipment that helps to save student organizations money from tents to chairs. Part of the Hub and part of our student org things, we let them make free copies in it. There's space within our office so they can have office space, they can store things. And so we do a lot of different things to support student organizations, in addition to the management piece and the re-registration and helping to do leadership development for them. Another big area of ours is the community outreach services and philanthropy. We now kind of call that area VCE, volunteer and community engagement. It is part of our office. It's located on the first floor, but that encompasses volunteer UCF. VCE covers volunteer UCF and like alternative break programs, but then we also have Nighthon, which is up in the OSI suite on the second floor, which does kind of philanthropy and kind of helping to raise money and creating that awareness. Events and programming is another huge area of what OSI does. Here's a lot of the areas that we support: Homecoming, Downtown Student Life, the Campus Activities Board, Graduate Student Life, Nights of the Connection, which is our Connect campuses that we still have students at that are taking classes there, Late Nights, Rosen Life. We don't have a logo for it, but we also support College of Medicine as another programming entity. And then we have our creative services area. So a lot of this is areas that tie a lot of what we do together. So like design group and helping to do the marketing and the flyers and all that for our agencies. OSI Productions, which does the video work. Sometimes if we do a concert, they're the ones running the screens, but they're also taking videos and producing video work and editing and doing a lot of that. And then Knights of the Turntable, which I think is one huge success story of OSI, but is really our DJ service. I don't know how many other schools across this country can say they have a DJ service, but this DJ service saves our agencies, saves student government, saves our student organizations and departments a ton of money. When you're talking about a DJ service that for a 4-hour event, we don't charge agencies because it's in our budget, but it's only costing us about $80 plus to do that event, where when we pay a DJ it's $100 because it's about 5 hours. If someone would rent a DJ somewhere else, they'd be paying $500 plus. So every time we do an event, we are saving a ton of money that if we had to outsource it to an outside vendor in the process. All right, so I'm just going to jump right into it. What you can see up here is a comparison. I'm not going to kind of stay on this slide very much because you have all of that in in your packet and on your spreadsheet. But the really big difference is our request is for about $99,000 more. So yes, it is an increase in what last year's budget was. But I think it's a pretty reasonable increase that we have asked for. I'm going to go through where each of those changes are and just kind of highlight where the difference is from year to year, because I think that's the most important piece for you. So one of the biggest is of that 99,000 is 19,000, a little over 19,000 is salaries. That's just with the university salary increases that were approved over the last year. OPS. So when I talk about OPS, you're going to see two numbers. On the budget spreadsheet here, you can see that it's about $14,000 currently over. But one thing I want to point out that we're having to do different in the A&SF business office, and they're mandating what finance and accounting is doing, is now we have to include, we've never had revenue in our line. This revenue is solely associated to nights of the turntables and to kind of some of the OSI production pieces. So this $13,000 that's revenue is offset later in a different budget, and OPS is one of those. So when I talk about OPS, really, even though it looks like it's a $14,000 increase with revenue, it is really only a $6,800 increase that we've asked for because of some of the revenue goes towards some of that. But part of that was a reduction in a GA and minimum wage. So reduction GA brought down, minimum wage brought it up. So it's not really changing a ton from where it was last year. Operations has a slight increase of about $4,800. Creative services looks like in the packet that it's a $5,000 increase, but it's really a zero because that's where the other part of the revenue goes. So that $13,000 revenue is offset in OPS and creative services because we use some of that money to when a DJ equipment, like when the sound system fails, we have to buy new speakers, we have to buy new cables, we have to buy new cords, and that's where some of that money goes to. The other places where we have asked for money is to continue to bring a little bit amount of money back to programming. One of the things that you're going to hear is that costs have gone up, right? So when costs go up, so is the cost for programming because our vendors are charging us more. For production for events, it's charging us more. So if we don't get increases in some of these, really our costs are going to go up, and we're going to have to, because the costs are going to go up, we're really going to have to start trimming and cutting anyways. So initially I have put in $20,000 additional for downtown to help support programming. That would just get them to where they were a year ago. So it's not actually, it's the same as what they had a year ago. Pegasus Palooza is an increase of $20,000. That's for two things. One is for a partial increase in the cost of production just to do the events that we do. The other is I have put $15,000 in that to create a spring Pegasus Palooza. We bring in a significant number of students, a lot of them transfer students, but even FTICs, and we don't do anything formal to welcome them like we do. So part of that is a $15,000 increase to create a more intentional, collaborative welcome week for those new students so they can feel welcome just like everyone else has in the fall. Knights of the Connection has a slight decrease based on the model and what we're working with it. Graduate programming, an increase of $12,500. That's kind of starting to get them back to where that budget was in line a couple years ago. Additional $15,000 in the College of Medicine. That would be to bring them back to the level that they were a year ago. They're kind of struggling to do some of the programs that they used to as they've had to cut and maintain within that budget that we cut last year out. And then an additional $1,000 for Rosen Life. They are continually doing amazing events out at Rosen Life, and they have figured out how to do it within their budget, but it is holding them back from doing more for those students that live there, and we have students that live there. So those are the big changes in it. I do want to talk about the one-time requests. We are asking for a one-time request of $300,000. Just so you know what that is for, that is to really replace the stained carpet. I don't know if you haven't walked through OSI lately, you should go through. I think there is like stains all over it. It might be actually kind of moldy. That carpet has been there for since Carrie was director. This was a Carrie project, and he has not been director for a while, so I think it's about 19 years old. And that's to not only replace the carpet, but also to redo the furniture and the cubicles. Most of those cubicles, a lot of them you can see like at the front desk, the white stuff is falling apart and it's breaking. It's outdated in the process. So that would do it both in the OSI suite and in the VCE suite downstairs. So those are the two spaces that have not been renovated. In order to make sure that this cost wasn't greater than $300,000, when I worked with Rick and the furniture company and them, we are going to still probably design in the design phase. We'll still use like our cabinets. Those cabinets are in really great shape and they don't really need to be replaced. It's more of the cubicle furniture and some of those other things. So we're looking at this $300,000 includes us reusing some of the stuff that we have that is perfectly fine and doesn't need to be replaced. And then, because I know the question is going to be asked, so I'm just going to answer it right off the bat. If I had to trim, where am I going to trim? I've thought long and hard about that, knowing where you're at. And I've given the numbers all over to Adam, so Adam can make the motion when he's ready, if it's something you want to do. But where I would trim is, I would first start by trimming $11,403.60 out of OPS. That would be getting rid of our DJ coordinator, so the person who does the coordination of scheduling the DJs, assigning the DJs, doing some of those. That responsibility, we would just work more efficiently and would put that responsibility on our graduate assistant in that area to do that work. And then I would start to trim back a little bit. What was that? It is $11,403. And then what I would do is I would probably trim back a little bit on what I added to the budget for the programming areas, but still providing them a little bit more to be able to offset that. So I would trim back downtown by $10,000. That still gives them $10,000 more than what they had last year. So it gives them the ability to start to work on those programs. The Pegasus Palooza line, I would go ahead and trim $5,000 out of that, which would, instead of $15,000 for the new welcome week event in the spring, it would give us $10,000, which gives us a starting point to do that. I would trim the $2,500 from the graduate student life, the graduate area, and then $5,000 from the College of Medicine. So that would give you a total of $33,903 additional dollars that I would feel comfortable.
The time for speeches has indeed elapsed. However, if you want the motion.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes.
There's been motion to extend the speeches for 5 minutes. Any objections?
So essentially that was it, but that gives you a little over $33,000 worth of cuts for OSI's area. So that would take what was our increase of $99,000 down to about $66,000, which is really taking on a majority of like the salary increases and other fixed costs.
And in addition to Vice Chair Kringle, I also have now those numbers. So we'll be able to do that. Or if you wish to make other cuts. But besides that, we are now in a period of questioning. Oh, hands galore. I'm going to go at-large Foster, Samillo, Borges, Temple, Yalmanchili.
So my question is just, I know that you're able to receive donations and other funding from other sources outside of A&SF. Do you have any kind of estimation as to what that donations and outside funding looks like, just so we can kind of have an idea?
So we do have the ability sometimes to reach some from a foundation account that we have. That foundation account, I would say last year, we probably brought in, I want to say it was probably around maybe 15,000 this year, so far this year. And one of the big things that we have only brought in about 7,000 to 8,000. So we brought in less this year than we did last year. But what that's sometimes used to do is to offset overages and expenses. And so for instance, with homecomings expenses this last year and doing some of the partnership and things like that, the foundation account that OSI has paid for it because their budget was cut last year, paid for the stage and the production to be at the fireworks festival last year. I don't know if those are things that because that eats away at those costs. So it's not a ton, it's just a little.
So then just for clarification, it's more of a stabilization fund is how you utilize it?
We do that, or for other like unique things that pop up that we didn't plan for, we've been able to do that for that.
Cheers, Mila.
Okay, so my first question, it's a two-parter. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, so with the Spring Pegasus Palooza, is this like a long-term goal or does it kind of depend on the turnout?
I think it is important that we do something to recognize and welcome those students. This has been something that in my area, we have been talked about for probably 3 years now. We just hadn't seen or had the money to be able to do it. But as our spring enrollment continues to be pretty significant, we think it's just important to start creating programs. 10,000 isn't going to do a whole lot. What it's going to do is probably create one program that's a welcome back program, but will also maybe give us a couple dollars to help market and push this. And then our office would then reach out to other areas to also plan events that we would then package together.
Okay, and then my follow-up is, I know that you mentioned cutting back the $5,000 towards this. Do you still think that this would be a good productive event with that cut, or do you believe that the money that you asked for would be the best and most beneficial for the students?
So knowing that we have never done it before, I think $10,000 is a good starting point, because I know that you all do have an obligation to be able to trim someplace. I want to be cognizant of that and give you that money. I'd rather take that 5,000 than trim more from one of the other programming areas that we've already seen a need in.
Chair Borges.
Can I do a follow-up regarding the spring peg and a different thing after that? So just regarding that, I was wondering if it's going to coincide with UC Fest, if you're planning on, if you receive the cut of the 5,000, would you try to just make that fill in some gaps?
So UC Fest is a completely separate program that's by CAB, and that doesn't happen at the same time frame. That's kind of really their CAB's spring wrap-up event and their major event. So they're two completely different programs. So they're separate.
Another follow-up, sorry. Yeah, I understand that. I was just wondering if I wasn't sure exactly when you were gonna do this. I just didn't know if you could somehow make the timelines add up more to make it more Pegasus Palooza like with all the events happening anyway.
So it's not going to be Pegasus. It's impossible for us to do a Pegasus Palooza like the fall is, because the cost, you'd have to be adding a significant more money to my budget and to CAB's in order to really even get there. So it is a welcome week, but it'll be a very different structure on how it is.
Cool, thank you. The other question, completely unrelated, in the budget packet in the OPS line, what row is that? Row 16, it says it's the KOT DJ, it says revenue, and it doesn't have it as negative, so I want to make sure that was in there correctly and that it wasn't put in there incorrectly. So in the OPS line, you would see it as positive. So right, we added the where is it? The $8,000 for the KOT DJ revenue. That's basically the amount of money that we would pay OPS to those DJs that are working the RSO events that are paid for and the departments ones that paid for. So really the cost of the KO or for the DJs is really going to cost us $24,000 over the year. I just noted it as revenue, so that way when you guys made a connection, it's actually not revenue in OPS, it's actually an expense, but I just put that in parentheses so that way you could kind of correlate with why I put the revenue in.
Chair Temple.
2 questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
All right. Morning, Shane. Can we go back to the slide that breaks down the costs, the requests, please? So those red numbers, are those decreases from prior year? Can we get clarification on this?
Yep.
All right. A second question, please.
Go ahead.
So I noticed that there is going to be a $1,500 decrease from OSI Assist and a decrease in Nights of the Connections. Can you please clarify as to why those cuts are being made to those particular areas?
Sure. The OSI Assist is just looking at the budget and what we're spending. So I just reflected kind of where we're at in the value of spending. I know last year I requested 4,500 and the committee increased it to 6,000. But we're really kind of trending at that 4,500 at this point in time. So I wanted to be more realistic to what we were spending in that. Nights of the Connection, One of the big changes in last year's budget that the committee approved is we made a big cut in that, but we also cut our OPS in pieces of that where we removed the staff. And so some of the Connect campuses are also shrinking in what they do in size. So part of that is a reflection of the size and scope of what we're doing on those campuses related to programming. So the cost in that budget is really for programming now and for programming and for free printing. So we pay for the free printing that's on those campuses that we have. But one of the biggest increases was since we don't have student staff over there, I don't have to have an office where I'm running an office and having to have like equipment or other things. So that's the reduction.
Chair Mitchell.
2 questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
So hello, Shane. You said that OSI is requesting $300,000 to replace outdated carpet and furniture / cubicles. Is that the most affordable price that you found, or could you spend less money to achieve that same objective?
So that number that we put together initially was done with Rick Felko for the building because he is more of an expert related to building. But we brought in a company that does furniture specs, and they basically said based on the number of workstations that you need, based on the type of things, they gave us those dollar figures. Could it theoretically could come in and be more, right? Because there's also, we're not going to be doing this work for a year. And so the cost of what we spec'd out may be more. I do know that we are looking at a higher level carpet than what's in like this charge on chamber. So it's a more durable carpet. The carpet that we were looking at is actually a cross between a laminate and a carpet. So it's its own category with like as a plastic, because the amount of wear and tear and carts and heavy equipment that we're tearing through that stuff. And it's also it's supposedly completely stain resistant. So some of the problems we're having with our carpet and maintenance of it. And so again, a lot of the costs that we got were estimates. But remember, this is for 2 spaces. So it's not just the OSI suite. It's also for the VC suite on downstairs. As we do it, we will be cost effective, but I think is realistic for working with those 2 areas. And we're already talking about reusing some of the stuff that is in perfectly good shape, like the storage containers, which could be a huge expense already.
Thank you. And my second question was, you said if you had to trim somewhere, one of the things would be a cut of 11,403 from OPS to remove the position of DJ coordinator, and that you would split the responsibilities to other positions and do it more efficiently. Do you think that would reduce the quality of DJ services provided on this campus, or would it stay about the same?
It would not reduce the quality of it. The person who's actually helping us do some of that is sitting right behind you. And I bet you she would agree that she can continue to function in her position and do that. And we would make sure that communication would still maintain at a high level.
Got it. Thank you.
I saw Foster, then Samillo.
I also have 2 questions.
Go ahead.
So my first question is just again related to those one-time expenses or the one-time requests. Do you have like a more itemized kind of listing of kind of those expenses?
Sure. Let me grab my phone because it's on my phone.
Would you be able to send that, if you just email it to me or something as well, so that we could look?
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll send it, but just to give you a sense of what we're talking about in it. And again, some of it is estimations. The carpet alone, I know that we were talking about $300,000 carpet. It's not $300,000 worth of carpet. And just so you know, the number I have is for the OSI suite only. And then basically I said, okay, now we're adding this space, so it would be a percentage of it. So to do the OSI space alone, and this is without us doing paint or doing signage, we didn't include that in there. The OSI suite actually comes to about 200, and the estimate is, why is that not coming up? Is about 210, but you're talking about having to do the carpet. You're having to talk about moving the furniture when they do the carpet. So there's costs associated with that. You're having to do the maintenance or the planning, the project planning. There's costs associated with that. There's electrical work, and then the cost of all the workstations, but I'll get that to you. So we do have a breakdown. So it wasn't like I just said 300,000. It's a magic number. We worked with Rick to get an estimate.
So then is the vast majority of that 300,000 still in the carpet then compared to the furniture? Or like the carpet and then moving furniture and all of those
So
kinds of
I would
things?
say that the furniture is about twice as expensive as the carpet. But I think it's good to point out that this also gives us an ability to rethink the use of that space, because that space, again, was designed 20 years ago. And so students don't operate and use the space the same way. Some of it is, but like, for instance, the RSO cubicles, we have an opportunity to rethink how that does. We do have some people student organizations that need it, but we may not need all of it and what they have. And hopefully I can save Brenda some money in this time, because we may not need all the computers that are in our space. And so hopefully her IT assessment in her world goes down as a result of us being able to get rid of some computers that aren't being used, because student orgs aren't using the cubicles or the computers. They just open their laptop up and sit at a desk and use that space there.
And then my other question would be related to the Spring Pegasus Palooza you're kind of referring to. You referred to it as a Spring Pegasus Palooza, but then said it would be kind of its own event. So do you kind of have any like framework or idea of what that would kind of look like as far as programming?
So the goal would be is one of the big marquee events that we do that I think is important is we do the knighting event, which is really kind of like a kind of a welcome to UCF for new students. And so a majority of that money would be to do a similar event, like a knighting and a welcome back event. There's already other events that we could capture as part of it. Like Court does a student org tabling thing already in January. So they would still be able to do kind of some of those. So we'd be able to capture some, but it would really be kind of creating a one marquee event to welcome students back. So it won't be just like the knighting, but it would probably be a little combination of the knighting and a little bit more of a fun, engaging event.
Cheers, Noel.
All right. Kind of two questions in one. So for your phone services, it's 16 grand. I just wanted to know if you believe that you use that to the full extent, and where are all the phones located that you use? Because I know they're kind of like spread out throughout the union and stuff.
Sure. So when you look at a lot of our operations and some of our OPS, that is not only supporting just OSI, but also student government. And so those phones are located in the OSI suite. They're located all of student government's phones. So the ones that are in the offices, those phones are also paid for it. And also the ones down in VCE, those are all taken care of from it. We did last year, our original budget for phones was something like $26,000 is what we were paying a year ago. When we realized we had to make some cuts for this year, we preemptively cut it. So that number is about $10,000 lower than what it used to. We reduced all the voicemail from all the individual phones, with the exception of our front desk phones, because those are the first point of contact, the phones that we advertise for people. So those ones still have voicemail in them. And actually, I get a report a couple of times a semester just to make sure that I look and review and make sure that we're paying for them. So that helps us reduce. It's about $10,000 less. And if y'all aren't using your phones and don't want your phones up in student government, I would be happy to cut more.
Do you have a follow-up with that, Chair? Okay. Well, Chair Temple, I saw you had your hand up earlier. Not anymore. President Greenway.
Hi, Shane. A question about downtown, and then if you want to defer maybe to Olivia back here as well. But what has been, the impact on that initial cut last year, and how could, replenishing some of these funds really help out in terms of programming and, their initiatives that they're doing down there?
I'm going to refer to Olivia and Ashley, who are sitting right behind you. They would be better able to kind of talk about what an additional $10,000 worth of funds would help them out with.
Okay, so hi everyone. So the initial $10,000 cut last year was that when we were making events, we had to kind of utilize Valencia more. So a lot of UCF events didn't make it downtown because we just didn't have the funds, we couldn't accommodate it, and we also didn't have a coordinator. So we kind of solely depended on the Valencia events, which kind of pushed UCF students to not come downtown as often. They weren't pushing to come to class downtown. They just wanted to be on main campus because we couldn't provide for them. So the increase would kind of allow us to create more UCF events. I know we kind of spoke back and forth forth with Shane about seeing how we can like involve downtown with like Pegasus Palooza or even like a welcome back event, because all the welcome back events are like more pushed towards Valencia students because they do pay for the welcome back week. But the increase will kind of allow UCF students to come downtown, because we did see kind of like a progressive start once we started to have more UCF events downtown, but like that increase will kind of push for more UCF events and more students to come back downtown compared to before.
And I'd add from the staff perspective, actually last week sat in our OSI staff meeting to talk about what more collaborations would look like with other student agencies downtown. And we're looking at making sure we're broadening the student experience there. They just did a downtown student experience survey to ask students, what are they looking for? What more opportunities do they want? And so we're still going through some of that feedback. I think they had over 700 responses, and a good amount of that was engagement opportunities. And so it kind of filters right into the direction of what the entire downtown campus is doing, but also like specifically within OSI and other collaborative opportunities.
Okay, I'm gonna go Vice Chair Morissette, Vice Chair Hall, and then Vice President Smith.
Would you say you utilize the full amount of your scholarships and fellowships of the 54,000?
What was the question?
Would you say you utilize the full amount on your operations budget, the 54,000 for your scholarships and fellowships? Would you say you utilize the full amount?
Yes, what that's for is for the graduate assistants. So we actually have two lines in our budget that pay for those graduate assistants. One is in OPS, which is their stipend. The other is when we hire a graduate assistant, we're required to pay them $14,000 a year related to the stipend. And then we are required to kind of pay 9 hours of tuition, and that works out to their 9 hours of tuition per semester. And actually, we reduced the number of graduate assistants in last year's budget. So we're working off of a reduced number than previous.
Hi, Shane. My question is kind of going back to the spring Pegasus Palooza. So I know, like you mentioned earlier, that like it would kind of be like your vision for it is kind of like a replication of the knighting, and then you'll kind of like incorporate that with like a courts involvement week, or like because they have like the involvement week in January. So like if you wanted to do like a week welcome week, would the rest of the events fall on the agencies to plan those events, and like how would that work with like us presenting our budgets like tomorrow, and like kind of what we have to like essentially what we have to request more, would we get support from OSI for those events for that week, if that makes sense?
So the goal would be in we have to still figure this out. So one is, am I going to have money to be able to do it? Because I think it's important to do it. But two, we're not relying just on, it would be nice to see the agencies be a part of it, but it may also not have to be in a 1 week. It could be we're welcoming you back, and we do this one event early on in the beginning, but then if there's a late nights that's happening later in January because you do a monthly event, we advertise that as kind of like part of that event or courts event that already exists. It's not asking them more. But one thing that's also important is we have a large number of transfer students that are coming in. So we would be weighing on transfer and transition services and Bernard's area to see what can they provide and what other departments. It would be looking at not asking you all to necessarily do more, maybe what you have, to see what we can wrap into the marketing of it, but then asking other departments what can they do and things like that. So I wouldn't be asking for more at this point in time from that.
Hi, Shane. Could you talk about how the increase in graduate outreach and the medical school programming, that increase, what would you bring back or improve from those different programs or areas?
Sure. So let me talk about the College of Medicine money first. And so with the cut, we would be bringing back part of it, not completely with it. With the College of Medicine, we provide this money, and they work with like a student council down there to determine how much money goes to where. And the way College of Medicine works is a little bit unique and different. They do not have registered student organizations down there. They have recognized student groups because their organizations come and go based on the interest of the students that are at the College of Medicine. So this program goes to fund some of like those events, which they cannot come to student government to fund because they are not technically registered student organizations, because it's a little different. So they have a council that determines what programming is happening down there and where those funds will go. I will tell you is taking a $15,000 cut was pretty big for them. They right now are scrambling with the 45,000 to try to figure out how to do some of the things that they've done and trying to be creative in doing that. And they've had to cut something, so it will bring some of their programming up. And that's why I said, even though I initially requested 15, if you give them 10,000 more, at least it's a little bit to help. You guys don't have a ton of money to give everywhere, so that's why I would start with a slow increase. In the graduate student life, they were originally working off of a $30,000 budget over a year ago in that process. And so a couple of the places of expansion that money would go to in working with them is the programs downtown. There's a significant number of graduate student programs downtown. So it would be looking at potentially having using some of that money to create some programs for the graduate students that are downtown and those programs. But also outside of the College of Medicine, the Lake Nona Health Services Campus, which is something we're going to have to probably address as we move forward in the future. And it may be me reallocating money from Knights of the Connection to that, is with them building that nursing building and expanding that down there. It is not just, even though we call it the College of Medicine, it is not just the College of Medicine that's down there. There's a lot of other programs, including graduate programs. So part of that money will also be to increase and to start putting some programs down there for graduate students that is separate of College of Medicine. So they're two different things that are happening down there.
We'll go Kringle, Borges, Samillo.
For your professional development line item, what exactly are you going to spend that 22,000 on?
So that goes to a variety of different things. Part of it goes to, we do a retreat for all of the OSI student leaders that we have in May timeframe. So all of the new student leaders, they go to that. And so it's like it's a 2-day kind of retreat to kind of get them started in their leadership position. And so we do workshops, things like that, but there's costs of breakfast, lunch, we do a social thing to get them together and to collaborate. So a big chunk of that goes to there. The other pieces of it is to do staff retreats. OSI has 14 full-time staff members and 7 graduate assistants to be able to do retreats and to do things to get us on the same page so we can be there to support each other. But in addition to it, it also provides travel funding for professional staff to go to professional development conferences. And so not everyone is getting to go to something every year because we can't afford that with that budget. And cost of traveling, as you all know, when you fund CRTs and they come tell you how expensive some of that can be. So it could be sending, like helping to fund our advisor that goes with our campus activities board students and our late night students to the National Association of Campus Activities Conference. We pay for that. Maxwell last year went with Nighthon student board to do that. And so like then the agency, we try to reduce the amount that the agencies are having to pay for their advisor to go with them to do that. But then there's also other professional development for me to go and our other staff to go. So that's where the big chunk of that is, but it doesn't send everyone every year. We have to kind of pick and choose.
Chair Borges.
So this is about free printing. So the downtown free printing is being maintained at $15K. Same as the 22-23 year. While I know obviously free printing took a big hit on main campus, and then I don't have the numbers from this past 22-23, but I have 21-22. There was a version of $13,844.13 of printing just from downtown. I was wondering if we need to keep it at 15. Would you take 5 off of that? Would you take more off of that? How much?
So that is one of the cuts when they had to make their cuts last year, because last year when we did the downtown budget, the committee cut $20,000 off their budget. And so part of that was kind of those cuts and those types of things. So it would be hard for me now, only being kind of 4 months into the year, saying whether it could take an additional cut again next year. That I'd have to go look at the numbers, but there are some fixed expenses, and it's not just about the number of copies that people make, because we have to rent those copiers that's in there. So I pay the monthly rent for it, and so I hear where you're asking the question. I don't have a number to say, could we trim that? But that was one of the areas when we had to take the 20,000 that we looked at to reduce the impact on student programs and student facing things that we were able to make that work.
Follow up?
Yeah, it's related. It's same printing, different area.
Go ahead.
That's okay. So this is regarding the Connect campuses. So in 21-22, as I again don't have the 22-23 numbers, they only used about $2,000 towards their printing. Would that be another area where I know obviously you just said, we're only a few months in, you wouldn't really know, you don't have the numbers from last year, just like I don't. But would you be open to that at all?
So if that's something you want to cut, but we are adding printers to other areas that hadn't had it in the past. There's at one or two campuses that we just added printers to. So our cost is going to go up from what that budget area that you're seeing.
Chair Simillo,
I have two.
go ahead.
Okay. So I don't know if you want to direct this to Ashley, but related to downtown budget and how will you account for the amount of UCF students that are coming and ensure that the A&SF funds are only going to UCF students?
So the funding that comes downtown is a bit different. First, our budget is split between both Valencia and UCF student development / ASF funds. And so for any event that we host, both institutions put in money for it, right? And just so you all have context of the downtown campus is considered a blended model, right? So we have both downtown and Valencia College, UCF downtown and Valencia College students that are present. And so the goal of that campus is to make sure that it's a seamless and blended experience, right? So most events that we have, since both institutions put money towards it, we don't say like UCF paid for this particular food ticket, therefore only a UCF student gets this, right? Because the idea, especially with the partnership that we have with Valencia College through Direct Connect and a couple other areas, is to make it so that those students are going to migrate and become UCF students in the future, right? So there's never an experience where we want to make them feel othered, because that kind of defeats that purpose, right? And so we make sure both institutions put money towards every single event that we host, so that when it comes to time of the event, if a student, regardless of which institution they're primarily enrolled in, they have a chance to partake, right? So there's never an instance where we're saying, okay, my UCF dollar paid for Nitro, and therefore this student is only getting a picture with Nitro if they are a UCF student, right? It's also Valencia. So if we are hosting an event, which we rarely do through Downtown Student Life Funds, that is solely funded by one area, then we make it known that only UCF students can attend that. But again, I can't even think of an event that we host through that fund or through those funds that's the case, because that campus is meant to be a blended and seamless experience.
All right. And then the other question is related to the Knights of the Round Table. Have you communicated with them and the coordinator about the position being removed?
Yes.
And what do they have to say?
When I was talking to them related to the budget and potentially looking at areas, like all of their areas, because I talked to them about the creative service budget plus the OPS and things like that. And I asked if there's an area that we did. They said this was one of the positions that we could remove that would have no impact, or little to no impact. There's impact, but.
Following. So related to that position, has there been any training to be the coordinator, and will that be passed on to the graduate student?
So essentially, just so you know, that's how we're operating right now. So we are operating it without a coordinator, and the GA has assumed it because we hadn't hired one. And as we shifted that responsibility, so currently the way we are operating now is the model that I've shared without that position. It was interesting because a lot of the people that we recruit to be DJs want to be a DJ and want to get paid as a DJ, and our DJs, because they only work every so often, we pay them at a little bit higher of a rate for their service. It's $20 an hour is what they get paid. And we didn't want a DJ to also be the coordinator, because then they are determining who gets the jobs. So for a conflict of interest. So the way we're already operating is the way I've given it to you.
Is that a follow-up or is that set? Okay.
Related to a graduate student in the future, after the one present like graduates or such, do you plan on continuing this to the following?
Yes.
Vice Chair Morissette.
I know you stated earlier that you want to add back to the Rosen budget, but you said that they were like operating fine and being really efficient with the budget they previously had, but you want to add to it. Can you kind of expand on the type of conversations you've had with them in terms of like the more they would do with the addition to the budget that you want to add?
I don't necessarily have that because I was working with the assistant director that works with that area, and she advises them in that process. But you could probably, you have a Rosen student who's here all the time that could talk about the potentially the desire to have more programs, because the cost is also going up too.
Coincidentally, Chair Borges.
I'll just clarify that I have some mixed feelings. Let's throw that out there before I say any other things. But from what I've heard, without any objectively, is that they, at least in the past, at the end of the year, do their best to spend as much money as possible, in their words, to just get the funds used and not revert, so that we don't decrease them in this process. However, flip side, what Shane's saying is correct. They do say that they need more money to do more programs. We can go into their programs. I have a list of their programs and other things if you want to talk about them and discuss them, like debate and stuff. Whether or not that's needed, that's up to us. So
go ahead.
So you have like the list of their programs. I mean, obviously I'm not expecting you to, but you don't have kind of like the breakdown of probably how much they cost as well.
I don't have the budget from 22-23. We don't have the A&SF financials for that. The list that I have is just, I keep track and I talk to them. I know some of the directors, just the list of events. The list that I have is just, I kind of picked high expense items that I saw and just kind of kept track of like how much an event would normally cost and how many events they're doing overall. Not exactly, oh, we need money to do this event we can't do or something like that.
And then Chair Borges, you had your hand up earlier.
Yes, I'm so sorry. What was I going to ask? Oh, okay. So no one Kensington left. That left the vacant assistant director position. I'm assuming that's still the vacant one.
Yep.
No.
No, that is.
Yeah. Okay. So when do you plan to have that filled? Have there been applications out? Did someone apply? Is that not being filled? Is it being filled when?
The goal is to fill that position. Because the office has structured a little bit different with how some of the things have worked, with like how we're working with graduate outreach programs, how we're working with kind of the Connect campuses. We put a pause on hiring it right away because what we wanted to do was to review it to make sure that it is focused on the support that we need. I would tell you right now is our team, including Chantel, who's sitting in the back, and others, are working overtime and extra hours as a result to do the work that position would do. So we're just trying to finalize some of what would the position do now that it's vacant. So we just don't hire it as what it was, to be more intentional about it. So yes, we will be moving forward with hiring it. Typically, my guess is that will take us a little bit longer, but it should be filled by the time that we get to the new year, if not sooner, or the new fiscal year.
Vice Chair Kringle.
Just because this topic now interests me, how many telephones would you say that that you have underneath your department?
Oh,
like what exactly? Who uses these telephones like overall?
So we have all of the 14 full-time staff members have a phone. We have a phone at all of our front desk areas. So we have a phone in the OSI front desk, and actually we have 2 phone lines there because if one call's coming in, it doesn't just give a busy signal, it actually will call in so we can have a secondary person pick up. We also have the front desk phone in OSI or student government, and then we have the phones that are in the offices. I think we removed most of the phones. I think we left there was a bunch of phones that we removed, but we have a couple in the general area that are still there. This last year, we just removed the agency phones because they indicated that they weren't using them. So like in the agencies, they don't have them, but in the GA's office, we do have a phone line. So it's mostly for the full-time staff with a couple other general use and front desk areas.
Do you have any follow-up? Or is that it? Okay.
And I could give you an exact number at some point in time if you wanted an exact number.
Oh, speaking of exacts, would you be able to email me the one-time expense information?
Yeah.
That stuff. And then at-large Foster.
Circling back to one-time expenses, 2 questions.
You may.
So first question is just, are these all changes that would need to be done like at one time with the project, or is that what you're looking into doing, or would you consider doing like OSI and VCE separately?
So I would refer to kind of Rick, who is maybe a little bit more of an expert from a building perspective. I know that if we're going to do OSI's space, we would want to do the furniture and everything at once, because you'd be taking out furniture, putting carpet in, then bringing in. It just makes more sense from a perspective. And if we're going to be painting the walls, like getting things out and do that in a very coordinated, strategic mannerism. I know that the VCE space is also in the same kind of shape. It's got the same, these 2 areas have the oldest carpet in the building. I think that's the only carpet that hasn't been replaced at any point in time. So that would be, we theoretically could, but I also want to make sure that the students down in VCE don't feel like, oh, they got it, the suite up, all the new furniture, and they got new carpet up here, but we're still left and feel like they're not as valued and as important. And I know that that's not what you're trying to say, but sometimes students feel that way.
And then my other question being, have other students in the office indicated, I know you had mentioned like restructuring how the office is laid out and things like that. I know some organizations like utilize like the dual monitors or utilize their spaces for one-on-ones. Kind of like, have they given any indication of wanting a new workspace, or like how that would impact them, like kind of what the impact on the students is?
So if you approve funding for it, those are all conversations that would occur. It's not, we didn't start with those conversations. One thing that's going to be important is that the agencies that are in there will still have some space that they can identify and be able to identify, this is the late night space, this is the homecoming space, this is that. If you approve the funding, that's when we would start to get into the talking about what does the design look, what does the space utilization look like, what are the needs of everyone, how have those changed, how have they not changed. So students will be involved in that process moving forward. This is the estimate on how much it would cost to redo the furniture in there. It's not here's the set design, boom, you get it.
I saw Chair Temple, so we'll go Chair Temple, Vice Chair Hall, and then Chair Borges.
Probably have a curiosity. How long would this whole refurbishment take, like just by the estimations alone?
Rick?
Good morning, everyone. Not very long. I think most of the stuff we're talking about, it's just lead items on furniture. So from the time, it might be 3 months of design, because again, as Shane mentioned, you'd want to run some designs through people and have some students look at different options. The carpet's going to be mostly off the shelf, and the furniture, because it's state contract furniture, will ship on a slow boat from China, which is our typical standing term, and usually be about a 12-week lead item. So 6 months start to finish, something like that, I would guess.
And the goal is to minimize the downtime. So we coordinate it very, very closely, because we're going to end up having to displace cubicles and people working when it gets done. So the goal is how do we coordinate all of those things together, so that way we pull equipment, do furniture, do cubicles, so that time is a lot less of downtime.
Yes, to clarify, the actual time of working in OSI would be probably 2 weeks, something like that.
Vice Chair Hall.
Going back to the position for like Kensington's position, what areas would that position oversee? Like, would it oversee like the connection and like this like satellite campuses, or like would they assist with like the graduate programs, kind of like what he did before? Just like, cause I know we like got rid of those programs, but would it still kind of be like under that position?
So we haven't necessarily got rid of those programs. We've revisioned on how we do it. And that's the goal of what we're finalizing right now, is what would they do? Right now, student organization management support, that is a key component that it would still do. Right now, that is a huge area that continues to need support. So that would be a big chunk of what its responsibility would be to do that. We've also talked a little bit, we're just kind of fine tuning it, like what are the other areas that now that we've had to shift who's doing what and working with, where are the gaps, and that. Part of it would be kind of helping out with some of the leadership development. So providing some consistent training and someone who can coordinate like the student leadership retreats and training for GAs and things like that. Certain things that we really desperately would help to have someone that can coordinate that. But so it is still a work in progress, but student organization management is going to be the key piece. And compared to our peer institutions, even with that being that, we still have significantly less people doing student org work than most of our state institutions do.
Chair Borges.
So I know there was a time last year without your admin assistant one. How are those duties distributed? And then with the assistant director being filled, just as a person that is vacant, and then you guys have to distribute your duties, would it be necessary to still have that admin assistant? Are the duties very much you need both of these people to truly function properly?
Yeah, and the admin positions are all filled, so those aren't vacant. And yes, the work that the assistant director would do is significantly different than the work that the administrative assistant is doing. Right now, there are certain things like I am spending my time doing and helping out with student organization management that I need to free my time up so I can support other areas the way it needs to. So right now it's an all hands on deck for our world to kind of who's picking up different responsibilities that person was doing. And it is putting a strain on the team to not have that position filled.
Are there any other questions at the moment? Chair Borges.
Sorry, I think my last one related to downtown. I see there's 3 paid student positions. I just wanted, I guess, input on like the differences between the 3, while 3 need to be paid at the amount of weeks that they are.
So yes, the first position is our co-director, our student director, and the other 2 can switch between being either our marketing coordinator or our programming coordinator. Currently, we have a marketing coordinator and a programming coordinator in that role. But in terms of the number of weeks that they are paid, I think it's the same that goes for the rest of the student leaders and like that division between student directors and things like that. For our board, I would say we lost a position last year on the UCF side. It's supposed to be balanced. So the board is also split because it's a culmination of what the campus is supposed to represent. So we have 4 Valencia students that are paid and on that board. And then now we have 3. We used to have 4 UCF students on that board. So the work that they do, I would say as the primary programming entity on campus, I think it's important for those positions to be paid because they do most of it, right, currently in terms of engagement opportunities on campus. And what we don't want to do, again, with the idea of what the campus is like, student leaders at Valencia are paid, all of them, right? So you can imagine the difference in experiences if only maybe the co-director is paid on the UCF end and then the programming and or marketing coordinator isn't paid while all of the student leaders on the Valencia end are paid, right? Because that inequity in experiences would not be good, right, for the students that are on that board. So there are a couple of pieces to that, but we have decreased the amount of UCF students we had that board from last year's budget cuts from 4 to 3.
So just to add a little more clarity, when we embarked on this downtown project years ago, we created a very much a shared model in the student engagement world, where Valencia and UCF are kind of matching resources. So the board down there, and it's interesting because all of Valencia's student positions are all paid, where a lot of times ours are not. But we felt like it was important to kind of match that, so we didn't have a UCF student in a position that their Valencia counterpart that was doing a similar position on the same board wasn't getting paid. So that's matched. And just so you know, and the questions coming up, when our positions don't pay for Valencia students, our positions pay for UCF students. We hire UCF students in those positions. It's not like we hire just a Valencia student because we're looking for them. So it is shared, the same number of Valencia and UCF students there. So it's kind of a shared approach. And that's the same way with the downtown budget with programming. Valencia brings money into programming, UCF brings money into programming, and we share that. So that's why it's collaborative.
Chair Samillo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Anybody wishing to debate? This is also just so people do know, I guess if I didn't clarify before, this is where you do make motions to adjust lines, and it only happens in debate. But if you're going to make a motion, I'd like you to first announce that you're going to do it, so that, because we're not going to do any speeches, questioning, debate on every amendment, just generate some discussion before you make that motion. And then I'll go Vice President Smith first.
Wait, so make the motion after you debate?
Yeah, like bring up what you like. Don't make the motion first. Say that you want to make this motion so that we can discuss the money that you want to do, because I'm not going to do speeches, questioning, debate, and go through that whole process just for an amendment.
Okay, I'm just going to say what I want to say, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so I wanted to amend line 83 for Pegasus Palooza to 10,000 instead. I think it's a great number to start off with, so that Shane can see what works and what doesn't work, so we can find some cuts in other areas as well.
You want to amend my line 90, Pegasus Palooza?
Yeah, so the increase would be instead of 15,000 to 10,000. That makes sense.
Okay, so anybody have any thoughts on that specific? Chair Samillo.
I do believe after discussion with Shane about this event, I do believe that when I asked him about if he thinks that the cut of the 5,000 would still have a productive event, he did say that it's a good starting point with the 10,000, since it is such a new event and such a new thing that we're putting on. So I do believe making that cut of the 5,000 would be something that we could look at, so that way we could kind of allocate that money elsewhere until we kind of get our foot feeding ready to figure out Pegasus Palooza in the spring. I do think it is a great idea. There are a lot of students who come in and don't really know what's going on, especially transfer students. And I think this is a great opportunity. So I don't think we should get rid of it. But I do believe taking that $5,000 cut would be a good idea.
Comptroller King.
Motion to move to vote?
We don't have a vote yet right now. We're discussing it. And then once it seems like everybody agrees, I was going to prompt Vice President Smith to make the motion. But it seems like we have some.
So I'm sorry, I said it wrong. So on line 90,
yes.
To amend it from 90 to 92.5 to 82.5.
Is that you're going to make that motion now?
Yes, that motion.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend line 90 Pegasus Palooza under Office of Student Involvement from 92,500 to 82,500. Are there any objections?
I object.
Okay, there are some objections. Do you withdraw? Okay, let's go, Chair Samillo.
Okay. I believe we just talked about it being a $5,000 cut, not a $10,000 cut. So you can make it again, but just not $10,000. At least that was what I understood from discussion.
Vice President Smith.
Let's do that.
Okay, so I'm going to assume there's a motion to reduce line 90 by $5,000. Are there any objections to that motion? Okay, so we'll go into voting on this. It passes 15-0-0. Okay, Chair Samillo.
All right. Next thing I kind of wanted to discuss was the OPS regarding the position of the coordinator. Obviously, this position isn't even being filled right now, and the graduate student already kind of took up that responsibility. So I believe that saving that $11,403 would be a good benefit for us, and that we can kind of allocate other places. So if we wanted to discuss a little bit about taking that trim and moving forward with that.
Paul?
I definitely agree. Having worked with Kaylee, I think she does a great job coordinating all the DJs. It's I can imagine be a difficult job, but I think she handled it well. So I think the future GAs having that incorporated in their position, I think could could benefit. Also, there's also other people in the OSI can also assist with that in case it does get more challenging. So I agree with taking that cut for the OPS.
Okay. Temple?
Yeah, I'm also looking at it from more Shane put it, an efficiency perspective, because that does kind of cut off, pardon my phrasing of this, a little bit of dead weight off this. So I do think that removing that particular OPS line amount would probably do some benefit for us and would help allow us to reallocate more money than just the 5,000 we just trimmed off.
So for a thought I just had is if we are going to be discussing all of the cuts that were suggested or offered, instead of just making it a separate amendment for all of those, because I also have the numbers, I can write out whatever other numbers. We're discussing this right now for the OPS. Let's continue that or whatever anybody else wanted to say. But like, if we're going to do those motions, we'll just bulk them up. So, and I'll keep track of that as well. Just a thought, Yamachili.
Yeah, so Shane did say that removing this position wasn't going to, impact the quality of DJ services, that OSI was performing this task fairly well, and the graduate assistant had taken up this duty. There seems to be no indication that the quality of DJ services will get any lower. So I support this, and I think it's a good idea that these $11,403 be allocated somewhere else. And so based on current committee discussion, there seems to be a consensus on that.
Chair Simula.
Just to kind of ask, so it would be line 79 from 423,529 to 412,126.
Real quick, am I looking at a not up to date? Because for me, it is line 86. Am I, Brody? Where's the discussion?
No, yeah, that's correct. I think refresh it, because I think 79 is probably what it was before we added the ticket center in.
Yeah, everybody refresh especially if it's like open up in a tab on the browser. If you're like doing it to that, definitely everybody refresh your budget bill. But I have, it's line 86 OPS. We're talking about that line. I'll go Chair Yalman-Chili and then Chair Temple.
Can I make a motion?
Are you just going to a motion for the OPS change?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. So motion to amend, I believe, line 86 from 423,529 to 412,126.
That is, and you did the math,
Yes.
11,403 and 60 cents.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. That motion has been put forward to amend line 86. Are there any objections? Seeing none, let's get to voting. $14 in favor, 0-0. Passes. We are still in debate on OSI. Comptroller Kane.
I would like to put forward the remainder of the changes suggested by Shane for discussion and then vote. Real quick, I think that this is pretty straightforward. Using the cuts that Shane proposed, we are actually cutting OSI's increase by a little bit more than the average that's required across the board. So thank you, Shane, for those very helpful suggestions. I think it's very straightforward. He knows what is needed in his department to be efficient. And with that insight, I think that we should just move forward with all of the proposed changes and get it done with.
And to refresh everybody, just in case, the OPS and the Pegasus Palooza changes have been made, but the rest of the changes that were listed is downtown by 10,000, reducing downtown by 10,000, the graduate line by 2,500, and the med school line by 5,000. Chair Sinala.
I'm going to talk about two of them that I don't really believe that the amount that we would cut would be very beneficial. Just downtown, after kind of hearing what they had to say, I do believe that they can take a cut, but I wouldn't say the 10,000. I feel like that's a lot. And I feel like downtown should be able to hold at least more events. I feel like there's not many things that we see from them. I don't know how I feel about cutting the 10,000, but if they're comfortable with it, then sure. Again, with the med one, I know Shane kind of talked about how it was just kind of going back up to what it was and that they are struggling a little bit. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and that's it.
Chair Borges.
Can I move for a non-committee member to speak? Is that what you'd allow this right now?
So move for a non-committee member to speak?
Yeah, being Shane.
Oh, Shane is able to.
Just making
So
yeah.
So I just want to share is that everything that you're doing as you make cuts is a cut to my original request. It is actually still, each of those areas would be based on, if you make that cut to my budget request, would still be getting additional funds. So it's not, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we're not actually cutting what they're getting. So College of Medicine would actually be getting 10,000 more than what they're currently operating off of this year. Downtown would be actually getting $10,000 more than what they're currently operating off of this year. Graduate outreach, the way we're restructuring it, would get additional funds. And so I just want to make sure that as you still determine what number you all want, but this would still be actually an increase in what they've got. So they'll be actually able to do some more programs. It's just a reduction of my request.
We are still in debate. Vice Chair Kringle.
Yeah, looking at these numbers, I do think I agree with Smillo. I would like to see downtown not cut as much, but at the same time, I would like also wait on these. These are actual student outreach programs that I think would have great benefits on these campuses, and the opportunities they offer, not just to ours, but like downtown said, to other students to transfer to UCF. So honestly, I'd like to see if we could possibly hold off on cutting these until sometime later today or even tomorrow to see what we actually need to cut first.
Chair Borges.
It's actually a question for you. Are you able to get us, I know like obviously we'd work with Dr. Posey, to get all the reversions from last fiscal year since we don't have access on the financials website?
Say that again for Dr. Posey.
Yeah, so since the financial website doesn't have last fiscal year, if we were able to get all the reversions from that so we can compare and see, if these funds were used the previous fiscal year, because we can't really see now because it just started not that long ago.
The button in the middle. There, thank you.
Yes, I can request that we get a report run from a budget analyst for last fiscal year. I believe that may have been done already. I will double check. If not, I'll just go ahead and ask that the report be run, and then you can see what was actually spent and what was the remainder.
Thank you. Chair Miller.
Again, gonna stick with what I said. I do believe that we should wait on these until at least we get the reversions. That way we can see if these things are actually not being used, because this is actual student benefited like events and things that are happening. Even though we are mostly like main campus, we're all here on main campus. Downtown, the College of Medicine, these are all also UCF campuses. And I do believe that the students there can benefit as much as we can from events and other things being held. I believe that we should maybe hold off on at least cutting those two until we see what the reversions are, just because this is like hand on hand.
Comptroller King.
So two things. First of all, I think it's definitely important to understand that a lot of these entities every entity's request increases, and not every entity is going to tell us here's areas where we could see reduction in those increases. I think taking that advice into account is very important, considering that we're currently $372,000 over. That's just something to keep in mind. At the end of the day, if we do end up cutting increases across the board from all the different agencies, and I do think we're going to have more difficulty with certain ones. If we end up doing that and we have leftover money, that's something we can revisit. But I think right now, this does make a small chunk of that 372,000 go away, which is about 10% of it. So that is helpful. And I think that's just something to keep in mind.
Chair Samillo.
Can we table this idea until we figure out what the reversions are of like seeing all of them?
We could move on.
Like, can we just move on to different debate? I feel like we should wait until we get the reversion numbers to at least see if it reflects that they're not using the money, and then we can move forward with that.
President Greenaway.
Just something in terms of the reversion rates, and Shane, maybe you can jump in here. I know last year Shane advised a lot of agencies, departments, and student government entities to try to revert as much as possible with the large cut. I'm not sure if you want to jump something along those lines.
That would have been not the last year's budget. It would have been the one previous to that,
Okay.
because we were talking about COVID and COVID expenditure. But I will tell you is your reversion numbers are going to be very interesting and wonky. Partly because even as a director, with Workday being implemented and not the lack of the A&SF database, we sometimes had no idea what we had spent. And so there was some cautiousness, and I don't know if this is along everyone's, but OSI did revert a significant amount of money. But a lot of that, and that's OSI with all of OSI's entities. But a lot of that was because we just didn't know how much money we had because we were trying to figure that out. So it's going to be a little interesting and wonky to figure that out, because I think there was a higher reversion rate than we would have liked to have seen, but that was partly because it was hard to get numbers to determine how much had been spent. So we were cautious that we didn't spend too much. Or didn't overspend either.
Brody.
If I can, just along with that, I think towards the second half of last year, I think this might be what Brandon was kind of getting to, is knowing there were going to be big cuts for this year that we're in now. Like, we pulled all the phones in January or February or sometime. So there was 3 or 4 months of lower expenses because we knew we were going to have to make the cuts in July anyway. So we kind of just started that process. So yeah, that's going to affect your reversion numbers.
Vice President Smith.
With Jeremy's motion, could we amend it, instead of it being a $10,000 cut for downtown, being at 5,000? So the new total would be 132,602.
So cut an additional 5,000.
No, it would be, instead of 10,000, it would be 5,000 instead. So
was that motion made?
We just made it.
Oh, you did just make it? Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. So there's been a motion to amend line 88 downtown to $135,602. Are there any objections? Well, it's just decreasing it by 5,000. That's the motion.
No, it was 10.
It's 137. We're putting it to 135.
No, 132.
I meant to say that. Numbers are my bad. Yes, decreasing it by $5,000. That's easier to say. Are there any objections to that? Okay, seeing
Not an objection. Can we add in graduate student and College of Medicine as well to that same motion?
Okay, so this motion is going to decrease downtown by 5,000, graduates by 2,500, and med school by 5,000. Is there an objection to that motion?
I object.
There is an objection to that motion. Do you withdraw your motion?
No. Does that mean we can talk about it? We don't have to go to pro con. I want to, can I speak?
So this is what I'm going to do. We're just going to go into debate. We're not going to pro con.
Okay, yeah,
We're just
that's
gonna,
fair.
So
I was just going to say, for the sake of going through these hearings, making these decisions now and having these cuts that were suggested to us, I think is a good step just as we move forward and we're trying to make decisions for future entities that are coming through. I just think it makes our job here a lot more manageable than having to go back and, looking at something that we looked at. If we think, after hearing all the entities tomorrow, that we need to add more to certain areas, I think we could do that. But I think it's just easier on our end as we're going through this to make these decisions now, keep note of it, that we made this decision, and then potentially go back to it.
Chair Samillo, did you have anything to say in addition to that? Well, I don't know. I thought it was kind of we're not doing pro con, but now you're objecting to it. So we're kind of just gonna.
You just want me to kiki. Okay. So I agree with the graduate study. That's fine. The only thing would be like the med life, the campus for the medical students. I know as a medical graduate student, not me personally, but I plan to do that. I know that it's a big thing, and there's a lot of I see a lot of people come in for CRT that are within that department, and there's a lot of people that we also can't fund through student government because they're not technically part of the OSI area. So if anything, I would be okay with changing it to 2,500 instead of 5,000 and then just move forward with all of them. But I guess if we want to do it this way, that's fine.
For clarification, if we reduced it by 5,000, they're still getting $10,000 more for med school. Okay. Anybody else on this current situation, Vice Chair Kringle?
I definitely hear Brand's point of like, just doing it now and then going back. But then again, we're gonna do the same thing. If we cut too much, we want to add, we're still gonna go back and look at all the notes we've taken in the past. I think it's better just to take the notes now saying, hey, this is what we can cut. Going back saying, okay, we need to cut 200,000. This is what the agencies gave us. Let's cut them now instead of cutting them all like at this current moment, having to go back and say, okay, what can we give back to those agencies?
Comptroller King.
It's substantially easier to give out money than it is to take it away. I think that's definitely a rule of thumb. Moving forward, it's not going to be as easy as every single department agency coming up and saying, here's what we propose, but here's what you guys can have back. Here's the money that we don't need that's not as essential. Every department agency is not going to come up here and say that, I promise you, because it hasn't happened in years past and it's not going to happen this year. When we have a department or an agency that's outlining, here's cuts that have minimal impact, I think we should follow along with those guidelines, because cutting $30,000 here makes a 10% chunk. And that other 90% we still have to find from the departments and agencies that aren't telling us where to find it. So that's something that we should keep in mind moving forward. If we somehow do end up cutting too much, which I very highly doubt, then we can revisit it. But I think just realistically looking at the status quo and looking how everyone is coming forward in the conversations that I've had with department agency heads, I don't think that kind of the approach that's being talked about makes sense.
At-large Foster.
Yeah, kind of just to echo what you were saying is more of just, I think I would agree with cutting now ahead of time, because I think we've already discussed that a lot of people are asking for these increases, and that if you're being able to give these cuts, but we're still saying that they're going to come in with more money than they're already having. So it's not truly a cut to what they have. They're still getting their increases overall. And also just that considering that we're meeting with the departments now, they're going to be able to make those cuts, and they're going to be more substantial cuts than what we're going to be able to see from like the agencies moving forward to tomorrow. So now is where we're going to be able to get a majority of those cuts that we're going to need.
So how we're going to do this is that this motion is still standing because you did not back down with yours. If there is still going to be objections, I will go on to a vote for this vote. So are we prepared to move on with this motion and just do these cuts right now? Or are we still going to have some issues and we don't want to let that happen, and then we're going to go vote on this voting? So Vice Chair Kringle.
Can you reiterate what the cuts are?
So we're going to reduce downtown by 5,000. So it's going to be a $15,000 increase over last year. We're going to reduce graduates by 2,500, which is going to be 10,000 more, and med school by 5,000, which is still a $10,000 increase. Okay, so we're going to move on with this motion. We'll be into voting on this motion now. With 15 to 0, that amendment passes. Those lines are reduced. If there isn't any immediate more debate or motions for OSI, it is past 12. It is lunchtime. So there will be a recess for an hour. Anybody have anything for like immediately right now? Okay, is there a motion for 1 hour recess? Okay, we will reconvene at 1:06. Brody, I can't upload a Canva, can I, into the Teams? I'm gonna forward this to you just so that you could open it. For everybody's reference, the OSI one-time expense breakdown is an image in the committee resources. So you can look at that. And it's estimates minus the VCE. So to get to the 300,000, it's just like the proportion, how much that would be and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, Shane, right?
Yeah, the cost and breakdown that I gave you was what Rick Falco put together when we worked with a furniture company and carpet company, and that was just for the OSI suite. So which is about 213,000, but that didn't encompass the fact that we have the VCE space that would be an additional things, nor did it encompass the painting and signage, and so that's where we got to the estimated 300,000.
In committee resources, there's a new folder called Entity Fiscal Year 2023 Expenses. That's all the information that was requested before or previously. So that is all there for you guys. Okay, I hereby reconvene this meeting at 1:09 p.m. Refresher for everybody, we were still technically in OSI. We were looking at OSI as an entity, but we were at the end. If there's a motion to move on to the next or anything, Kringle.
Motion to move to the next entity.
Okay, there's been a motion to move on to the next entity, which will be Sports Club Council. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, if you want to come up to the front, and you will have 15 minutes. I believe we have your presentation. Okay, awesome.
Hello, everyone. I just want to make sure that we can go to the next slide because I see it's 1-1. It might be scrolling down or up. That's also a choice.
It's in PDF form, I believe, right?
Yeah. All righty. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lillian Redazel, and I'm the president of the Sport Club Council at UCF. I want to tell you a little bit about our budget this year, our plans, as well as get to know each other. So the SEC was created as an agency of the student government to provide funding, training, facilities, and other administrative services to all eligible sport clubs. The sport club program at UCF exists to provide students opportunities to promote and develop an interest in particular sport activities. These are predominantly physical in nature and understanding. It supports healthy lifestyles and is in alignment with the RWC's mission and values. Next slide, please. Oh, I have a clicker? I don't think it's.
Does it not? Okay.
Thank you. All righty. We distribute funds to all 44 clubs, provide spaces for practices, as well as on-campus events, as well as help facilitate travel across the United States. Next slide. Thank you. As seen as in this SEC organizational chart, the SEC is split into two. The graduate assistant, who focuses on travel, the staff, as well as providing staffing for home events, and the SEC president, who primarily focuses on budget allocation, large events, and representing the student body in events like these. Next slide, please. Fortunately, we're only able to meet once a year, so I would like to provide an update on what the SEC has been doing. The SEC has now installed the Travel Award Request form, enables clubs to use rental cars in accordance with new university policies. This alleviates the burden on clubs that were previously unable to make use of the university's established rental car contract. Even with this new system, clubs are still experiencing increased prices from the previous year. Next slide. SEC clubs are nearly always at the top of their field, and this year is no exception. We had around 15 regional championships, but I wanted to highlight some of our star clubs. UCF Paintball Club holds their second national championship. Jonathan Walhouse placed first nationally. Esports placed first in Valorant and Rainbow Six Siege. Tennis placed second at nationals, and we're excited to bring home more championships next year. Next slide, please. Community service has always been extremely important to the SEC. So I would like to share this brief message from the CEO of OCA, Sylvia Haas. To me, the best part of the training season was seeing your students embrace and accept the Special Olympics athletes that were on the pitch. I look forward to another amazing season of UCF students and OCA athletes playing soccer at the highest level of unified competition. The SEC places extreme importance on our community. And as such, we've had over 400 hours of community service just this year. Next slide, please. For tournaments and events, our clubs traveled across the entire United States. This year, we had 201 away events to over 20 states. Out of those 201 events, 114 were funded by the SEC, and the rest were funded by clubs. We also had nearly 100 home events and total attendance in the thousands. Next slide, please. The SEC is also the largest student sport organization in Florida, followed by UF, Seminole State, and Florida Gulf Coast University. Furthermore, we have some of the largest reaching clubs, with individual clubs going from California to Puerto Rico. Next slide. The SEC has had steady growth since 2021, with a current membership of 3,128 students throughout the entire university. These students now have access to multiple paths of leadership, as well as a deeper connection with their community. This relationship to the university has also bolstered relationships with lesser-known pathways, specifically in terms of sport management and business. Our top clubs make a little over 50% of our population, and the number of student athletes we represent is phenomenal, and our growth is very steady, increasing every year. It allows us to bring student success and well-being to as many students throughout the university as possible. Next slide. The SEC grows with the university. As the campus prioritizes different sports and activities, the SEC is always quick to respond. Because of this, we have had 3 prospective clubs looking to join the SEC. Cheer, a very well-established RSO on campus, already having over 40 members. Cricket, which has numerous tournaments wins to their name, and pickleball, a new fan favorite across the entire university. Although these clubs are established, we want to make sure they're thriving to their best of their abilities. As we move into the next year, we're looking to have these clubs participate within the SEC, and we're excited about the hundreds of new students we can now represent and make sure they're getting the best facilities they can and grow into national champions. Next slide. This year, we are primarily focusing on the core aspects of the SEC as we address to the previous year's budget cuts. We're requesting these fundamental services for the SEC. The most notable is the Athletic Trainer Fund, which provides clubs with the ability to have an AT, ensuring a safe practice and event. Without it, not only are these events not allowed by the SEC and RWC policies, they're not sanctioned by league standards, and they would be unsafe for all those involved. Next slide. As the student staff salary rises, our OPS follows a similar suit. Making sure that they provide students with new wages and continue to keep the budget as closely as we can to what has previously been established has been very important to us this year. Next slide. The only change within our budget is a $7,800 increase in programming. The SEC allocates programming in 3 sections: regular, postseason, and discretionary. Regular season is an amount provided at the beginning of the year to help clubs in their operations. Postseason allows clubs that have performed exceptionally the ability for additional funds in order to participate in tournaments all across the nation. And discretionary allows us to freely distribute more money to clubs that may join the SEC later or have become more active in recent time. As we look into expanding the SEC with cheer, cricket, and pickleball, this increase in funding will be a necessity in providing these facilities and funding to all new clubs, as well as keeping those funds for existing clubs. Next slide. Our priority list for one-time purchases is next slide again, sorry. Our priority list for one-time purchases is IM Leagues and advertising and promotion. IM Leagues is a software that is integral to the success of the SEC, as well as intramural leagues. The paid-for version of this software provides additional support, options for funding, options for scheduling and form processing, as well as getting rid of sidebar ads. Due to budget cuts in the previous year, we've removed our advertising budget. We would like $5,000 to produce merchandise, as well as promotional materials for the next few years for the entire SEC. This will help the SEC grow in the public image, as well as providing gear for our athletes that represent the university throughout their practices and our success to the entire nation. Next slide. In summary, we are asking for $13,005 in our operation, the same as previous years, an increase in our OPS as the minimum wage increases, and an increase in our programming that allows for the expansion of the SCC into new clubs in order to better represent student wishes. The total budget request for this year is $351,353. Next slide. With that being said, I'd like to answer any questions, and that's all.
Okay. Before we get into questioning, there's just one thing that I wanted to bring up real quick is the one-time requests. If we could go back to that slide real quick. The thing about those, and I'm sorry, when we met previously, I did not bring this up. I didn't really look at that too much. But for IM leagues and advertising promotion, this would be more operational because they were cut out of the operational budget. This isn't a one-time expense, right? So like you have to pay this to the IM leagues and the advertising promotion like every year, right? So this would not be.
So just for these years, we're looking to see if there are any alternatives. So for now, we're trying to prioritize these as one-time purchases and maybe move to new softwares. But for now, it's just being listed as a one-time purchase. And advertising and promotion, we want to do it infrequently. We'd like to get merchandise that will last us multiple years, not necessarily have it being a reoccurring expense.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up, but if that's your intention, then we'll leave it as such. Okay, hands. Chair Simillo.
I have two, one for you and one for so on the PowerPoint, it said $70,548 for the OPS, but it reflects differently in the bill. Is there a reason for that?
Even before in that presentation, if you look on the OPS page specifically, it does reflect the 71958. So
okay, so the 71.
It is 71,000.
Okay, that was my question for you. And then regarding the IM Sports software, the one-time expense, is this kind of just like an update, or is it kind of like I'm a little confused on why this is needed?
IM Leagues is a subscription-based service. It essentially hosts our entire ability to schedule, process forms, and is one of the core aspects of our program, as well as intramural leagues. The reason why we're requesting it is because without it, not only are we in a very sticky situation for next year, but it is also a software that the students are familiar with and have come to expect to be present.
Do you have a follow-up?
So the expense is something you have to pay annually since it's a subscription, or is it like just right now?
It's an annual subscription, yes.
Okay.
Vice President Smith.
I have a question. So since the RWC does use IM leagues, could they cross collaborate with IM leagues with sports clubs? I don't know if that's a thing. If you could do that, that's a question.
So from my understanding, we could do that, but the primarily reason it's focused on the SEC is because it is a core aspect to the SEC and not necessarily intramural leagues. They use it as a supplemental tool. We use it as a core fundamental piece of equipment.
Chair Simillo.
Back to the IM software. You said it's annual, so why is it under one-time expenses if it's something you have to spend money on annually since this is subscription?
So as I said previously, the main reason we're doing this is because we're still looking at other pathways and other options. Although IM Leagues is a very good software, we're understanding that it was cut previously. So we just want to make sure that for the time being, we allow students to adjust to any future changes and that we have it for now.
Hands, I saw Vice President Smith, or no, you already, I'm sorry. We'll go Yalman, Foster, then Duke.
So currently in the budget, it shows about, I believe, a $7,800 increase to the programs of the SEC. And you did mention that there's plans to have sports clubs that include cheer, cricket, and pickleball. I also heard the Vice President Smith mention this in a previous Senate meeting. So would these expansions and new sports clubs be able to come into fruition without that $7,800 increase to the program budget?
So technically, yes, they would just have no facilities, no funding, no equipment, no tournaments. They would be existing in name only. With this increase, we'd allow them to actually participate with students on campus. Without it, it would be a very superficial addition to the SEC.
Foster.
Two things.
You may.
One, just for clarification, this 70,000, I was looking at it, it's the fringe benefits aren't included there of the 1,400, so that's why there's the difference there. And then also my question was related to the IM League software again. I know you had said you were considering like switching softwares, and that was why you had listed it separately. Just would it be fair to say then though that you have a yearly operation expense in software, but just that software might change as to what it is, but you're still yearly expending some form of a subscription?
Yes, I would like to say though, by saying that we're looking into other software, the main reason we're doing that is a cost reason. We'd like to keep IM leagues every year, but it was cut previously, and we're just trying to adapt to that. We believe that the software is fundamental to the SEC, and that without it, we're definitely in a sticky situation. But for this year specifically, since it was cut from last, we'd like it as a one-time purchase while we adjust.
Senator, do you have a follow-up? No, okay. Senator Duke.
You're good. I just have another question about the IM leagues. Like, I completely understand why it's listed as a one-time expense this year and how you're looking for other alternatives. Just out of curiosity, did you have any other software systems in mind, or are you still on the lookout?
Currently, we do not. The IM Leagues is a very specialized software and is used by nearly 100 schools across the United States. And there are no software similar to it. So we're trying to adapt without necessarily spending that money that is no longer in our budget.
At-large Foster.
Okay, so then just for further clarification, I would say, so for operations though, you're still going to have every year, whether you stay with IM leagues or switch to another software, there's still going to be some expense associated.
Correct.
So it wouldn't just be a one-time expense as far as having a software, just a one-time expense for using IM leagues, correct?
To continue using IM leagues, yes.
I have a question. So if IM leagues is very critical,
yep,
and there's nothing else out there like it, why not just request it in your operational to try to just keep it?
Yep.
I'm sorry, just as a second part to that, would you even be to the extent where you might prioritize some of the money that you were putting in requesting for out of your the program's budget? Would you not maybe consider, if it's that critical for everything that's already existing, maybe shifting?
So both funds are critical to the SEC. The increase in the 7,800 will be critical until letting us add these additional clubs. But I know that it was cut last year, the IM Leagues Fund, and we wanted to make sure that we were sticking as closely as we could to last year's budget.
Mm-hmm.
So we thought that a one-time purchase would allow us to have some extra time into exploring other options, or possibly requesting it as the A&SF's funds change further down the road.
Mm-hmm. I suppose my as a follow-up, just like to clarify also kind of, would you prioritize maybe keeping what is core rather than expanding, or limiting the expansion?
One of the most important things that the SEC tries to do is provide all students the sports and activities they are requesting. So although we would like to slow expansion, we're also trying to represent the wishes of students and making sure that those, I get plenty of emails about how much people love cricket and pickleball, and just making sure that everyone is able to participate in the sport they'd like.
Vice Chair Hall.
So if you weren't to get approved for the entire like 7,800 like increase, but like maybe like half or like just not the full amount, would it still be possible to add these the other sports like cheer, cricket, and pokeball, or is like the entire 7,800 needed? If that makes sense.
So, in theory, as I said previously, any club can be added with any amount of funding. It's just about success. We want to make sure that the clubs that are joining the SEC are going to be put in a position where they can expand and grow by themselves. And without this initial fund, they're going to find it very difficult. So, yeah.
Is a follow-up?
And follow up, I guess, to that. Which of like the three clubs would you like prioritize? Like, which ones do you see has like the most like, I guess, interest among students?
So in terms of just student interest, definitely pickleball. I know that some of our vice presidents here are pretty interested in it. But one of the things we really want to prioritize is just making sure that all clubs that do come are allowed to grow and take their own priority. If they want to be a massive club, we want to give them the tools, not necessarily dictate who's what.
We'll go at large Brawley, Comptroller Kane, and then Chair Samilla.
Can you sort of give a rundown on why $7,000 is the figure to help bring on those new three clubs?
Absolutely. So if we go backwards 2 slides, I believe. I might have to do some exploring here. Hey, I was right. We have a soft budget cap for each allocation of club. Every club that joins the SEC is automatically put into Tier 3. So their maximum is $3,000. We try to be a little conservative with the amount of money that we allocate per year. So it's roughly $1,000 and change for each new club. Yeah, $2,000 and change.
Comptroller Kane.
I'm not sure if how this would work exactly, but if I would like to motion to increase operations by 5,000 for the IM leagues, could I do that now? Or?
Wait for debate. That has to be done once we are in debate. Chair Samilla.
I have 2.
Go ahead.
My first one is on the on the packet. It says that there's a 3% increase for new clubs and old clubs. Is that to reflect the new clubs, or is that for inflation?
That is exclusively for the new clubs.
Okay.
We tried to not necessarily account for inflation, although those are roughly the same, which is interesting.
Okay. And then regarding the advertising and promotional items, can you just go a little bit more in depth of what you guys plan on purchasing and how you plan on kind of, I can't word right now, I'm sorry. How you plan on like handing them out and like getting the word out kind of thing? Just because I feel like when we went through the PowerPoint, there were a lot of like most of these clubs I didn't even know existed. So just like advertising better kind of thing, how you plan on executing that?
Absolutely. So one of the core facets of the SEC is that we have supervisors. Each supervisor, we're going to try to assign a specific section of their clubs and just try to get the word out through that. We're also open to using our existing channels for distribution. Most of those we have tabling events where we can provide merchandise in the form of stickers or pamphlets, which will just allow new individuals to the SEC to join scuba or something a little more known like men's soccer or rowing. But we really want to prioritize making sure that all clubs, Tier 1 to Tier 2 or Tier 3, are exposed to the public as much as they can be.
Go ahead.
Regarding like requirements, I guess, for the clubs, would you maybe put like tabling as one of them? Like every club has to table at least once or something, so that way the word kind of gets spread out better about each of the clubs, so that way there's more publicity. Wow, that sounded really bad. Sorry, all. But like more people able to like come in and actually like hear about these types of things?
Yeah, absolutely. So the SEC allocates funding based on a point system. So clubs that would like to get points have to do specific things. They can be going to meetings, going to training, doing community service. But tabling is also a great option for these clubs to get more money and expose themselves further to the public. Having a requirement is definitely an interesting idea that I'd love to bring up with my board.
Vice Chair Kringle.
2 for me.
Go ahead.
So for the advertising promotion, you said that this is something that you're going to be able to use for a good amount of years. How many would you say that this 5,000 would last you?
So in previous budgets, we've had roughly that amount for 1 year, but we were also pretty loose with the amount of merchandise we gave out. So definitely just making sure that it is slightly more of a limited thing, and making sure that we do a consistent amount and keep track of it, we think it could go for 2 years.
2 years? Okay. And so potentially if we do need to cut something, would you be willing to take that down to maybe 2,500 for just this 1 year of budget, like just asking, or if we can maybe even move it to 2,500 and move it into like an operations expense instead?
I'd be completely content with that, yeah. As long as we're prioritizing IM leagues and expansion into these new, very requested clubs, for sure.
Vice President Smith.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate on Sports Club Council. I'm going to go Kane, then Samillo.
I think that this budget's pretty straightforward. Their requests are very reasonable, very fiscally responsible in terms of the operational increase for the new clubs, the OPS increase, of course. One thing that I will say is I am in support. I'm sure we want to have a little more conversation on this, of adding that 4,120 to operations for the IM League software, because that is to me very clearly a recurring expense. So I think it should be reclassified that way, and we should reward this entity for being fiscally responsible and reasonable with the request.
Chair Samillo.
I do agree with Kane. However, I do want to also add that the new clubs are something that students have reached out about wanting, and we're here for the students. So I do want everyone to think of that. This is like one of the organizations that really does something for the students. I mean, they all do, but like students are like always there doing things that they want to do. Like these are a whole bunch of clubs and sports that like you don't normally see at other schools. Like in the PowerPoint, there was 44 here, and that's the most around. So I want us to hopefully consider the fact that like these are students that are going to be affected in this, and students have requested these 3 clubs. And I don't think us defunding the 3 clubs would be a good idea, just because this is something the students want, and we're here for them, not us.
Chair Yeoman-Chili.
So I concur with Chair Samillo's sentiments. I think that we should fund the entirety of the increase in the program's budget, because things like an expansion of the number of clubs available to students are very important. Some sports don't get the attention that they deserve. I know a lot of people, maybe even in this room, have not even heard of what cricket is, or know how it works. And so there's a large community of students from different backgrounds, especially those from South Asia, who like sports like cricket, or other communities like who like cheer and pickleball. And I think emphasizing those sports that don't get as much love as they should is incredibly important. And it's important as a committee to be able to fund those clubs, and so that they can get the equipment they need and be able to go to the tournaments they need and win. Thank you.
Chair Samillo.
With that, move to see Kane's motion.
Okay, so that's going to be, just to say, because I don't believe it ever
That
was.
will be to amend line 116 to $17,125 to include the IM League software and operations.
Are there any objections to that motion? Oh, I mean, just put adding 4,120. Okay, so with no objections, we'll be into voting on that amendment. With a vote 14-0, it is a passed. Brody, if we could also reflect that change in the one-time expense area as well. Thank you. Chair Samillo.
I know that there was some talk about the advising, advertising, and promotion section being decreased. I don't know if anybody agrees with that, if we want to have some debate on that, but it's currently at 5,000. If they are able to use this over the 2 years, then that would be good. I mean, obviously we could divide it in half, and they could use it one this year, and then the next year hopefully request it again and get that amount again. But however we want to move forward with that, if we wanted to add on any discussion further for that or not.
For clarification, that is out of one-time expenses. Yes. So that's not that's not like, we're going to talk about that later. But like we can ask questions about it, but we'll make decisions on one-time expenses later. Oh, okay. Then I suppose anybody have anything to say on this? Vice President Smith.
I would just wait until the end when we hear about all the other one-time requests to see prioritize which one we would want.
Mm-hmm. So you know that we just one-time expense, put it into programming. So in the future, if nobody changes it, you'll have IM leagues. You'll just have it back.
Yay.
Vice President Smith.
I motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now moving on to student legal services. Let me get 15. Okay. Borges.
Sorry.
Yeah, can we get a little quiet, please, in the back? Hello, excuse me. Could we please get some? Thank you. Thank you very much. Borges.
The expenses are all empty. Like every Excel sheet, at least to my knowledge, was empty. Same with Ethan's, and I think even Shane, I know it was on them. I don't know if you saw anything empty.
Let me open up those. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I got it here. Oh, that's not good. Let me see what happened there. I think it was an issue when I was downloading them because I downloaded them as a pack. Let me try doing that again. But allow me to, I'll do that while everybody else. Okay, so for what? It was for the entity expenses and community resources. 15 minutes whenever
Sure.
you are ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Dullahan. I'm an attorney at the Office of Student Legal Services and the director. Student Legal Service has been in existence since 1979, and we are staffed usually by 4 full-time attorneys, 3 full-time legal assistants, and student assistants. Can you move to the next slide, please? I think that I have the same, let's see. Okay. Oh, okay, there you go, thank you. All right, so let's go to the next one. So we offer legal advice and representation in a wide area of the law. So we do a lot of housing issues. Those things involve things like security deposit disputes, maintenance issues, the landlord making claims for money damages after the student vacates at the end of the lease. We also do criminal defense work. So if a student is charged with a misdemeanor or a felony up to the 3rd degree, we can assist the student. So those involve things such like driving with a suspended driver's license, fake IDs, DUIs. So anything that's a misdemeanor or a felony of the 3rd degree, we can assist the student with. We can also do expungement and sealings of criminal records. So most students who are arrested, we get a notice of appearance, do qualify to have their records sealed or expunged, and we can assist the student with that. We do consumer work, so that usually involves debt defense, where the student is dealing with a debt collector, credit reporting issues, or there's some sort of mistake or something there that the student wants to have corrected. We do some family law work. Those include name changes and some divorces. We do uncontested divorces, so it's limited. But if the spouses are in agreement, then we can prepare the paperwork and represent the student. And then miscellaneous would be things like employment issues, reviewing contracts, drafting wills, etc. We don't do anything involving the university. So if a student is trying to go against the university, we cannot assist. We cannot help them with student conduct. We don't do not do personal injury work. So this graph shows the number of cases we opened last fiscal year. So that's 890. So that's up from the previous 2 years. So our numbers now are pretty close to what they were pre-pandemic. Over 50% of what we do, 52.5, are traffic tickets and housing issues, and then everything else. So this shows some of the savings that students benefit from coming to see us. So some are legal fees. So like we do a lot of name changes. So we did 25 name changes. Most of those are for transgender, non-binary students who want to have their name changed. So we can assist with that. We represent them. And then we can also guide them on how to change their gender mark in their legal documents. Recoveries are monies that were returned to students or students didn't have to pay out as a result of seeking our services. So this provides some examples of how we are able to assist students. So for example, those are all cases that we had this past year. So we had a student whose driver's license was suspended because he had a judgment against him arising from an auto accident. So we were able to negotiate the judgment so the student paid $1,500. He was able to reinstate his driver's license. We had another student who was laid off. He got unemployment compensation benefits from the state, and then the state rescinded and wanted the student to pay it back. When the student came to see us, he had already appealed the decision. We represented the student on appeal, and then the state agreed to reinstate the original decision, so the student didn't have to pay the monies back. And there's some other examples with security deposit issues that once a student came to see us, we were able to get the monies refunded to the student. So this graph shows the demographics. So a little bit more males and females come to see us. We do have a percentage of transgender students that come to see us. Like I said, we do a lot of name changes for their population. And then the majority of them identify as members of minorities or ethnic minorities or racial minorities. That's like a further break of the breakdown of the students that come to see us. So most of the students that come to see us are like upperclassmen. So we're looking at juniors, seniors, and then we see a lot of graduate students and also a lot of international students, which tend to be a lot of graduate students as well. Up to a third of the students that come to see us are Pell Grant recipients as first-generation students. So those are the type of students probably find it very difficult to get legal representation, legal advice if our office was not able to assist them. Regarding outreach, we do a lot of tabling. So basically, you always go to all the tabling for FDIC and transfer students, as well as other tabling opportunities. We do give out merchandise and about our, different things that we're able to give out to students, just let them know that we are here. Quite a few students do find out about us through orientation. We also partner with other departments such as UCF Global, Housing and Residence Life, and Sensible Nights. Whenever they do presentations and they invite us, then we join them and try to give them some tips and just let them know that we are here. At the end of the cases, we send student surveys. So those are the students' responses to our survey. So 94% of them would recommend us to their friends and other students in need. And we do see that. I mean, when a student comes in, we asked them how they found out about our services, and about 30% of them say they found out about us from other students. 93.55 felt that they were better, they had a better understanding of the legal issues of their case, and they were they felt they'd be better able to deal with a similar situation in the future. 87% felt that they were more aware of resources available at UCF. We do refer students to other departments like CAPS, UCF Cares, and WIPS. So we do quite a bit of referrals out as well. And 96.8 were satisfied with the services of the attorney assigned to their case. And those are some of the quotations students gave us, again, at the end of their cases, how they felt about our services. So in addition to that, we do notary services, and we serve as a site for students to intern with us from Legal Studies Department. and also for UCF alumni that went on to law school and they want to do an internship with us. Regarding the budget, my numbers are pretty similar to what they were last year, operational wise. Operations pretty much the same. We did cut some OPS hours because we are asking that our legal assistant position be reinstated. Last year, our legal assistant position was vacant. And because at the last moment, there was a shortage of funds that was really severe, then that position ended up not being filled. So in exchange, then the student government gave us additional students to work with us. So now we're kind of trying to reverse that and getting our legal assistant back. We do see a lot of students and they do provide a lot of assistance and free us to do other work like research and things like that. Every judge is different. So sometimes we're scheduling a hearing. We have to check with every judge what they do. Just a lot of time consuming work that usually is done by a legal assistant that's now ends up being done by us, by the attorneys. So we really, we feel that we'd be better able to serve the students if you could get that legal assistant back.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now in a period of questioning. Did I see Vice Chair Hall? Did you have your hand? Do you have any? President Greenaway.
Hi, nice to see you. Just a question, what has been the specific impact of not having that legal assistant? So, and also to clarify, the legal assistant is an attorney, correct?
No, it's not. It's not an attorney.
Okay, so currently you've been operating with 3 attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, because on the budget packet, at least the request looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, someone, but it looks like the request for a 4th attorney.
Correct, because we're missing one.
Okay, so and that was funded last year?
Yes.
Okay, so where is the legal assistant being added within the USPS staff? Okay, I found it. So yeah, what has been what work does a legal assistant do that I guess a student under OPS cannot do, if that makes sense?
First, it takes a lot to train somebody. It's not easy to train somebody, and train somebody's going to leave very shortly. And then, of course, we're an attorney short, so we even have less time to train somebody. So honestly, what ends up doing is that I end up doing some of the work that a legal assistant could do. They're not doing other things, and other legal assistants are like really spread around trying to help us and help the other attorney. And so it's been somewhat of a challenging year with everything going on. We're being like, because we're relatively a small office, so now we are 2 staff people short.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kringle and then Chair Borges.
Just a general question. If there was one thing that you needed to cut, what would be one thing you cut that had the least impact on students?
So looking at the operational, I put $4,500 there for software expense, and then before Practice Panther. Right now, we're using Time Matters, which is server-based software, and eventually we'd like to transfer to cloud-based software. Also, because we were paying for maintenance, but the price really increased. It went from $3,000 and something to like about $8,000, which was ridiculous. So we didn't continue with that maintenance. So right now we're kind of like keeping our fingers crossed that we don't need anything from them, kind of thing. So, but right now we are able to do the work with Time Matters, but I think it's something that we have to look at going cloud-based or a different software that can provide more. Just like where the student can go in and they can look at their own documents, they can, like, for the doctor's office, they can look it up, that we could test back and forth, like that you can use the software to text. So eventually that's where we'd like to go. Now there's also an issue with IT approving it because it's cloud-based, but other universities are using it. So, but that's probably something that we could do for the upcoming year. We could take that off of $4,500, and then maybe professional development. We probably could take make that $3,000 because we use that money to also go to the annual event from other schools that have legal services, but usually not all of us go either. So That's, those are the two things. And then as to OPS, I don't know how many hours our departments requested. I think I requested 47 hours. I don't know if that's typical or if it's a little bit less than that. So, I mean, if we maybe decrease a few of those weeks. So we asked for 47 weeks. So I'm not sure if that's typical. It's more like 42 weeks for OPS.
Let's go look at what you guys are looking at. I guess just one thing I could say about real quick about that is typically for the like the post or the pre October, like the pre-minimum wage increase, we usually see 12 weeks.
Oh, I put 13.
So you put 13.
Okay.
That would save a little bit if you wanted to change that. But
And
I mean,
and then
I
I
think
put 34 at the regular.
that's around what I've seen. Chair Simillo.
Two, if I may.
Go ahead.
All right. So there was one that you mentioned that you'd be willing to cut regarding, let me go back. Regarding software expenses, but you never said what you'd be willing to cut it to. So right now it's
So right now we don't have
4,500.
any. So right now we're using Time Matters, which is server based. So that's what we're using, and there's no cost associated with that because we stopped paying for the annual maintenance fee because we really weren't using it, and they just increased the price so much. It was kind of outrageous. So right now we don't have that cost. We just have the server based Time Matters.
So the 4,500
would be
is
to purchase, yes, the cloud-based software, which you're looking at Practice Panther, which is which is one of the biggest ones out there.
And then my other question is regarding your reoccurring subscriptions. Can you just go into a little bit more depth of what those subscriptions are that cost the $5,000?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of those books and subscriptions cost a lot of money. So like, for example, we have the National Consumer Law Center, which are the books that we purchase dealing with different consumer issues like, unfair and deceptive acts and practices, debt collections, and things like that. And that runs is like about $1,600 and something just for that entire series. Then we have Florida Law Weekly, which is to do legal research. That's like about $900, I think. And there's like some other miscellaneous stuff that we have to. I remember just looking for a Florida Practice and Procedures book. I was like astounded. It was like $1,200. Like, oh my God, $1,200 for a book seems like kind of crazy. But so yeah.
Chair Simillo.
And then regarding the legal assistance, it states that you want 3. Do you believe that you'd benefit the most from 3 instead of 2?
Yes, we always had that we always had 3 legal assistants until this past year.
Anyone else with questions? If not a question, then a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate on student legal services. Chair Simillo.
I just kind of wanted to mention the cut of the professional to 3,000. I don't know if we wanted to do that, but she did mention the professional development from 4,357 to 3,000. So if we kind of just wanted to talk about that.
Comptroller King.
Yeah. So if we are adding this additional legal assistant, I mean, student legal services is seeing a increase of 12%. If we cut software and professional development, that saves us about 6,000, bringing us down to 10.5%, which is still not ideal, but we do need to see if we're adding that legal assistant, we are going to have to take away some of that money, and those 2 recommendations of software and professional development, I think would be necessary in order to make that a little bit more fiscally realistic.
I will also add that if we were to take the OPS that was budgeted for pre-minimum wage increase from the 13 weeks to the 12 weeks, which is standard from what we've seen from every other entity. That saves about $1,000 as well. Chair Samillo.
Could we see all three as a block? Like
If
the three we
somebody
just
makes a
did?
motion to amend all of these lines.
Does anybody else wish to speak on these three? If not, I'm going to make a motion. Cool. So motion to change professional to
Well, no, lines on the budget
okay. I
bill.
have line.
If you're looking for operations, it's
Okay,
163.
Jeremy's got it.
So for OPS, I'm seeing a decrease of 490. So that would be on line 162, a decrease of 490. And then on line 163, a decrease of 5,857.
5,700.
5,857.
857. Okay, I was a little off with that. There's been a motion to amend lines 162 and 163. 162 by $490, which is OPS for student legal services, and line 163 operations by 5,857 reductions. Are there any objections for that? Okay, we're going to voting. Vote count 15-0-0. That passes. We are still in debate on student legal services. Vice President Smith.
I motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to go to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much. We are now going to actually take a second because I believe the student. Yes, so if there's a motion to go back to announcements from non-committee members, we'll call it. So moved, okay, we are there. I don't know his name. Colby, if you want to go then. You'd be, okay, yeah, go. Just talk. I don't know his name.
Can you do it after they speak or before?
It's going to need to be between some entities, so it's now, or you're going to have to wait until we're done with looking at. Or up here, if you could at the podium. Yes. Is there a motion for speech time? We'll just, why not? I'm asking for one. Vice President Smith.
Motion for 2 minutes.
There's been a motion for 2 minutes.
5
speeches.
minutes. I'm sorry.
5 minutes. Okay, that's better. There's a motion for 5 minute speeches. Any objections? All right, seeing none. You have 5 minutes if you want to come up here. Make sure that the light is on. Yeah, you're good. Introduce yourself and whatever you want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, all. Hello to the committee, as well as our representatives. My name is Matthew Crudo. I am a former undergrad student in industrial engineering and now a master's student in industrial engineering. I've had the pleasure and opportunity to spend time at the RWC for over 5 years now, in addition to having experience across and seeing other university recreation facilities. I come today purely to express my support in terms of expanding the budget and allocations towards the RWC. Again, as somebody that's been there for 5 years, I've seen growth not only personally, but also through the friends that I've made there, and recently now in the development and growth of what seems to be newcomers and new friends. And so I purely come here because I want to see the facilitation of that growth into the future now and significant implications further down the road. I know now, hopefully, we're coming out of some darker years for the budget, and I'd like to see a renewed effort in the allocation of funds, because I think this is a pivotal moment now, knowing that the RWC is going to be soon on the horizon for expansion. And the growth beyond, let's say, the physical aspects that I've witnessed at the RWC have been emotional, maybe spiritual and mental, and I've seen that across my peers as well. And in addition to the experiences I've had elsewhere, I know that we are positioned to fall behind in the support of this growth across other universities, our partners, and otherwise. And I want to make sure that we do not continue to fall behind, both through the facility allocation as well as the programs that we're able to fund. And so I come here again to reemphasize efforts to increase the support, but also at the same time, I'd like to see a reemphasis on the accountability of the distribution of these funds and make sure that the student voice is heard, in addition to our very experienced professional leaders at the RWC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to return to new business, going into Recreation and Wellness Center? So moved. Okay, we are there. Jim, you'll have 15 minutes whenever you're ready.
Lee, are you ready? Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss the Recreation and Wellness Center and some of what we've been through and what we're looking forward to in the future. I humbly stand in front of you as the Executive Director for Recreation and Wellness. I'm a UCF alum and was involved as a student in the program back in the day, and have now worked at UCF for 31 years. This is year 17 in the director role. The Recreation and Wellness Center, mission, vision, values, the mission all revolves around healthy lifestyles. Every decision we make connects with our students able to practice a healthy lifestyle with it. Our values are clean, safe, quality, dependable, fun, and those are tools that all staff is equipped with as we're able to make decisions. UCF's strategic plan, Unleash Potential, focuses on goal number 1, which is student success and well-being. We are a huge part of student success and well-being. Our division, Student Success and Well-being, focuses on the well-being pillars, which we're very well connected with all aspects of those pillars. The RWC goals that you'll see up there, it's very simply 4 goals. The goals are to build a great team, and that noisy bunch in the back is part of the great team. The next goal is to make sure we are a place for everyone. So we want to be inclusive and diverse in everything that we do to make sure we're able to represent this very diverse student body. The third goal is to help keep people safe. Yes, we'd like to eliminate risk. That's not realistic. Where we can, we do. Where we can't, we try to mitigate risk and try to reduce risk as much as we can. And a lot of that is helped through our phenomenal athletic training team that is able to help move us forward with that endeavor. And our fourth goal is to develop or to support healthy lifestyle choices. And that is, again, revolves and connects with our mission. As you look at the next slide, that shows where we're succeeding at this university with the metrics that the university is trying to achieve. We know the more times a student comes in the rec center, the higher their grades are. We also know the more times a student comes in the rec center, the more likely they are to be retained. And both those are continually assessed every year, and we see the same results every year. That's a national trend, and it's a trend that exists here at UCF as well. If I could go back for a second, last year. Last year was a very unenjoyable experience standing in front of you all talking about the RWC budget. Because as someone who advocates for recreation and for recreation opportunities, we instead had to, not anyone's fault, but we had to, and we were forced to make significant cuts. And for the first time, it's cuts that affected the student body. We chose to close the Knights Plaza facility, all regional recreation programs, and we eliminated 4 full-time staff from our team. We had some major reduction in facility hours, even in the RWC in the summer, closing 1 day a week, which I ended up actually shutting the weekends. I gave them each a half day to equal 1 full day of cut. We cut hours at the leisure pool. We cut hours by 30% downtown. We reduced hours at the park, Lake Claire, Tower, the leisure pool, et cetera. All those facilities were significantly cut throughout the year. The good thing, when I'll get to the highlight page, is our numbers have continued to increase even with less hours available. We also had reduction in some of our programmatic efforts. We're in the process of capping some intramural sports teams, reduced the number of group fitness classes we offered in a week, reduced the number of outdoor adventure trips, special events, and staff opportunity and student opportunity to receive certifications. And so that's where we were last year. This year, I tried to meet the request that was given to me of not increasing our budget. We flatlined the budget with the exception of staffing, OPS, and utilities. Some of the highlights from the year is we continue to try to attract and bring in some phenomenal staff. Here is 8 new additions over the last year. If you ask my boss, Dr. McDonald, he's always talking about, you always seem to be hiring someone. And I said, yeah, I hadn't had much turnover in a long time. And over the last year, we had significant turnover, as we're no different than any other department. When our salaries are not able to compete within the industry, we lose staff, and we lost staff. However, we've added these folks who are absolutely phenomenal. All 8 of them are great additions to our team. Even the one in the left corner with the small picture, Leah Freeman, our newest member, has been a great addition. Also, highlighting staff, 2 staff got promotions. Heather Marshall is our new assistant director for intramural sports, and Jose Arce got promoted from our custodial superintendent. He's now our interim maintenance superintendent as of December 8th. Some other highlights as we look at the number of usages of our facility. We went up, comparing similar timeframes, about 50,000 usages over this time, looking at the time period as opposed to last year, including additional unique users. Downtown also experienced a growth even with that severe cut in number of hours. Some of the projects in progress, so you know some of the things that we're working on. We are in the process of replacing the artificial turf on fields 4, 5, and 6. That's in process right now. The new turf's being rolled out, and it's on schedule to be ready for the spring semester. We're replacing the boilers in the rec center. We've had some cracks in our stairs that were some code concerns that we had to address those. And unfortunately, we had a bad injury on the tennis courts, and our security cameras were down right when it happened. So we're also repairing the tennis cameras at the same time. A little bit late, but hopefully helps out in the future. Fitness, again, even though we've continued to see reduction in some of the things we've done, the percentage of increase have been outstanding. You're going to see the number of personal training sessions, the number of students taking Group X, et cetera, continues to go up and up. And there's really a resurgence that we've seen for the first time post-COVID this semester. It feels like before that eventful occasion happened. If you look at group exercise participants is over 15,000, and special events, highlighted by our recent 5K, Midnight 5K, has had over 3,000 participants. Intramural sports has seen certain leagues continue to grow. Tennis has gone up 70%. The illustrious pickleball has gone up 123%, and even flag football 16%. Basketball and soccer, we were looking at some of the caps, so the numbers didn't change too much, but we still tweaked a few things and increased by 4%. We've had over 30,000 intramural participants, and even at the park, the usage at the park continues to increase with over 170,000 participants. Success continues in outdoor adventure. All of our trips had wait lists, so there's more students that were not able to go on the trips than were able to go on the trips. We had one open night climb, which we've cut that back, which people were trying to sign up, and that filled up within a night. And so I continue to say intramural sports is our most traditional program that we have. Fitness is our largest program that we have, and outdoor adventure is trending in such a positive direction, seems to be our largest growing program that we have. We've had over 19,000 users at the lake and over 11,000 users at the tower, again, both with reduction in hours. As I mentioned, RWC at downtown, I know we had some spirited discussion last year about that facility and actually ended up putting 1 hour back in. We've seen all aspects from personal training to participation to group exercise, all increasing at the downtown facility. So let's get into the budget breakdown. Again, the operational increase is $145,000. The staff increase is $258,000, and the OPS increase is $125,000. And as I move forward, you'll see how some of that breaks down. On the next slide, as I look at operation, of the $145,000 I put in for operation, $133,000 of it is a 16% increase in cost in utilities. Last spring, after the budget process was complete, we already knew utilities was going up, and it faced an incredible spike. Really went up, and we're probably going to run a deficit in those lines this particular year. I know the student union has experienced the same issue that we've had at the rec center. The only other one operational increase I had is the Fusion software, which is the master software for all revenue, reservations, check-in every day, all the statistics, everything is connected to Fusion in the whole rec center. That software increased for the first time in a while, and so those two things are in there from the operational aspect. OPS is purely to cover the $1 minimum wage increase. It comes to about $125,000 for us. And as you compare, the budget packets that we do are very difficult to summarize how many hours we have in a given week, because each week can be so different than a previous week. We have break weeks. We have times that different staff work with different pay rates. And so it's really a summary. Also, the request last year, if you were involved last year, you might remember that we were planning not to operate the leisure pool for a year. And we came back after the fact and included that in. And so that wasn't even part of the initial request that went in last year. The leisure pool is in with the same number of hours that we have at our current year. So the OPS is all focused on a $1 minimum wage hour increase. The budget staffing, it looks strange. Our A&P staff budget request is reduced, but it's really because of an error in last year's budget. Our maintenance superintendent was listed under A&P when he should have been under USPS. Shane Land was our person last year, and he was an A&P person, and we just didn't switch the line he was on. And so that was, that's why there's a large increase in USPS, but there's a small reduction in A&P. So over the last year, again, the staff that we've retained perform at a phenomenal level. And so their performance evaluations were very high, and most of them got the highest merit increase that the university gave. And so that's in there. We've also, as you saw in the earlier slide, replaced all the staff. Well, many of the new staff have come in at salaries equal, and in some cases more than staff from the past because of their number of years of experience. And UCF purely looks at the number of years of an experience a staff person has, and some of our newer staff members have had several years of full-time experience, and they're coming into entry-level positions to be able to join our team. The USPS staff, in addition to the merit increases, in addition to the fringe benefits, the custodial staff has received an increase at the university that we gave a small amount last year, but I've been instructed that they need to make the same amount as the rest of the university. And we've seen the effects of it because we'll have a custodian leave us to join UCF facility operations because they pay a little bit more. And then we hire a new staff member, then they leave to go join facility operations because they pay a little bit more. And so this is a market adjustment for them, and we'll be able to increase their salaries as stipulated. The next one, I can talk a little bit about the non-reoccurring purchases. There's 14 items there from really sitting down with the staff, and specifically Sarah and Gary on my team. We've prioritized this list 1 through 14, with 1 being what we need the most and 14 what we don't need today, but we need in 2 years. And so these things are listed in order. 13 of the 14 are replacement items. The only one that is a new item is item number 8, which is a new pickleball court. It's converting our championship tennis court, which is the largest court where we can fit 4 pickleball courts in, and that is the cost to be able to do that.
Could we get a motion to increase speech time that's just elapsed? Pringle.
Motion to increase speech by 5 minutes.
Motion to extend speech time by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, sorry.
Thank you. So those, if you look at items 1 through 6, they are all to replace something that currently exists, a one-time purchase to be able to do that. Item 7, university policies and procedures require a tracking mechanism for keys, and we have more keys than our current track-a-box is able to hold. And so that's there to be able to increase keys for the vehicles to be able to put in there. As I mentioned, item 8 is the pickleball court. And then again, 9, 10, 11 are replacement items, which is pool furniture, lobby furniture, and blinds within the rec center. Item 12 and 13 is to support the sport clubs and the sport club council, because item 12 is the time mechanism at the lap pool no longer works, and they've asked for that to be repaired. And then item 13 is the sport club field is not artificial turf, it's grass, and it's time where that needs to be resodded so they can have a nice playing facility to use. And then the last item listed there is to replace and rebuild the challenge course. The challenge course, as it goes to an annual inspection, is getting near the end of its lifespan. And so we have 2, maybe 3 years left in that facility. And so I thought it was very appropriate to include that on a one-time purchase, as it is a little bit more expensive to be able to do that. And then the second to last slide is deferred maintenance. These are our larger items that I wanted to share with you as what we would use to be able to maintain our existing facilities from our chilled water line. Items 3, item 8, and item 5 are all just designs to have the work done. The other 5 are actually to do the work, and those are the estimates that we've received. And I'll probably defer that. I'll defer the deferred maintenance to questions that you might have. If you look at our last slide, that's a nice quote that Leah put in. And with that, I am available for questions.
All right, thank you very much. We are now in a period of questioning. Speaker Holmes.
So if I may.
Go ahead.
So my first question would be the deferred maintenance goes under the R&R, correct?
Yes, the deferred maintenance would go after, would use that larger scale R&R. I don't know what you actually call each one of them, but it's almost three separate budget groups here. Our regular operational budget, the one-time purchase budget, and then the deferred maintenance R&R budget.
Got it. And then my second question would be for the tennis courts, are you converting them into pickleball courts because the championship tennis court isn't being utilized? Or is it just something that's in the best interest of the students?
I would go with more, it's the best interest of the students. We have 9 tennis courts, and that's the court we could get the most pickleball courts out of. It is the way these 9 courts were built was in kind of a strange way where six of the courts, the university moved from another part of campus there, so the university built them. Then 3 of the courts were part of a expansion project when the leisure pool was built. And then 2 other ones were, and you won't hear this in a long time, but the cost of construction had come down so much when we did the Knights Plaza facility, which is 11 years ago now, that we were able to add 2 additional tennis courts, the 2 that are closest to the parking garage.
Comptroller Kane, then Vice Chair Kringle.
I had a question about the presentation regarding revenue. So I saw that in the PowerPoint, you said that revenue had gone substantially up, but on the budget packet, I'm seeing the same projection of revenue. So I'd just like to clarify that.
The revenue at the downtown facility and with personal training, those 2 items we've seen this year an uptick. We've continued to struggle since we returned from COVID with memberships in general. The faculty staff some work remote a good part of the week, so they haven't come back and they're not using the rec center. So we're not achieving those numbers. Last year we tried 2 experiments, or pilot projects is probably a better term to use. One is community CPR, which Chris, Dinesha, Zenobia, and our team have been bringing outside folks in to generate some money there. That's done pretty well. We also had a pilot project to really expand and bring in folks from the outside to use the challenge course. We haven't necessarily seen that take off yet to this point. And so the revenue projections are the same numbers as last year. I didn't move them around from one line to the other because it is a little bit fluid from year to year.
Vice Chair Kringle.
Just real quick, can I get the presentation in the files?
It was a Canva. I sent it to Brody. If there's a way that we could, it'll be there in a second, I assume. Borges?
I have a few. I'm going to just do one. They're unrelated. So
okay, yeah. Start with one.
Okay. So regarding the lap pool scoreboard, and one of the random things in your list further down, I know that was something agreed to be purchased from the leftovers in the 21-22 fiscal year budget, which had reversions of over 500,000. Do you know why that was not bought?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
You're good. So basically, the lap pool scoreboard that was on your list of like one time, it was further down. I know that basically 2 years ago it was agreed to be purchased. Do you know why it wasn't purchased and why it's still being asked for?
I don't believe it was funded.
Is it a follow-up?
Yeah, just a clarification.
Sure.
It was agreed to be purchased with any leftovers with that fiscal year's budget, and there were leftovers. I just wanted to know if you knew, but I guess the answer would be no.
We replaced some scoreboards inside the rec center, although some of those aren't working very well now. Some of that's attributed to the Wi-Fi. Some of it is because they're outdated. I'm not sure if Gary or Sarah know more specifically on that one. I don't think we had very much money left over that we were aware of.
Yeoman Chile.
So you gave a list of things that had a justification for one-time expenses. Of all those items, if you had to trim or cut some of those, what would those be?
The non-recurring?
Yes.
They're actually in order from 1 to 14. So number one is Our biggest priority, and number 14 is probably our least important priority because we still have another 2 to 3 years left on the challenge course.
Got it. Thank you.
We'll go Chair Voorhees again and then Vice President Smith.
This is just a clarification question. I wasn't familiar with the term FM/MS in the UCF downtown OPS. Are you able to explain what that is and what the 75 hours a week are used for?
FM stands for facility manager, and FS stands for fitness supervisor. The inside the rec center, you have a building manager. And when we first opened up downtown, we continued with that model of having a building manager downtown. But when we really got into the weeds of it, they're not running a building, they're running one room, a facility. And so we actually reduced quite a bit of costs from what we had when we first opened, and eliminated the building manager position, eliminated another student position, combined a couple and made it a facility manager. So we usually just operate with two students working at a time.
Is this a follow-up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I see there'd be 2 of those for UCF downtown, and between the 2 people, they would be working 75 hours a week. So they're nearly working both full time. Is that correct, or am I misinterpreting?
It's 75 hours in total for the students. So it's you never know if it's going to be 10 people working 7.5 hours, or is it going to be 7 people working over 10 hours? Is it 5 people working 15 hours? It's just based on students' availability, but we need to cover the 75 hours in total. Students, we cap out at 29 hours a week, usually try to keep them under 20. But it's just really based on the availability of those students, and we'll determine how many Stacy hires for the downtown facility.
Vice President Smith. And then we'll go Comptroller Kane and then Yalom again.
I was wondering if there's a possibility if sports clubs council, I know intramurals right now for the RWC uses IM leagues already. Is there a way that sport clubs council can use IMs, like collaborate, I don't know, like a family plan type thing where they can use it as well so that we can cut costs with sports clubs for that subscription?
Technology is probably not one of my strengths, so I will may I defer that to a staff member?
Yes.
Gary or Chris, can one of you two answer that?
It is 2 separate modules within IM League. So if you actually go on our site, there's a tab that's intramurals and a tab that says sport clubs. And so it's 2 different products. So we can't, the sport club site focuses more on the things Lily talked about, the organizational roster management. The company started as exclusively intramurals, is why they call themselves IM League. So on the intramural side, it's more of the running of the leagues and scheduling software and the like.
And then Comptroller Kane.
So my question is pertaining to the overall budget, specifically within the RWC. So just to give you some context here. So the RWC is about 34% of the budget, and about 53% of requested increases coming from the RWC. I do understand that many of those costs are fixed costs that you can't control, but looking at the substantial increase that the RWC is requesting this year, in what areas would you guys be able to cut back in order to make sure that we're able to balance our budget for this year?
I would really advise, especially with last year's substantial cut where it affects students, I would really take out of the one-time purchases and really zero fund that if you need to be able to fund the operational budget. I think we have felt the students' disappointment when we're closed and they want to use it, when they're coming up over the break, when they used to be open to 9, now we close at 6. And there's just, we're at a place where we can cut anything we want, but it will impact students. And so I would really advise focusing as much as we can on those one-time costs and trying to stabilize things as much as we can.
As a clarification, cutting one-time request costs won't affect the need to cut the operational budget, because those are just 2 separate pots of money. If we put that one-time expense money in that budget, we would just be cutting that same amount of money that we put in there out next year. So unfortunately, there would be a need if there had to be cuts, or they need to come from your operational budget.
Well, we can certainly go back in and look at each hour you cut of the rec center, as an example, will save you $25,000. So if you close at 11 as opposed to 12, you've saved yourself $25,000. If you open up at 6:30 and close at 10:30, as opposed to 6 to midnight, that's 2 hours a day. That will save you about $50,000. And so that's one of the ways you can do it. You of course can continue to cap things, lower the amount of outdoor adventure trips, lower the amount of group X in a week, lower the amount of teams. We're just at the painful place where cuts will hurt. So I'm willing to do whatever we need to do to balance the budget, but I think we all have to realize that it will impact students.
Chair Yalamichili.
2 questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
All right. So compared to other RWC facilities, how much interest have students shown in the challenge course?
Compared to other rec centers in the state?
No, to like other facilities in our university, like the gym. Is there like a high level of interest in the challenge course from students, or have they not been using it that much?
They've been using it as much as we allow them to use it, because it has to be a staff facility. It's not something they can just go out and use on their own. And so when we have it open, as you saw the open climb that we had folks on the waiting list that we had to say, sorry, we don't have enough space for you. And part of what we cut last year was the number of open climbs that we did throughout the semester. And so there is an interest in the challenge course, and I'm still optimistic that down the road it's going to be something that will generate more funds for our department.
Thank you, sir. And my second question was with regards to lobby furniture. Like, is it in a state where it is unclean and poses some sort of safety risk that makes people sick, or is it still in usable condition?
No, if it made folks sick, we would discard it in the proper format. We won't just throw it in the dumpster, but no, I would say no. It's just there's some chairs that are no longer usable. They're broken. Things are just worn out over time.
Chair Temple, then Samilo, then Hall.
Good afternoon, sir. I just kind of want to get some clarification because I'm seeing numbers here. Like, for example, for aquatics under OPS, their hours are 243 hours. I'm reading that right? A week? Is there? Like, can I just get some clarification on those numbers? Like, why are they so big?
Aquatics is a perfect example of why that form doesn't work too well, because depending on the time of year is going to determine how many hours that we use for aquatics. There's a certain time of the year that the leisure pool is open. There's a certain time of the year that the leisure pool is closed. When the leisure pool is open, it takes 4 guards to operate the leisure pool. Plus you have the lap pool. And so that's a general average of what it costs throughout the year to have the leisure pool and lap pool open to accomplish the hours that we promote.
If I can attempt to clarify further for you, Temple, if you look at the current quantity, it says 1. So they're not requesting he's not asking for 1 lifeguard for that many hours. It's more of, this is how many hours all the lifeguards. So like you said, with the 243 hours, have 4 lifeguards at a time or whatever. So that's just an estimate for the amount of hours that they're going to need total, if that helps you. did you have a follow-up or anything?
Yeah, and then just give me a simple yes or no question, but I'm assuming this is also the same thing for the building managers and fitness attendants who have 162 hours and 712 hours a week respectively.
Yes, it's the same for all the positions, because I do have the quantity at 1 for all those positions, with the exception of the one that we know specifically, which is downtown. We have 2 people working all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, then we had Samilla.
I have 2.
Go ahead.
Okay. My first one is, when is the most active time, earliest in the morning and latest at night in the gym?
The day picks up really around noontime, and continues to get larger and larger throughout the course of the day. About 4:30, it starts getting packed all the way till about 9:30 or 10. Now, whatever time you close a rec center, that last hour is going to be the lowest amount. So if we close the rec center at 9, that hour from 8 to 9 isn't going to be as packed as it is now, because folks can't come in at 8 o'clock to get a full workout. So I think it's the numbers support being busy 9:30, 10 at night, and then it begins to tail off a little bit. But it's still not low.
Okay. And then to follow that up, do you think that it would impact students if we change the hours to 6:30 to 11:30, just like 30 minutes off the beginning and end? So then it's technically an hour, but like, you know what I mean?
It will impact. I mean, but if you're going to do it, those would be the best times to do it.
Is the RWC currently open till midnight?
Yes.
Or it is. Okay. I believe Vice Chair Hall was next. Or did you have your second?
I have my second question.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, chill. Okay, so regarding office supplies, there's like a big list of a whole bunch that like you request every year. Is there not an excess of office supplies from like previous years that you guys can like continuously use? Like, does it always get used, like the chunk of office supplies that you asked for? They all are like gone at the end of the year?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Then Vice Chair Hall.
Looking at I think it's the USPS staff, are you able to clarify the differences between like the custodial, like specialist 1, 2, and 3 positions?
Yeah.
What like their different tasks are?
Custodial, number 1 is your entry level custodian. Those are the ones that you'll see on the floor. Up to 3, there's 3 supervisors for each of the shifts. Underneath them, kind of in between, there's a custodian 2 that serves both as a custodian and a supervisor in the absence of the supervisor, because they only work 5 days a week. The other 2 days, someone is serving in the supervisory role. And so those are the difference between custodians 1, 2, and 3, and then all report up to a superintendent.
Okay, we're going to go Butler, Kringle, and that's then Borges.
If we did happen to make the time changes, would that affect the park as well?
It would be up to you. I mean, if you change the rec center hours, say you close at 11 p.m., that's not going to affect the park. If you close the rec center at 8 p.m., then you'd probably want the park to match it, because the building managers serve as a point of contact for emergencies. And so you wouldn't want to close the park on a daily basis, or Lake Claire on a daily basis, or other facilities after the rec center shuts down. But rec center right now is the last facility to close each night. Does that make sense?
Vice Chair Kringle.
When it comes to the OPS side of the spreadsheet, I just want to clarify. So for each and every line item, like aquatics, that total of 153,000, that's what you believe is what that yearly cost will be for those hourly positions, is 153.
Exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Chair Borges.
Yes, this is regarding your number 1 pick for your one-time expense, so the Gator. I know they're designated for different areas, and they all have different, purposes and you have a lot of them, is there not a lot, but you have multiple and you have other vehicles. Is it possible at all to arrange things maybe more efficiently? I know you guys, efficiency is everything you do, but is it all possible to where maybe you wouldn't need that 10,000? Like if we don't have any money to give for one-time expenses, or is that really need those gators?
Sarah and Gary put that first on the list because there's one that no longer works. And it's used by our maintenance team. So if the maintenance team needs to be using the equipment and they take another gator and we have an injury, then the athletic trainer can't go respond to the injury. If they take it to go repair something and intramural sports is setting up for their events, then they wouldn't be able to load everything up into the gator to bring it out to start the game. So all the games would start late. And you start slipping on the dependability piece. I agreed with Sarah and Gary in putting that one first because it is the biggest need.
Okay, we're gonna go Samilo, Kane, Hall.
Regarding the replacement of the kayaks at Lake Claire, is the 16,788 for all of them or just ones that need to be replaced?
Ones that need to be replaced, I do not know exactly how many that would cover. Catherine can yell that number out.
That'd be approximately 8 to 10.
Oh, okay. Now we're gonna go comptroller Kane.
So my question is about the OPS pay rates. I see pay rates ranging here from 1305, obviously athletic trainers substantially higher at 21, a bunch of positions at 1350 as well. I would kind of like to understand a little bit better what those pay rates actually are, because obviously taking into account OPS, minimum wage increase and all that stuff. What is the pay rate for the first few months and then what's the pay rate the rest of the year, just to get a better understanding of how everything really works.
The student employee that's hired into the rec center comes in at minimum wage. We no longer give raises for performance or time worked. We just give the raise when the minimum wage goes up. We have leadership positions that it was about 3 or 4 years ago. I sat down with Shane and Rick and we created these tiers based on the entry level position is minimum wage. And then as you get different supervisory roles, you make 50 cents more or $1 more for those positions. So a building manager, for example, would get 14 when minimum wage is 13, so on and so forth.
Follow up.
So with that, why is the starting listed here at 1305?
1305 takes into account the lead. So if you're looking at, for example, member services would be 1305. Again, I'm trying to take the average throughout the course of the year. So all the member services attendant folks that are swiping IDs are making 13. The supervisor, the student lead for that position, that person would make 14. And it's the same in all the positions throughout the rec center. There's the lead or building manager, which is the higher tier, and then the mid tier might be, for example, a fitness shift supervisor where there's 2 fitness attendants or 3 fitness attendants on that make minimum. There's a shift supervisor that would get 50 cents more, so they're in the middle tier, and then going all the way up to the building manager who's in the high tier.
Okay, and then I believe Vice Chair Hall.
Going back to the USPS staff. So I see that there is vacant for maintenance technician 1 and for custodial superintendent. But I also see that there's, I believe, 4 other maintenance technicians already staffed. Is that 5th one necessary, or like how would the, I guess, functionality of the RWC be without the 5th maintenance technician?
Part of the strategy we took last year when we cut 4 full-time positions is we did eliminate a full-time maintenance person. We eliminated 2 custodial staff. Some of that went along with the closing of Knights Plaza, so we had a little less cleaning, a little less maintenance. And so I believe the custodial superintendent is Jose Arce, who just got promoted to maintenance superintendent. So he's shifting over, but he's in a interim role. So I'm not allowed to take that position away, because in a year from now, we have to do a search. And if he doesn't get that position, then he automatically gets his old job back. That's part of the policy within UCF Human Resources. I think looking at the facility and folks that have had a chance to experience different rec centers, you can see rec centers that are not taken care of. They're not clean. Things are falling apart. If you walk around the fitness floor, there are certain machines that say out of order. Some of that is due to part availability. Some of that is due to not having enough staff to be able to keep all that equipment up. And so that's all part of it. So I would caution against eliminating another maintenance position.
Sorry, Chair Similla.
Circling back to the kayaks, I don't know if you want to have her answer again, but 2 questions. What is the total amount of kayaks, like, in general?
K-Rock.
Primarily the Lake Claire facility, or
Yeah.
for the entire program?
Either's fine. You can do both.
I believe we have 22 in circulation. Several of them, though, do need to be retired just based on condition.
Okay. And then out of those, how many are out on the lake at once?
It just depends. Sometimes we have every single boat out there, especially when we have a lot of students coming in for reservations and things of that nature. I would say that probably happens a few times a month, but on average we have, I would say, probably, I don't know, 10 out at a time. Just really depends on the flow of traffic.
Okay. Thank you.
Comptroller King.
Once again, looking at the budget, the only way that we're going to be able to reach that 18.8 million, it looks like, is with reductions in these increases to the RWC, as that is a vast majority of those increases. So my question is, in terms of prioritizing any reductions and increases, would you look at hours or service cuts first? And kind of how would you approach determining what's most important? What do you think is most important and least important?
I would probably say some of the hours.
Any further questions? Chair Simillo?
Motion to move to debate. Move to debate?
Okay, there's been a motion to move to debate. I'm sorry, I did not hear you at first. There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now on debate on the Recreation and Wellness Center. Chair Simillo.
So I asked the question about changing the hours from 6 to 12 to 6:30 to 11:30. That does cut off an hour, which is 25 grand. I don't know if y'all want to like speak on that, have a little kiki, but yeah.
President Greenaway.
So, I think we all here understand that there needs to be cuts in some place. I don't think cutting operations is that area. What I do want to look at, and maybe someone can calculate it, Jeremy or someone else, is specifically the OPS. I know minimum wage is 12 until October 1st. So I'm not sure, Jim, if that was something calculated in your budget, but I'm curious if a difference would be made if it was specifically calculated. We have this much money set aside for minimum wage being 12 of whatever that the average would be up until October 1st, and then from October 1st for the rest of the year. Is that what's on that spreadsheet? I'm curious to see, and I know we might not be able to do this right now, but I'm curious to see what difference that would make in the total OPS.
So how did you, if I'm not mistaken from what you were speaking about when you were talking about OPS, is that you calculated it based on a bunch of averages, right? Or I guess if you could walk us through how you got to the number with the...
Last year's request had what the budget lines were minus 3 months for minimum wage increase. That gave us our total number for each of the areas in OPS. From there, I took the dollar raise. So it's $1 raise for the first 3 months at the lower rate, $1 raise for the last 9 months at the higher rate. So that I just did the same. I just added it to last year's final number, the percentage increase.
Okay.
So you think that's taken into account? You
Yes.
think that with the change coming October 1st is included on there?
It is.
Got it.
Just to clarify, the $25,000 from cutting 1 hour, would that be from cutting 1 hour per week or 1 hour for the whole week?
It's 1 hour for the whole year. So every day that we're open to midnight, if you closed at 11 p.m., it's every day it's 11 p.m. that we.
So per day.
Yeah, every day there's one less hour, and that accumulates by the end of the year to $25,000 saved. Trail initially.
So I wanted to look at the issue of one-time expenses. We still have about $459,000 to cut from that budget, and it seems that while many of the items listed in RWC's one-time expenses are important, it looks like we're going to need to make some cuts to them, considering that the RWC's one-time expenses are, I believe, higher than all the other agencies. So based on what I've heard, I don't believe that the challenge course is in immediate need of reconstruction, considering that it is still operational. And so I believe that we should look at cutting that from the one-time expenses. That would save about $145,000. Additionally, lobby furniture also seems to be something that is not an urgent need and does not impact students as much as replacing boat racks, completing sand volleyball fencing, replacing old vessels, bikes, etc. So that would save us about $48,000. And so with that, those would be the two items I would advocate for most with regards to cutting one-time expenses, that being rebuilding the challenge course and the lobby furniture. That would save the committee roughly around $200,000.
Vice Chair Hall, Comptroller Kane.
Are we doing that later for one-time expenses? So we need to focus on like the recurring one, the budget first. I think we should like table that for now and then come back to it later.
For update before we move on to Comptroller Kane, what he has to say. We are out of our operational budget currently $357,769 over still at the current moment. Comptroller Kane.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Okay. Anybody? Vice Chair Hall.
I just want to go back to the I keep going back to but the USPS staff, because I don't know, like I just know like the I guess logistics or like legalities of just like cutting like the vacant maintenance technician position, because also I'm not sure if like obviously the RBC knows more than I do about like how like their functionalities, but if there's already like so many other maintenance technician positions, I think have getting rid of the vacant one like will save like $52,000. But I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm just like not thinking of it correctly, because I don't know exactly how like salary works. I don't know if it's the same with like other budgets.
Allow me to follow up. How long has this position been vacant?
Sarah, whose position was that?
We had a promotion to maintenance 1 tech to a 2, and then it was on hold for budget reasons. And then we have reopened it. Since we had a vacant custodian, we are now able, after many months, to then interview. We actually have a candidate that's in human resources, and their start date, I believe, is January 5th. So I'm going to say it's over 9 months that this was vacant.
It's been 9 months, but you have a person ready to fill it, is what you're saying?
Yes, there's a candidate that's had an offer.
Okay, so
it was after
it's very likely
the budget
that
packet.
Yeah, so this vacant position is very likely no longer vacant.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's helpful for the committee, Chair Temple.
A question to the representative.
Go ahead.
So, given that we're kind of circling around OPS and USPS, and I'm assuming AP staff as well, which position do you think would not provide the most, how would I put this, marginal benefit, for lack of better terms? Like, what would provide the least amount of benefit to the cost that you're providing? In other words, which would provide the least amount of benefit relative, if that makes any sense at all? If not, I can rephrase it.
Which open position provides the least amount of benefit?
Which, just in general, in other words, which do you think, if we are to cut a position, do you think we should be gunning for, more or less? If that is at all possible. Just wanted to provide some clarity on the situation at hand.
You mean any position, including?
Any position as it stands. In fact, I could probably withdraw my question. I
probably won't say that in front of the whole staff.
Oh wait, I think he was asking for what position that you currently don't have filled would be the best one to cut.
Yes, that one.
So not somebody's job who's on the line, just one of the positions that are currently vacant.
Yeah, my apologies for that. It's I do not have enough caffeine in my system.
You're safe, Heather. Unless I'm wrong, there's only one open position, right? So that's the one that Jose, by the university, is able to fall back into if he doesn't get the maintenance superintendent position. So here's what you could do is, first of all, go back to the park fields, and the second $100,000, take that out, saving $100,000 there. And then freeze that position for a year. Unfortunately, it kicks the can down the road because it doesn't save you money long-term, but it would save you money in this year's budget. So I think if you do those two things, you're getting close to, it's about 180,000. I don't know offhand what it is.
Cheers, Miller.
So, from my understanding, the position that Jose had once held has to stay in accordance to law, kind of thing.
Yes, yes.
So, for further clarification, there's no vacant position that can be removed.
Correct.
Without firing somebody.
True.
Okay. Chair Temple.
Could you please clarify again what you said first? Like your recommendation for how we should go about this, the first suggestion you posited?
I was thinking about, as we're talking about trimming hours, and even I'm thinking of one-time expenses, an analogy is, why would you fund a kayak but cut all the Lake Claire hours? Might as well have the Lake Claire hours open, even if you don't have a kayak. So I was trying to avoid for you all having to cut the rec center, because I know that's not a very positive thing to do. I don't like it. Students won't like it. And you could cut $100,000 out of our field R&R account. And I say that because we're putting in our fields now, where it was one of the projects we're working on. We're putting the fields in now, and it will be 10, 11, 12 years before this group will need to be replaced again. And optimistic by that time we'll be more into the cycle of CITF funding to be able to fund that long term. And so I think that would be a more prudent way to go than cut other aspects. The second piece of it is, if you're still needing to cut from the rec center, you could freeze Jose's current position for a year. because he's in an interim role, I will keep him in the interim role for a year. And then at that point, have to make a decision on what happens with the role he's in. And so he just started that December 8th. And so I'm covered at least till December 8th. One of the things you could do is fund it for a half a year, which will save you probably $40,000 or so. That might be a way to be creative to try to get to your end result of what you might be looking for.
Okay, I have a few things. So it is possible to freeze the superintendent position. So essentially zero fund it for, it still exists, but it's going to be vacant. So there's no reason to have that money allocated to that specifically. No, actually it'd keep that money there so that we don't have to cut that back. Never mind. What I wanted to then ask, never mind with that, I was thinking out loud with the $1,000. So that comes out of the R&R for the business office because there's the $200,000 there.
Yeah.
So we could decrease that by half.
Yeah.
Another thing that I wanted to ask, and I asked a little bit earlier, but now is a great time to continue that conversation, is the R&R under the rec center. It's $35,000. There's also $75,000 of equipment R&R in the specific under the business office. My idea is, and I think I mentioned to you earlier, I'd like to combine that and then reduce it if possible.
The $35,000 in the operational budget is for those items that are completely unplanned for. So this year of the $35,000, we've spent $38,000. We've actually are already gone over by $3,000. It was about $10,000 went to a boiler, and the other $28,000 went to I left my notes on me.
We had the elevators. Two of the three don't meet the code. There's a new code. So, and then there's the exhaust fans. Was the other 10,000.
Does the 35,000 get used every single year, or was this because you went to 38? Was this like you put this R&R in your own R&R account and you've taken out of it, but there's still some left? Like, how is this?
We used to. It used to be a $75,000 line, then we trimmed it to 50, and then a couple years ago we went down to 35. We've been using it every year, and then some. Usually, when Sarah comes with me, hey, we have this issue, my answer is usually wait. And she goes, but we need. I said wait, and so we try to get through the year without using it until the end for the items that we have to get done. But this year, the elevator is a code item that would probably be in violation on January 1st because it's not done. And so that we're trying to accelerate that. And that's the kind of thing that comes along that it comes along all the time. There's constantly things. Now, if you want to have change the fitness R&R to a RWC equipment R&R, you can certainly do that. And I mean, if you want to make it $100,000, that's fine. If you want to save $10,000 out of it. So if you want to move that in a sense out of Brenda's budget into our budget and just make it an R&R line, I'm sorry, move it out of our budget and put it in Brenda's budget, and make it an equipment R&R line, that's fine.
So if we took the 35,000 out of here and moved it into the 75,000 line, but turn it into like 95 or 100, and we'd save a little bit there, and now no longer in the future have it under your budget line, that would work?
I think so.
Okay. And then we could also decrease 100,000 from the fields.
Yes.
R&R as well.
Which I like both those options better than shutting the facility down earlier.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of just took some time there. Does anybody have a hand? anything they want to say. We're still in debate. Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah, just for clarification. So you're saying, Ryan, you were saying, oh wait, sorry. For the taking off the field maintenance, does that have any correlation with like the field, like is that the turf field? Or is that like
Yes. What we were talking about earlier with the turf field replacements.
Okay, so that conversation, so taking 100 out of that.
Yeah, we're gonna make it $100,000 per year, or at least for out of this budget right now.
Mm-hmm. So does that coincide with the ASF budget or this one?
So that falls underneath the activity and service fees business office's budget.
Okay.
Because that's where the R&Rs is funded. And that's now going to be in how all R&R. There's not going to be another R&R line on the budget except for those two under the business office if we move forward with this.
Okay, I think I get it.
Anybody? Chair Temple?
Question for you.
Yes.
So and for clarification as well, the process that you just laid out, moving the 35 and 75,000 into R and trimming the 100,000, how would we go about that process?
I would, and I'm going to write this all down so I get it correctly, but I'm going to suggest a motion zeroing out line 109, and then once I get the numbers down, reducing line, where's my mouse? Reducing line 5 by the appropriate amount, which is going to be, I think we're going to make that 75K, and we can discuss about this, but I'm thinking if it's possible to do 95, that's 20 more, which means we're saving about 15,000. Also, it's going to be 15 plus 100, maybe $115,000 less, because now we're saving 15 and the $100,000 from the turf field. So I'm going to write this down in a second, and then does that answer?
Yes.
Just make sure. Why am I so boggled? If I go here and get the budget back. Nope, that's presentations. Packet, business office. Okay. Comptroller Kane.
Motion to reduce line 109 by 35,000 and to reduce line 5 by 80,000.
By 80,000?
Yeah. Because we add, if we added 20,000 for R&R there, and then we reduce 100,000 from the turf field.
Yes. Okay. That motion has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are in voting. $14 to 0 to 1. It has been approved, so that goes into effect. Just for everybody's update, we are now at $242,769 left to find somewhere to cut. President Greenaway, then Chair Borges.
I was going to motion to the next entity unless you had.
So I don't know if it's just because I'm exhausted, but it's kind of similar to what President Greenway asked about OPS. I was just trying to replicate the math of what the representative explained, and I just was not understanding completely the number. Like the numbers don't add up to me. I'm getting different numbers. I just want, I guess, more clarification if possible, because if that number is different and lower, that would be great.
Do you want to ask the question?
Yeah, if you heard what I just said. I don't know if you want to.
So if you take, basically regardless of what time of year it is, there's a $1 increase. So if you're in August, there's a $1 increase from this August to next August. And so the financial numbers that we have for each of the areas took that into account last year, the 3 months that minimum wage didn't increase. And so from there, that's what we increased the numbers from. And so I believe it's like 8% or something. And so you can look at that number, 8%, and it goes up the same amount the entire year. So it was factored in last year. And so I can't take 3 months out again, because then we'll be 3 months behind as far as being able to pay OPS. I wish there was an easier way to reflect that on the form.
Comptroller Kane.
I would like to hear some discussion about what we talked about before, temporary suspending that position that costs about $69,000.
Which position was that again?
It was the custodial superintendent. It was it's on the last line on the.
Oh, yes. So from my understanding, that needs to exist for the future and it needs to be there. So if we were to cut that back, that's just something we'd probably have to add if that position were to be put there. So I don't know if there was a way, are you going to have somebody fill this position? Even if the interim is hired as the official?
Someone needs to manage the custodial staff, so yeah.
So this is a position that needs
But
to
I
exist.
think you could easily do it for half a year.
Okay.
So because I can't fill this position until spring 2025. And so you're going to have 6 months of the position not being filled. So you have that money available to be able to do something else with, because it's going to sit vacant in my line.
My only thought is that this, once it is full, sure is going to be out of this year's budget, but then it's just going to be needed refunded to the full extent year after, right?
You could look at cutting a custodian one a year from now, if one of those positions opened.
Okay. Comptroller Kane.
Motion to reduce line 104 by 34,656, which is half of that salary.
That has been done. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
Sure.
Kind of not, I guess it is an objection, but it's not in a way. Kind of just a clarifying question, if I can.
Go ahead.
Regarding this position, let's say Jose doesn't get the promotion kind of thing, like there's something that happens and he does need to refill this position. Would that happen, the refill in fall? If we were to half this, would he not be getting paid then? Like, how would that work?
That's the best way to save money, not paying people. No, what happens is you would go to the spring semester, regardless, in either approach. If Jose gets the maintenance superintendent, then you wouldn't hire the custodial superintendent until the spring. If Jose doesn't get the maintenance superintendent, then you would hire a new maintenance superintendent to start in the spring, and he gets his old job back. So regardless, the first 6 months of your next fiscal year, that position will not be filled.
Motion to receive Comptroller Kane's motion.
All right. So that motion is back on the table. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll be voting. With a vote of 13 to 0 to 1, that vote passes. Changes will be made. We are still in debate. Vice President Smith.
Motion to move the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now on to the student union. Rick, you will have 15 minutes to present whenever you're ready. Alrighty, we are going to start the student union presentation whenever you are ready. So if we could please lower the volume of the chatter.
Brody's clicking for me.
Yeah. Wait, is it? Oh, actually, you should have a
This
clicker.
guy?
Yeah, that should work. Let's see. Click it.
There we go.
There you go.
Perfect.
Okay. 1 second before they just leave in the room, I guess.
Yeah, letting the RWC contingent clear out. Bye. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Falco. For those of y'all I haven't met, I'm the director of the student union. I'm going to share a brief overview of kind of the union operations and then get right into the budget. So dive right in. Obviously, our spaces include the student union itself. We also run the Live Oak Event Center, oversee operations of Memory Mall, and then the Union South Patio. And then our programs are listed here. We run event planning. That's kind of soup to nuts. So event planning is before events, event services is during events, and event production is also during events. Our guest services team, which runs our desk operations, Knights Pantry, and Bike and Gold, as well as Knights on the Mall. Give you a few stats about the union. You all know that we are busy, probably the busiest building on campus. Typically, we average about $4 million people through our doors every year. We have about 170 current student employees, and there's some numbers about the spaces that we manage within the building. Some stats on our events. We run around 24,000 events a year. That's bookings a year, not actual events, but bookings are a variety of different things. About 2/3 of that is student groups, and the rest is mostly departments with a few public events here and there. Nights on the Mall is a program that we manage and basically do reservations for students, and that's about 2,000 annual reservations on the mall, and we staff to make sure everybody is in their correct spot out there. And then the Bike and Gold program is our operations for bike. As you can see, we're designated a bronze bicycle-friendly university, and there's some of the stats that we have done from Bike and Gold over the years. And then everybody's favorite, Knights Pantry, which does a tremendous amount of service on campus. Over 70,000 items, or just about 70,000 items, 35,000 student visits, and almost 6,000 volunteer hours over the past year. So, to dive right in, our budget is pretty boring this year, to be honest. And I hate to say that, but it is what it is. Last year was, as you all have been hearing, and those of you that were around last year, was a pretty horrific year for everybody. And so we saw the cuts just like everybody else did. Our differences this year are really very basic. We did not budget for a utility increase with the hopes that the air conditioning project that we were working on was going to manage our utilities. That did not pan out. So we are currently running a deficit in utilities this year, and so that's why you're seeing a $250,000 increase in the request for next year. Our OPS is a $97,000 minimum wage increase just on the base wage. Our salaries were $44,000 with the cost of living increase that you all have already heard about. We were able to manage an $85,000 savings for our maintenance and housekeeping services. That's through a service level agreement that we're running through facility operations.
that now basically has the student union treated as a education and general funded department. So we're being treated more like a regular department instead of an activity and service fee department. And we should see about $85,000 in savings for the next year. I wanted to give you some historical context about our budget, generally speaking. So I have always, and I think the student union in general has been team players when it comes to the budget. We have cut and cut and cut, and I think this kind of shows that there really isn't any more room for cuts. So the inflation-adjusted expense budget that we were allocated in 2013, so actually, I should have done 2014, I guess, sorry. I was going for a decade, but was 7.1 million, and we are currently requesting 4.2 million. That's unprecedented. It's difficult to even comprehend when you put it into that context. And it is what it is. We're trying to get by just like all the other departments. So dive right into the more fun things, which are the one-time allocations. The stage lighting in Pegasus Ballroom. I think this is hands down our number one priority to get funded this year from the one-time expenses. We're estimating this at $90,000. Some of that is because Shane was able to buy some of the lighting ahead of time, so we're excited to already have some of the lighting in stock. Some of the marquee events for the university, like Founders Day and those kind of things, which are outside funded people, but still university departments, can spend $10,000, $12,000 on lighting and infrastructure for events in the Pegasus Ballroom. So I don't have an exact cost of what the savings would be for activity and service fee. We can start working on that. But this is a direct savings to the university and to activity and service fee. And so this is basically just a lighting truss that would allow for a basic stage wash in the Pegasus Ballroom. And is, again, a very high priority for us. For those of you that have ever been to an event outside of this beautiful room, you've probably noticed that our chairs are falling apart. The chairs are 17 years old now, I think, the banquet chairs. They're a little bit complicated to replace because, of course, if you don't replace them all at once, they won't match. So what I have requested is the full amount, 2,400 chairs for the entire building. What would be very easy for us to do, and I know you do need to make some cuts in this area, is to do half of those chairs. We can't really divide it out more than half because Pegasus Ballroom needs 1,200 chairs. So if we did 1,200 for Pegasus Ballroom, we could use the best of the chairs left in Pegasus throughout the rest of the building and only do 1,200 with potential to do the other 1,200 2-3 years down the road as we continue to lose chairs. The chairs are in poor repair, and this is an item that is going to need to be done soon. So that would be the second priority for us. Third priority is a replacement event dance floor. Obviously, this is a low cost item. This is an item that we typically, I feel a little silly, honestly, asking the committee for a $6,000 item. This is something historically that we would just buy in the context of our $4 million budget or $7 million budget 10 years ago. We don't have money for these types of expenses anymore, and so that's why you're seeing the proposal in front of you for that. We have had a couple, as our old dance floor ages and is very heavy and kind of archaic, we have had a couple of workers' comp issues with people pinching their fingers and those kind of things, so it is a safety issue as well. And then the final thing I'm suggesting out of the one-time repairs, and I think this is kind of where you all landed with the RWC, is to start a student union repair and replacement fund that is similar to what the RWC already has in place. So historically, both facilities were funded. At one point, it was $100,000 a year in those type of items that Jim was just talking to you all about the unexpected one-time replacement items. As budgets have continued to be cut and cut and cut and cut, we've eventually gotten to the point that the student union currently has $0 in an active R&R account. it's a dangerous place to be. They mentioned the elevator project. We actually had that same project come up this year. Dr. Frame was able to work it out to get some outside funding for us. So we were able to get some E&G funding to be able to, E&G carry forward funding to be able to fund ours. We were not lucky enough to be able to manage that for the rec center as well, unfortunately, but our $65,000 for that would not have had another place to be funded out of. So I think what I'm suggesting is where you all just landed. I'm not asking for this out of the recurring budget. I think that the R&R money is best allocated out of the one-time expense budget, whatever is available on an annual basis, put into a funding account, and then go with the directors of the departments to coordinate with student government on how that money is spent on an annual basis. Or not spent, preferably not spent. Obviously, we don't want those items to come up, but they do come up from time to time. And then we have our maintenance projects, which I think we are not talking about right now, or we are talking about right now.
You could definitely talk about them,
Okay.
and that would be helpful. But in the context that this is part of the giant R&R out of the non-recurring.
Okay. So here's our list. They are mostly boring items. Again, I don't want to discuss I don't want to keep calling my budget boring, but these are the boring type of. So is there anything exciting up there that I could lead with? Get you all pumped up?
Fire panels. We just
fire panels, fire pumps. I mean, yeah, the fire panel. If the fire panel were fixed, then we wouldn't have had our little incident this morning. So that's exciting, right? So yay. Sorry about that, by the way. The most exciting thing on there would be the ballroom lighting, I guess. The only thing that would actually be student facing, and that would be updating lighting in particularly Pegasus Ballroom. As if you look up, you may notice that some of the lights are mismatched and just kind of out of place. It's expensive. Anything on the scale of Pegasus Ballroom, which is almost 11,000 square feet, gets tremendously expensive tremendously quickly. So when you talk about replacing carpet or lighting or anything like that, you can spend $250,000 in the snap of a finger. So, but that would allow us to do some different lighting instead of just off and on and those kind of things, and actually match the lights and those things. The rest of what's on there, again, not trying to be evasive, I'm happy to talk about any of it, but I don't want to bore you all to death, is really just basic facility maintenance that we really have deferred as we have gotten into this continuing budget situation. And some of this stuff would have been what is happening with the facility R&R over the years. So I know there has been a lot of discussion about options for reductions. We don't, unfortunately, I love to come and volunteer things. I don't really have anything to do that with anymore. We're really at the point that we're either reducing hours or reducing services. And these are some of those things that we would potentially be reducing. Fixed setups in ballrooms, fixed stages in ballrooms, one-time events, like not turning Pegasus Ballroom for a morning event and an evening event. Obviously, the impact on student services of those type of things is pretty dramatic. And so I would love to avoid that if we can, but understand if we do need to talk about those type of things. So with that, my presentation is complete.
Thank you very much. We are now in a moment of questioning, but really quickly, I'm going to yield the chair over to Vice Chair Morissette so I can step out for like 5 minutes.
We'll start with Chair Cimello, then President Greenway, then Comptroller King.
My first question is, out of the reductions that you've given us, or any cuts, I guess, which one do you think would have the least impact on the students? Something that you might be able to delay a little bit longer in regards to like timeline, things like that. I know that you said there wasn't much, but if we had to pick at least one or two.
Yeah, I mean, of these 4 items, they're all pretty impactful on students. So if you think about Pegasus Ballroom, and I would hope that you all have been in a number of events in there, it's very rarely set the same way. So there's always something that changes. Leaving the stage fixed in the ballroom where we would never move it might have the least impact on things, as opposed to reducing the number of events we could do. Reducing facility hours is pretty bad. And I think there's an expectation, there's been a lot of discussion internally about reducing live streaming services. We don't offer a lot currently, and that's difficult. There's an expectation now that we are here to assist with live streaming, and so it's hard to tell clients no with that.
Regarding the live stream, can you just kind of explain to me what that means? Like, in regards to other things, like I know for like Senate, we have like YouTube Live and stuff, but like I didn't know like if that like other things.
I'm not the most technology savvy person, but I think from a client perspective, people expect that they can run a meeting on Zoom in a meeting room setting the same way they do with their desktop computer. And that's just not the case. So it's a lot more complicated, and we really need a technician on site to be able to help someone do that. So Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that all accurate? I know I'm speaking in.
That's all accurate. Also, it's oftentimes we have to add in cameras and have camera support. So in here we have built-in cameras, but in most of our ballrooms where they want to have the bigger events live streamed, it includes a lot more techs, and we're actually undercharging for that type of tech to be in the room by about half. And so it's very costly and difficult staffing wise to do.
Is it like the same topic?
Regarding the live streams, how often, either one of you, how often is this resource used? Like how many times a year, month, whatever you want to say?
I don't know the numbers. Matt might know those, but I will say the expectation from most clients these days, most departmental clients at least, is every event will have the opportunity to be live streamed. Student groups, I think, are a little bit more flexible with it and probably a little bit more technologically savvy to be able to do it themselves. And Matt mentioned, and it could be a possibility of some increased revenue, but people don't love being charged for that service either.
President Greenway?
I was also going to ask about the live streaming, so you answered a lot of my questions. My last question about the live streaming services is, how much of a decrease of the budget would that look like, and where would that come out of?
It would come out of our event production OPS line. It would not be significant. I think that line is 65,000, something like that. So an incremental decrease to that, it's not something that would be a huge savings.
Kane, was your question like related?
Not directly.
Okay, so yeah, Samelo, Comptroller Kane, then Young.
Okay, sorry. Back to the live stream. So you stated that most students are more tech savvy.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding back to like your stats, about 63% of students use like this union. In regards to those numbers, do you have a better number for maybe people who hold I don't know how to say this, but like if they want to be live streamed, like what percent of them are students compared to like outside?
I don't know off the top of my head. We could definitely get you something. I think when you look at the student number, keep in mind that RSO room blocks are a huge percentage of that. So the more of the marquee, like the Pegasus Ballroom or Cape Florida Ballroom type events, are the ones that would want to be live streamed and have that level of tech support. And so those would be more of the agency events and department events. But I can try to pull some numbers together. I don't know what it would look like. Sure.
I yield the chair back to Chairman Clellan.
Thank you, Comptroller Kane.
My question was about the increased revenue that was mentioned for stage lighting. Do you know, do you have any projection on what that revenue increase would look like?
We don't yet, no. So we actually just got that pricing last month, and it came in a little bit higher than we expected. We were hoping to keep it in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. I think $90,000 to me is still kind of I don't want to say no brainer, but it's still worthwhile because some events spend 10,000. Where it's difficult to gauge is, I'm trying to think of the most recent event. They spent $9,990 on a presidential event recently. I can't remember which one it was. That was not just for the stage wash. So they did some additional curtains and those kind of things. So what we're trying to gauge is if we say you can use the stage wash for free, does that mean they're not going to bring in an outside contractor to spend that other $4,000 and they'll give us $2,000 to use the stage wash or those kind of things? In an event world, it's very difficult until you get to the actual time of the event to know how much clients are willing to spend and how much they have available to spend. So I think we would really need a year or two under our belt to kind of estimate that.
Sure, Chile.
2 questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
All right. So when it comes to the budget request packet and regarding the one-time expenses, I saw a total sum of about $2,029,380, whereas on the budget bill, it shows, I believe, $560,880. Which of the 2 million is listed under one-time expenses in the budget bill, and what items are not?
I can clarify that really quickly. So if you look in there next to it, it says budget line operations, and then the other budget line R&R. He just included all the deferred maintenance requests there. That's in the one time, so that's not going to be. That's not for the recurring.
Got it. Thank you. And next, I was wondering about the furniture and equipment R&R, which is listed to be, I believe, $100,000. My question is, does it have to be $100,000, or can it be less than that for the student union's purposes?
I'm really more concerned about getting that account established and getting back to the point that we have some money to work with from an R&R standpoint. I'm not set on the 100,000. Again, it's 5 or 6 years ago, we were getting $100,000 annually. Now we're at 0 annually. So I picked a number. I'm open to whatever the committee thinks is appropriate there in the grand scheme of the budget.
Comptroller Kane.
I have 2 questions.
Go ahead.
The first one is that maintenance in priority order? Or if not, could you please give it to us in priority order?
It is in priority order.
Awesome. And my next question was, in terms of the 4 things that you mentioned for potential cost reductions, if you could pull up that slide again. I wanted to ask if you had, obviously I'm not asking for exact, but if you have approximate numbers for what those would look like in terms of impact, so we can get a better idea.
I don't have exact numbers for any of them. Honestly, I've been telling myself that I don't want to run those because I don't want to do it. But I can certainly get you numbers if that's what the committee needs. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm hopeful we don't have to go any of those routes.
If you could get us those estimates, please.
Could I ask a follow-up on that? So out of those 4, this might have already been answered, but I'm just asking to make sure. Out of those 4, which one do you think is the least impactful in terms of obviously the impact on people, but also can have a larger impact on saving money?
Probably fixed stage setups. I don't know what the cost impact would be, but it probably has the least impact from a student experience standpoint. I will tell you that event clients, and those are the people that are hosting the students, are not going to be happy with fixed setups. But it is what it is. I mean, if that's what we come to.
Chair Samillo.
In regards to the fixed stage setup, what category would that be under?
OPS event services.
We are still in questioning. Chair Borges.
Sorry if I missed this. I'm assuming the USPS audiovisual specialist and office support assistant are getting filled, the vacant positions.
That is the hope, yes.
Chair Samila, did you have?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are in debate. Allow me real quick to say, for your whole ask and wish for the future to have an R&R account, my future, when we were talking throughout all of our meetings up to now and with what we were doing just now with the RWC, moving that under the same cost, like budget line as under the business office, my hopeful future goal is after the OPS increases and such, and that's been cut down away back from where we put it there, and for R&R being primarily through non-recurring supplemented by CITF and such, that R&R in the recurring budget would be a little bit for contingencies if we fall below that. Okay, this is a good amount for contingencies, and then only for equipment and stuff. So this would fund exactly what you're asking for and what the RWC needs as well. But I don't know how much right now we could put for that. I mean, if we're looking at how much is being put into R&R just this year because of putting some away for the minimum wage, then that perhaps helps. But that would be hopefully something that can be done in the future. Although obviously I do not know what the future looks like. And at least for until we get to that point, it is going to just be, unfortunately, a trend of cuts. But I just wanted to say that start, Comptroller Kane.
First of all, Rick, I'd like to thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate, you keeping your budget simple, and in terms of even things that you would really like not to reduce, still presenting those options to us. That definitely makes our job a lot easier. What I will say is, in terms of dealing with this budget specifically, I think that everything that has been proposed is pretty straightforward, pretty simple. If we do have to revisit, once we get those specific numbers for these, this is something that we can revisit. But for now, I think that this entity is pretty much wrapped up, unless anyone has anything else to say.
Chair Smith.
Out of the 4 that we were given, I think the only ones that we should really change would either be the reduced live stream or fixed stage setup, just because I feel like both of those have the least impact on the students. As stated, the people who would be most affected or most upset about these 2 things would be people who are like outside people who are holding events versus like the actual students that are here. So out of those 4, those are the only 2 that I think if we needed to change anything, it would probably be those 2.
Vice Chair Hall.
I was going to say I agree with Comptroller Kane about the budget. I can't think of anything really like we're changing that would like not have a direct impact on students, coming from like working in OSI and like having events through the union. Like literally so many things like stage setups and like all that stuff really matters. So like it may seem like it has a small impact on students, but like it has a larger impact than we like kind of like see immediately. Mm-hmm. And there's like the union is like such an important, it's like the heart of campus. So I feel like cutting anything or not approving of the increases will have like a drastic impact on students.
Mm-hmm. Chair Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with the previous speakers. It's important that the union is as well funded as possible. With regards to maintenance, I think we should emphasize that, considering that we did have a mess up this morning with the fire system, and so it would be nice to have those things fixed, as well as a R&R budget established. I don't know if it's going to be $100,000. We can debate that later on, but I do think some amount of money should be established for student union to be able to carry out unexpected repair and replacements. I think that would be a good idea.
Chair Samillo.
I do believe that the student union is the least of our worries right now. Move to the next entity.
Okay, there's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Now, before we get into the discussion, because on the agenda, if you were to look, this is the last entity for today. We would then enter one-time expense discussion. However, we do have a little bit of time, so we could get, for example, the budget committee, we could do legislative or executive, and we'll move on to that in a second. But I do want to bring our attention to that we've already seen and moved past the 3 highest spending budgets we have, or all of the big high spenders, all the departments, and we still have $208,000 to cut. And that's going to have to come from somewhere. I do not believe it that I believe that a lot of the arguments that we used coming forward, especially coming off of the student union, that we're going to say the same thing about all of the agencies, and they don't have nearly as much money that we could even cut if we wanted to without fundamentally being detrimental to their fundamental operations. So we're going to have to come back to these entities, and we are not going to be able to be done until we find a way to get to a flat budget and get this $208,000 cut away. So whether we want to revisit anything today, or if we want to postpone that, or wherever we go from right here, I want us all to keep that in mind and think about what we've heard today, and to think about the tough decisions that we are going to have to make. And it's not going to be pretty, and something is going to have to take the hit, unfortunately. But as we have moved on from the student union, it is 3:49, technically 10 minutes. We can just keep on moving on with the plans, which would put us at one-time expense discussion. And this is going to turn into, I think, just more overall non-recurring, because I want to explain some things about the R&R funded through there, the budget stabilization. It has been adjusted since the last time we met as a committee and spoke about it. And then we'll get into the one-time expenses. So to start, or before we start into that, rather, if anybody has anything on anything I just said, Chair Samillo.
Regarding the non-reoccurring fees, all the entities are allowed to request for the non-reoccurring. And since we haven't heard from everyone, are we still seeing all of them, or just the ones that we've seen today?
We have seen the 98% of all that's being requested. So I have a feeling that what we can do is make a bunch of the discussions and decisions now. And then I believe we have is it really only 1, 2, 3? Yeah, less than $25,000 of requests that has not been seen today. 800 of it, if I think I could give 5 minutes to LJ to speak about the late night's $800 request. We could get most of it done now. So we're gonna do that now. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Hall. But for that, are we all okay with that? Okay. Chair Samillo.
I just had another question related to the bill. So it says that the total for the non-reoccurring is 6,959,514.
This is true.
And that's including anything that's ever been requested?
Yes.
All the things from the RWC, all the things, everything?
Yeah, so this includes the amounts that, this is all of that.
Okay.
So,
and then we have about
6.5.
Okay.
So we are currently, and if you look at the very bottom red line, it's $459,000 over that is being requested more. And now I'm going to go and explain a little bit more on that. So for what has happened since the last time we all met with the reserve accounts projects, the R&R funded through the non-recurring and the budget stabilization, is it looks different, right? That is because of the high amount of money that we are putting in currently in R&R from the project for the minimum wage. So we took that into account and funded the R&R, because it's all going into R&R, but the portion that we are doing through the portion that we were doing through the non-recurring, we've lowered that. Also, meeting with the departments last week, we discussed of the immediate next 3 years, like time frame A kind of deferred maintenance that is going to be able to be done. We considered that $3,880,000. The comptroller and myself, when we were talking, that would be a sufficient amount to do all of the immediate requests that were being asked of, in addition to the amount that's being funded through the business office's R&R account. The way that it works with the non-recurring is that this is kind of new, and there was no budget packet, no entity. It is kind of the committee. So I just went ahead and adjusted those. And we can continue to adjust those if needed to. But then we also thought that since we are now definitely doing only 1 year of OPS increase for the future, budget stabilization is much more important. So we prioritize more funds towards budget stabilization, putting it at $1.7 million so that we are able to have a stabilized budget in the future. And as a doomsday, at a worst case scenario, it can be used in the operational budget to lessen the impact of decreases, and could be spread out over years. So it's just nice to have that for the future. And then that accounts for 5.58 million of the 6.5 million. And we have the rest of it, which allows us to fund more one-time expenses. Does anybody have any thoughts, opinions, comments, questions, concerns? President Greenaway.
So now we're in discussion about one-time requests, or
real quick, I'm asking for opinions because most of the committee is hearing this for the first time, that we've adjusted what we spoke about last for the stabilization and the special projects before we get into one-time expenses. I want to know if this mix is okay. That leaves around $900,000 that we can fund R&R for.
Yeah, I will just jump in and say that I think, funding as many of these one-time projects as possible, I think would be most efficient for, our current students and their current needs, instead of kind of just putting, too much money away. So, I understand the stabilization and the reserve for, all these facility needs, but at the same time, I think this is an opportunity that this committee has that committees in the past haven't. So really taking advantage of some of the needs that, the union, the RWC, OSI, other entities really need for some of these projects. I think we really should take advantage of it, and it will directly impact our student body starting, July of next year. So,
especially with the decreases that will be coming and have already been started with departments, and they're the ones asking for the most, the more that we can fund things that will make those experiences better. It's kind of like we're taking away somewhere, but we're trying to enhance what we currently got and give the resources to make things work efficiently and better. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. At least we're able to give entities some things through the one-time expenses. But now that we've reached this point, the past presentations, the budget packets, have all those up and looking for the one-time expenses, because now we're going to be discussing that. Which ones we want to prioritize. Obviously, I think the big three you should have up is OSI, REC, and Union. Obviously, seeing as those are the hugest asks. Samila.
I would like to start with the RWC. They gave us 14, and I believe that probably about half can be taken away. I feel like the first thing that we should recognize with this list is mostly student safety, or things that will impact the student body the most. Some of these are replacing the boat racks. That could be a hazard at some point, so little things like that. Obviously they did put this in chronological order of what they prefer. So I also want us to think about that and put that into account. I do believe that some of these are more beneficial to the workers of RWC versus actual students. So we could also put that in account. But yeah, I would like to start there and maybe discuss where we would like to chop away at.
I'll I'll go Chair Yalman-Chile, then President Greenaway.
Yeah, so with regards to the RWC, I agree. We have to cut things from the one-time expenses budget. I would propose maybe considering that the representatives gave us a priority list, emphasize maybe the top 7, top 8. That would be one idea, and disregard the rest because we can't have everything. And it seems that the ones at the bottom aren't as much of a high priority and don't make as much of an impact towards students as others, such as the reconstruction of the challenge course, lobby furniture, pool furniture, the scoreboard at the lap pool for water polo, resodding the sports club grass field, etc. But at the same time, I would like to emphasize that with regards to these one-time expenses, the initiatives that emphasize safety should be prioritized most, because I don't think we should be compromising on the safety of our students. So if it means replacing old equipment, we have to prioritize those, because we don't want students going out and using old equipment that may potentially fail or harm them in the process. So yeah, my proposal is take the top 8.
If we were to fund 1 through 8 all the way up to the pickleball court, that is $139,503. That would be funding out of the 490. President Greenaway.
So first, I did want to note, just for the committee, because some most of the RWC staff is students. Anything that we are doing to support the staff, we're also supporting, the students that are here as well. But I think I agree. I think we should fund a little more than 1 through 8. I think we should fund 1 through 9 plus the scoreboard, because it's not an expensive request. And that takes us under, it's 196 and change, which is under 200,000. I think that's a reasonable request for the rec center.
Vice Chair Hall, did you have something?
No, so I was gonna say not just 1 through 8, because I was gonna say I think the scoreboard is a pretty like I would rank that higher, especially if it's not functioning. But Brandon said when he included that, so it's all good.
Chair Borges and then Chair Sinaloa.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with a little more than 1 through 8. We've been talking about the scoreboard for 3 years now. Not that I don't trust that giving the money is going to not make it happen. I just feel like I would just not include the bottom 3, because that is almost half of what they're requesting, and take those 3 out, and half that money is more than half, is almost half is gone. So everything above the scoreboard, I feel like I'd be okay with.
Who did I have? Okay, Chair Samillo and then Vice President Smith.
Can I direct a question to the representative for the RWC?
Sure.
Okay. Related to the van 960, could you explain what that's used for?
It is primarily used for, it's a combination. Our outdoor adventure for trips. All the RWC staff use it. Maintenance uses it. It's one of the vans that people distrust the most. It's just had so many repairs, and it's not one that people feel that comfortable riding in. So that is high on our list. It does have the highest mileage and would want that replaced.
Vice President Smith.
I was going to agree with President Greenaway with 1 through 12. I was just thinking that maybe we could, as of for right now, for the one-time request, keep one of the furniture requests, or whether that's 9 or 10, so pool furniture or lobby furniture, whatever one the department chooses. And then following that, I wanted to go to A&SF to fund all their requests, and that total was 3,246. I think all the different safes that they've asked for is a very or distributing those tickets. And yeah.
So to keep it with RWC, I think nobody's really disagreeing. I think everybody would agree. So we'll get back to that in a second. It'll probably be very fast for the business office. But for the RWC, I'm going to go Yalman Chili, Hall, Samilla. Oh, Holmes, Hall, Samilla.
Okay, so based on previous discussion, we can agree that, I originally proposed a top 8, President Greenaway proposed a top 9 with the scoreboard included. And so there seems to be some sort of consensus that the last 2 can go. And so with that, may I make a motion?
So I'm thinking logistically how it's going to work. Brody, because I've been kind of just editing it anyway, and it's kind of up to, should we make this voting or can we? Yeah, okay, it will be. So from the I heard, let's hold off on making a motion.
Okay.
For right now.
Can I continue though?
Yes.
Okay, so I was just going to say that we can let the last 2 go, which is unfortunate because they're both good initiatives, but something's got to give. So we can remove funding for reconstruction of the challenge course and resodding the sports club grass field. Perhaps include the scoreboard and I either pick one of the types of furniture to remove. That would be my idea. But it is good to know that there is consensus among this committee that the last 2 can go.
Speaker Holmes.
I kind of wanted to touch on what Vice President Smith was talking on about the pool furniture and the lobby furniture. I guess I wanted to direct a question to the RSO. I don't want to be meticulous about the subject, but I wanted to direct a question to the RSO as to which one was more pertinent.
Yeah, Jim, if you would, if they're in priority order, I'd assume you would probably prioritize pool furniture over lobby furniture. However, if you would speak on that, please.
Yes, the pool furniture deteriorates a lot faster because of the weather being outside, so that's a little higher on the list.
And then Vice Chair Hall.
So I liked Kobe's idea of doing like one or the other, like pool or lobby, and having like them choose, because I was like, I mean, I guess it's up to RWC, but like I was thinking like if we fund the 52 like for the pool furniture but not for the lobby, like can they just split that in half and do like half renovations for the furniture, and like next year like request more, I guess, for it. And then also I wanted to ask, like, if we do 1 through 12, well, like what is like the number we're at for because I lost track of the number, like the one-time expense.
If we funded one, like Gator all the way through pool furniture, skipped lobby furniture, skipped blinds for workspaces, and did the scoreboard, we are funding one-time expenses for the rec and wellness center at $217,313. Chair Samula.
I was going to motion to like amend the cost, but before I do that, I'm just going to say the numbers that like I was including in that. So it's 1 through 9 and 12, and I think we all kind of came to the consensus that that's what we've chose. So with that, line 200.
Oh, it's less. It's 196. My bad.
Line 200 to go from 490,088 to 196,485.
That's the correct number. That motion has been made. Are there any objections? Amending one-time expenses for the Rec and Wellness Center. Seeing none, we'll go into voting on that. Vote count 14-0. That's been approved. I apologize. The 213 number I had, I clicked the wrong thing in adding that. But We have now adjusted that. Vice President Smith.
So going back to the A&SF business office, I think that we should fund their 3 requests for $3,246. I think they need all 3 safes to ensure the safety of students and the safety of those tickets and distributing them.
Chair Simillo.
I agree. Motion. I
Well,
think we
there's
all
no
are kind of in
motion.
consensus to.
So for clarification,
I was
we could
gonna
just
make
leave
a
it
motion.
alone. We just leave that
Okay.
alone because it's already there.
Okay.
We're cutting away expenses if we are not wanting to fund it, but they're all there so that we know because they're all requested. So President Greenaway.
So then with the last 2 entities, I suggest for the student union, funding the stage lighting, setting up the R&R, funding half of the ballroom seating, and funding the dance floor. That's a cheap cost. And then as well as funding all of OSI's requests.
Okay. Does anybody, Chair Yalman-Chile?
I wanted to add additionally about the one-time expenses of the student union. The representative did request $100,000 to establish an R&R fund. I think, I don't recall if President Greenaway previously mentioned this, but perhaps we can establish the fund, but maybe like have half of it, like a $50,000 fund instead of a $100,000 fund might be a good idea because it gives the student union something to work with while being fiscally responsible.
Comptroller Kane.
Quick question. So how much, if we have the 388 for projects and 1.7 for budget stabilization, how much are we looking at with one-time projects?
If you scroll
Say that
all the
one
way
more
to the
time.
bottom, you'll see like what you need to cut, if that's helpful.
Yes, at the very, very bottom, there's recurring or remaining non-recurring funds to be allocated, and it's in the red. So currently we have $165,911 left to trim from the one-time expenses.
Ryan, what line is it?
For yeah. Speaker Holmes.
May I direct a question to President Greenaway?
Go ahead.
Could you restate the lines in which you would like the one-time expenses to be funded for the student union?
So I said OSI will keep the same, and then student union fund all of it except for instead of doing the full $364,000 for the chairs, doing half of that. I'm pretty sure it's around 184. Yeah, so then we'd have to just decrease that by that amount.
And then is there a motion, Comptroller Kane?
Yeah, so that would be a motion to reduce line 207 by 182,400.
Okay, the motion has been made. Are there any objections? Paul, that's for union. Seeing no objections, we're going to go into voting. $14 to 0. That amendment passes. And with that reduction, let's see where we're at. 180. Oh, that probably brings us into the green. Chair Samilla.
For the R&R expenses, I think all of them, we can discuss the last four, but I think all of them from above that, since they are in like chronological order, I think those ones are probably the most.
Which entity are you speaking about?
Student unions.
Still. Okay.
I think the top ones, other than the last four, we are like the most prioritized according to what he was stating. So, do y'all need me to read them?
Are you asking about the deferred? Are you talking about deferred maintenance?
The R&R.
Oh, those aren't in the one time.
Okay.
I mean, they are, but they're under the R&R and the one time. That's the giant $3 million that we have put out. That's going to be paid for. Chair Yalmachili.
Question to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So before we voted on the cut to the one-time expenses to the student union, the remaining funds that we had to cut for non-recurring was $165,911. Considering that we cut $182,400, does that mean that we are now at a balanced budget for non-recurring funds?
If you scroll down to the very bottom, you'll see that we are in the green. We are 16,489 under. We have that much to then disperse back to anything. But seeing as these are in the case of one-time requests, if nobody's requesting anything, specifically that amount, then that money is not going to go to any one-time expenses, and we'll probably just put that small amount into either budget stabilization or the R&R, whichever we so choose.
Done. Thank you.
Speaker Holmes.
So when it comes to the reoccurring expenses, if there's money left over for non-reoccurring, are we keeping it strictly just for non-reoccurring?
It has to be. We're not going to cross any funds between recurring and non-recurring, because if we put non-recurring and recurring, we have to cut that amount later, like just the immediate next year. So, but with the one-time expenses, we can continue now to fund everything else that is requested. However, I think we should still go through and look. Just because we have the ability to doesn't mean we should. We need to see whether it's justified, but I mean, we can definitely do that. If you look in the notes section, well, for Sports Club Council, we've discussed that, but there were some that we flagged and commented because they seem like operational expenses. So we're gonna have to check back and see tomorrow, for example, Nighthon, what's going on with that 5,500. But we can still go through and talk about this Pringle.
I would be crazy, but I'm not seeing like any changes made to the spreadsheet. Is that like a?
Try to refresh.
I've tried.
You've closed and come back
a million times.
Are you scrolling all the way to the bottom where the? Have you tried restarting your computer?
Well, considering it's like a unanimous.
Oh. Wi-Fi is very slow on campus. President Greenaway.
We're still in the discussion of one-time requests.
Correct.
I did want to just have the conversation with the committee about the money for sport clubs towards advertising and promotions. I was just curious what everyone's thoughts were with that. The only thing I'm hesitant about is I don't want to start a precedent for agencies to come in and ask for things that are recurring in the non-recurring. Again, I'm totally open to allowing that funding for that one time, but I just wanted to get the committee's opinion on setting that trend, if that makes sense.
Vice Chair Hall.
I agree because like if we approve it now, like they could buy like merchandise for years, but then it's like when it's time to buy new merch, if that money isn't available, then it's like that wouldn't make sense to like set that precedent. Also because like when making the budget packets with other agencies, we left out stuff from our one-time expenses for the same reason. So to like approve it for one agency but not the others, because like a lot of us left off stuff from one-time expenses because it was more reoccurring. So if like we approve for Sports Club Council, then other agencies would feel away that if we didn't approve theirs because we were told not to do that. If that makes sense.
one possible thing is to make note of this. So if we were to fund it, if we see that they are coming again next year, asking for it in a one time, just saying no, we funded you for the intention for 2 years, so you at least cannot for another year or so come back and request this, because we already did something that you told us was going to be one thing and now you're going to try to do it as another. We're not going to be doing recurring out of the we're not having two different recurring budgets. President Greenaway.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. My only concern with that is, following that, LJ can come in tomorrow and say, I need, this much more money for another event we want to host or something like that. So that's just the concern there. We don't have to make a decision on it now, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Would this be a discussion to amend that line? Amending the sports clubs one time?
I'm not, unless, the committee thinks to decide on that right now. I just wanted to bring it up.
Vice President Smith, then Vice Chair Kringle.
I was going to motion to amend it, but also talk about how they just put IM leagues into operation. So we would have to change the one-time request as well.
We did.
Oh, okay.
If you look, there's the column for the budget requests, which has it at 9,120, which is what they requested in the beginning. And then the committee line right next to it is now 5,000. Yes. It's all good. Vice Chair Kringle.
Yeah, when it does come to things like merch and the advertising and whatnot, I think it would be better off, especially with continuity. Like, we have to tell the next committee that meets, like, hey, they did this year, they can't do it again next year. I think just for this purposes of just that sake, it's just maybe going back in, changing their line to maybe like 2,500 or 3,000 as a recurring like advertising expense instead of a one time.
This would then mean we are adding $3,000 in our recurring budget, which is currently $208,000 over. So I mean, we could very well do that. However, I don't know if that's the most prudent. Comptroller Kane.
Yeah, I'm definitely not in favor of adding anything to recurring. In terms of the software, I thought that was necessary because they described it as essential for their operations and recurring, and I think that was pretty much unanimously agreed upon. Anything outside of that isn't essential and recurring, I don't think makes sense. I do want to revisit something from one of the other entities that is recurring, but I'm not sure if I can bring that up now.
Once we've wrapped up this current discussion, we can definitely go and review any entity that we have seen today so far. Vice Chair Kringle, did you have more?
Yeah, just kind of follow up. So then at that point, since we have so much in the one time that we have excess, is there any like leeway to move one time back into recurring? Can we not at all?
No, we are not going to be doing any recurring funded through the non-recurring. Like, we're not going to take this $16,000 that's excess in the non-recurring and put it into the recurring budget. President Greenaway.
Is that something that you're saying that you don't want us doing, or is that something that we, I understand
something that could be done.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not impossible.
Yeah.
I am trying to take a
Caution
hard
against
stance
it. Yeah.
to try to very heavily discourage that, because I do not think that is a good trend. That is not something we should start doing, even if it is only $16,000. I don't believe that is a very smart decision.
No, I understand. I just want to make it
possible.
Yeah, I'll make it clear that that's something that we could do.
You could do it. Yes, you can do that. Brody, real quick.
So I'm going to clarify a little bit or potentially change that answer just a hair. I think with the new system of separating them, I think you need to make sure both accounts are balanced. Now, if you wanted to fund something out of that one-time expenses that you knew was going to be a reoccurring expense, you could theoretically do that. But I wouldn't, be $15,000 under budget in one and $15,000 over in another, right? I think you need to have them balanced. The reason to not do that is they will likely have to make that cut the next year, right? So that's the thing you account for. You can go the other direction, right? You can take reoccurring money and budget it towards one-time expenses, which is what you've done with the R&R account for minimum wage increases, with the intention that next year you will need to budget that to a reoccurring expense, right? That's why you're doing that. So does that make sense? You can go one way, but going the other way just will end up causing you problems.
Especially starting a precedent of having recurring costs in the non-recurring could potentially just lead to 5 years from now, we just have two recurring budgets, but one's very, very unstable. Speaker Holmes, then Comptroller Kane, then Chair Yolanda Chile.
I don't mean to twist your arm, but I just kind of wanted to entertain the theory that bro you brought up, which is essentially like, say we have, this is just theoretical, just playing with it. But say we have our 16,000 and we have gone through all the non-recurring, we've gone through the reoccurring, and an entity has not gotten something that they need that's reoccurring. Would you be opposed, or is there or is there a possibility that we do take from the non-reoccurring? Like, is that a theoretical possibility, even though you are opposed? Because there could be a circumstance. I'm not saying there is going to be one, but it being the very last resort after the budget has been almost closed, the book has been closed.
So to clarify one thing, and then to answer your question afterwards, there is not going to be $16,489 left over unallocated in the non-recurring. We are going to just put that money into the R&R funded through the non-recurring or the budget stabilization. This, at the end of this budget hearing, is going to be zero. But right now, it is currently unallocated. And theoretically, what you were saying is true. And yes, I am very opposed to this theoretical. Go ahead.
So, good to know. So can you give me a little bit more insight, I guess, into the budget stabilization? I'm not too.
Yes. So a lot of things are around the non-recurring and recurring and projections and all that is what we're currently working with, right? This $18.8 million budget for recurring that we have is based off of projections of student times credit hours times 11.67, right? So that could be over or under. If it's ever under, we still budgeted at a certain number, right? But the actual real revenue from the activity and service fee is under. That's when this budget stabilization is going to be fed into to make that difference up so that we can still be at the budgeted, the budget that we budgeted for with that amount. Or I was also thinking theoretically that in the future, if there are ever giant cuts, this budget stabilization, if it hasn't been used or has any funds left, could be implemented into the recurring for the purposes of easing the impact of huge 13%, for example, cuts. It would make it less. Although I think more likely it will be used as the stabilization part, not the doomsday counter.
I definitely heard the first time you explained it. I just wanted to get a more wider view of why you put how much you put.
Of course. Who did I have an order already? Was it Comptroller Kane or was it? We're just going to go Comptroller Kane.
Just to give the committee some more insights. So when you look at increases of utilities, salaries, and OPS for this year, we had an increase of $952,000. We had a $600,000 increase in our budget. So one thing to understand moving forward, and the reason why this budget stabilization is essential, is we're expecting our budget to remain static while costs go up by around $1 million a year. So this allows us to build in some stability for the next 2 years. If fees aren't raised after 2 years, there's only so much that we can do to mitigate impact on students. But that's the status quo, and that's what we're doing. We got really lucky this year that we ended up with this very large amount of non-recurring money due to a lot of things that have happened over the past decade and things that haven't been tracked properly. Now it's our job to use that money to ensure long-term sustainability, both within our facilities and using that money for R&R, and also using that money for stabilization so that we can guarantee, at least for the next few years, that we're able to operate without any substantial cuts. Because as you're seeing, even this year when we have a $600,000 increase, it's effectively not an increase. In terms of spending power, it's effectively a decrease. So just something to keep in mind, some context for those in the committee that haven't been here for all of the discussions. I just wanted to share that.
Chair Yalman-Chile, then I don't know. Chair Samila, did you still have your hand? Did you want to? We'll go in that order, and then Speaker Holmes.
Okay, so I do agree with Comptroller Kane and Chair McClellan in that I am opposed to the idea of funding anything of a recurring nature using the non-recurring budget, because We have $6 million this year as a non-recurring budget. We won't have that in future years. A few weeks ago, I believe, Shane, you told me that in future years, the non-recurring budget is expected to be in the hundreds of thousands, not in the millions. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So what I will add, and I'm going to kind of go with your 7, is we have a big chunk of non-recurring this year. In the futures, it's hard to tell, and it'll take us a couple of years to figure out what annually will then become non-reoccurring. But really, the only place where non-reoccurring money is going to come from now is what is not spent within the agency and department's budget in their reoccurring budget for the year. So for instance, if positions go unfilled or not all the OPS money is used or some project that, or if there is overages in the amount of money that came in based over that projection. So likely you're going to see, and there is always some money that's not spent. It's just the nature of how budgets work. So my guess is that you'll likely see non-reoccurring funds in the neighborhood of about $500,000 to maybe $1 million every year. It's not going to be $6.5 million. But what I would recommend and caution you against is I would encourage you to keep these funds separate. I would keep non-reoccurring for non-reoccurring and reoccurring for reoccurring. And if you need to solve your challenge this year, I would have you dip into the reoccurring funds that you set aside for minimum wage and not mix these pots. Like you all are trailblazers right now. You all are coming in with a new budget model that we've never used, and this is the first time. Now's the time for you all to set a standard. So I would say set that standard of keeping non-reoccurring towards non-reoccurring and use the reoccurring. But because you all have already set aside money in the A&SF business office's budget for the potential of the next year for minimum wage, which I think, by the way, is something amazing. But I wouldn't pull money from non-reoccurring. I would first pull it from your reoccurring, because really it's the same net effect right now, but you're just setting a precedent that we're not touching non-reoccurring is only non-reoccurring.
I agree with that. Did you have something?
Yeah. So I just want to finish by saying, basically what Shane said, in that it's important to keep the pools separate and to not weaken our precedent by funding things of a reoccurring nature with the non-reoccurring budget. If we have money left over, as we do right now, I believe that should go into the budget stabilization fund to cushion us from potential cuts in the future. We cannot guarantee that future years will see budget increases. The era of continued budget increases for UCF has ended. So with that, that's all I'm going to say. That every dollar we save should be going into budget stabilization. We shouldn't be mixing the two pots together.
Tristan Milo? No, nothing anymore. Speaker Holmes.
So I guess my question to you would be, first to refresh your memory from last budget hearing, that the R&R fund was kind of used as a slush fund during the budget hearing and during the legislative meeting. So my question to you would be, do you have the information of which the recommended amount for R&R is for this year, considering that we don't know how much our non-reoccurring is going to be, but what would be in the best interest of the committee when it comes to adding the non-reoccurring funds to either the budget stabilization or the R&R?
So this year is unique when we're talking about R&R. The past years, we were just putting enough, the standards, industry standard. This year, there is not a dollar of R&R funds between the two that are not being specifically put there for a specific purpose. If it were to be treated as a slush fund, it is going to be taking away from what we're putting for OPS. It's going to be taking away for what we're putting for deferred maintenance. It is going to be very bad. This year, we have the ability to tell, and I'm going to try to make sure that in Senate, I'm explaining a lot of things. I'm going to have discussions with you on the best way to get Senate together and to do that. But also during the budget special session, all the senators in the room are going to be also there. So I'd also hope, because I can't I'm not going to vote. I'm not a voting member. I'm not going to be I can't do that kind of stuff, that you guys would step in on those places and try to educate and correct any other senator that might be trying to treat R&R as a slush fund, because I do not believe there is a dollar that we could even do that with.
You know what the recommended amount is to
What
keep
we're putting
it
in there.
stable? Okay.
What we're putting in there.
Okay.
It's not a percentage that we're trying to reach. It is, this is being put in there for this purpose, and that is how much that is. And that is exactly it. They're allocated. They're not, we're putting this into an account to sit. They're putting it into the account because they're allocated for something. Vice Chair Hall.
I just wanted to kind of like look at for the one-time expenses for OSIs. Coming from someone who like works in OSI, a lot of like I don't know if you wanted to like as a committee like approve the entire 300,000. I was thinking maybe like approving part of it for like some of the like renovations. I know Shane mentioned earlier like talking to like the students and finding like the design from like their perspective, but say if the students don't like the new like design, like where the extra money would go. So like, I don't know if we wanted to like approve that entire amount if it like won't be used. I don't know if Shane can probably provide more context to that as well.
So for instance, on some of these one-time expenses, if you allocate, let's use your example, 300,000 to the OSI project, and we're lucky that it comes under 300,000, essentially, let's say we spent 275 after the things, that other 25,000 would then be freed up for non-reoccurring funds for the committee to allocate the following year. It wouldn't just be money to spend money.
Because I was thinking like if you have extra, we could put it towards like budget stabilization, but I also don't know like what, like I really don't get the whole stabilization thing at all. So that's just my thought, because I don't know like how, I guess like the direct student impact with that one-time expense would be, like the full one-time expense. But that is just my thoughts. And if anyone else had any other thoughts.
I'm sorry, you said you don't understand which part specifically. I just want to make sure. Like,
no, because I was like, if we don't like approve the entire 300,000, put like, say if you approve like 200, like say 275,000, and like the other 25,000 goes to like stabilization. But I know you mentioned something about like just like there was changes like with it. So you said that we have more towards stabilization.
I suppose if I'm trying to answer the best way for what you're saying. The amount of 300,000 is the 213,000 that would be for the OSI suite, and then there's also the VCE area on the first floor, if I'm not mistaken, right, Shane?
Yeah, the 300,000 is the estimate was the 213,000 that Rick helped to create. When we were talking about the OSI suite, that didn't incorporate the fact that there's the other suite downstairs, which is the VCE suite, and the doing that space at the same time, because it's essentially got the same kind of furniture, the same kind of carpet, and the same challenges for it. But what also was not included in that quote, and why I've added a little extra money, is to paint, which there would be a cost of painting it, and also signage. And if you look outside the OSI suite right now, the signage is like half an office, half not an office, those kind of things.
So I suppose real quick, if you wanted to not fund certain, you would be able to, I suppose, fund, because I don't think there's any point in funding half of that one of those projects. If you wanted to just say we're doing only the OSI suite, if you were to reduce that cost by any way, I'm going to go President Greenaway and then at large Foster.
I was going to try to ease some of those concerns. You know, I don't think Shane would move forward on a project that he didn't get student input on. And I think that's why it's $300,000. It's not like a specific number, is because they're really, you know, he's gotten kind of general quotes, but nothing super specific after, you know, figuring out that plan. So, you know, I understand, you know, there being some sort of concern about, you know, students not really supporting what might change, but I really think that space really needs renovation. But obviously, you know, y'all work out of there, so your insight is important as well.
Alex Foster.
I was just going to say, kind of add on what you were saying, as far as looking at what the impact is to the general student body as well from making the renovations, as opposed to looking back almost at some of the decisions we'd made with the RWC and other cuts made to kind of see if the number of students impacted would kind of overrule kind of where we would be placing some of that money. But I also kind of understand where obviously this renovation is coming from, in that these agencies with that workspace you're proposing would be able to put on events for the student body. But I would consider looking into maybe funding just OSI first, and then looking into VCE. I know you had mentioned that you wouldn't want them to feel like they were being overlooked, but just from the perspective of just kind of seeing what those renovations look like, seeing what the impact is on the one office first before moving and doing both.
Shane, if you would like to say anything.
My preference would be to move forward with both of the spaces and have them done. At minimum, I think that we would want to put at least the carpet replacement in that space. That is the old carpet that has the same things. So if you wanted to turn around and say, cut the budget because you didn't want to fund that space, I would, because again, we still have the painting, we still have signage, those kind of things that weren't included in there. I would probably still put you at about a $240,000 to $250,000 range.
Is because of including those things, but now for both spaces, is your actual one time actually going to be higher than 300,000 for the painting, signage?
No, that I included all of that. Like when I gave you the thing, that included it all.
So technically, the VCE's cost is only like 40, 50,000.
We would turn around and
for like all the same things.
Yep.
Okay. Vice Chair Pringle.
I like my input on just getting everything funded as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure VCE isn't that big of an office, last I remember. So I think funding everything at once and just getting the whole thing over with now we have the budget, especially, is probably the best way to go about it.
Oh, Chair Trumbull, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Vice Chair Carringle there as well. I've been in the VCE office several times. It is a relatively small office. So I would imagine that we can have this done with the OSI office, have it all done in one shot. Besides, like he said, we have the money. Who knows when we'll be able to have this sort of relative leeway in the future.
And just for everybody's knowledge, we're not going to be approving anything. Like, we're not going to be voting to approve that, like, anything today. We're going to approve the entire budget Excel sheet at the very end. So as I mentioned before, all we were having to do is cut away from the requests that were submitted for one time. So everything we leave there is what we're going to be approving. And as mentioned before, there are a few things that we didn't get to, maybe like 1, 2, 3 things that we'll get to tomorrow during the agency's presentations. And we'll be able to finish up there. But I'm not too concerned, seeing as we are in the red right now. So for the one-time non-recurring budget. So if we have any further, or we don't have any further, we do have technically 20 minutes left. We could do something really quick, like any of the, I guess what I would either do a little bit about the business office. I could run mine really quickly, I bet, or we can just be done early. Or whatever, Chair Temple or Vice President Smith.
I was just going to say to think about, like, if I was going to adjourn after this, but I was just going to say to think about that we still have $200,000 that we still have to cut. So just to think about different things we have to cut tomorrow. But with that, I was going to say move to adjourn.
Okay. There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. If there are no objections, Vice Chair Morissette.
I believe it's the same as initial.
You could do that.
Okay, same as initial.
Okay. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 4:42 p.m. Thank you very much.